How old is he? A woman wearing hospital scrubs asked the person on the other side of the room. One of them checked the equipment, while the other monitored the patient peacefully lying on the bed. They made sure that the old man was alive and breathing. The equipment surrounding them could only be described as something that came out of a sci-fi book. Digital panels upon digital panels kept appearing in the air, detailing the condition of the convalescent old man. He's 110 years old, the nurse on the side said. 110 years old? He's probably already lived a good life, but he's still holding on, the woman checking the equipment said. Probably. Use the word definitely. Don't you know him? He is the richest man in the whole world. Richest man? That Apollo Leone? The nurse exclaimed in surprise. She then looked carefully at the old man's face. Apollo Leone had white hair so thin and sparse that she could count it easily. His body resembled a twig, a cold twig from the winter snow. Hey, keep your voice down. The nurse checking the vitals of the old man looked up with a frown. Didn't you read the roster? The nurse checking the equipment could only scratch her cheek. Seeing this, the nurse on the old man's side shook her head. While they were doing their tasks, Apollo's closed eyes twitched ever so slightly. I heard he doesn't want to die yet, that he even gave this hospital a big sum just to make sure we will give him the best treatment. But looking at him, I don't think we'll be able to save him. They talked about the old man on the bed for a while before they left. Once the door closed, silence lingered in the air. I want to live. Darkness, that's all that he could see. All my effort, all my money. Are they going to die with me? He heard what the two nurses were talking about. Just like what they said, he was the richest man in the world that no one could compare to him. His money became much more when he focused on creating a company that focused on prolonging the lifespan of a human being. Biology, medicines, technology, gerontology, etc. The company covered almost everything that could prolong the lifespan of a human. But there was nothing the company could do to in the end. He ended up in a private hospital subsidiary to his company, though he was the only one who knew this. I don't want to die. Suddenly, in the darkness, light shone upon him. It was so strong that in his mental world, he wanted to close his eyes. But there wasn't much he could do. His world was swallowed by intense brightness. After a while, he felt his foot touching the ground, and the sound of birds reached his ears. Opening his eyes slowly, he couldn't help but tilt his head. He then looked around the surroundings. Apollo was standing in a wide plain of grass. He could see a creek nearby with small fish swimming. Gleefully, looking up, he noticed the birds playing with each other and chirping to create a beautiful melody. I am alive. Apollo muttered in disbelief. He looked around once more before he burst into laughter. Although he didn't know what was really happening, he felt intense happiness. He ran to the creek and stared at his own reflection. Brown hair and blue eyes. He was familiar with this feature, but something great was different. Reaching out his hand to touch his face, his body shook. I became younger too. Then, like a lunatic, he stared at the sky and laughed like never before. Ha ha ha. The excitement of being alive clouded his mind, preventing him from thinking further about his situation. He was alive and young. There was nothing for him to think about. While he danced and sang like a crazy person, he suddenly heard the sound of strings. He couldn't help but stop as the melody immediately caught his attention. Apollo turned to the side. He saw a tree up on a hill. He had already noticed it when he surveyed the surroundings, but at first, he only thought of it as normal. Squinting his eyes, he became surprised as someone was currently underneath the tree, wearing a white dress and holding a guitar-like instrument. There's someone beside me here. That's great, Apollo said before he dashed towards the hill. Hey, why are you? After he arrived, he was about to ask a question when he halted. The melody coming from her instrument was so mesmerizing that it made him close his eyes and savor the moment. He felt like he was in a dream and at the same time in reality. But it didn't matter in his perceptions. What was important was the song caressing his heart and soul. Apollo Leone doesn't know how long it has been. He only opened his eyes when the tune ended. You are so talented, he praised with a smile. Because the woman had her back to him, he couldn't see her appearance. Thank you. The woman turned around. No, Apollo froze in his spot. The woman didn't have a face. It was only darkness, like a black hole staring straight at him. Then the world started shaking, and the lush grass and trees began to wither. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, shrouding the warmth of the sun. What? Why? How? Apollo became confused and scared. He finally realized the situation. What is happening? Why am I here? Is this hell? As a person who believes in science, what is happening right now shattered his worldview. He could feel everything was real. The sensation of his feet touching the now cold ground and the smell permeating his nose made him certain that he was not dreaming. He took a step back while his eyes never left the faceless woman. Don't be scared, Apollo Leone. The woman spoke, neither warm nor cold. It was like a thought speaking directly to him. How did you know my name? His thoughts were in chaos and his breathing heavy. I know everything about you. The faceless woman chuckled. Call me... hmm, what should I call myself? The woman put a hand under her chin, her mind racing to form the right words. Apollo looked at her behavior strangely. This lasted a few minutes, giving him time to reflect on everything that I died because of old age. In the end, even with all that money, I couldn't extend my life, Apollo thought bitterly. Call me Aster. The faceless woman finally decided on her name. Her hand strummed the strings on the guitar. Compared to the serenity she had just produced before, this time it was grating to the ears. Apollo couldn't help but frown. Aster, what is happening? He asked, eager to know everything. His mind, the moment he woke up in this place, was so lightheaded he didn't know what he was doing, but now, his thought process became normal. The faceless woman in front of him was the only one who could explain everything to him. You probably already guessed. You died, Aster said. Yeah, then what is this place? Apollo gestured around. Neither hell nor heaven, Aster answered, her light voice turning monotone. Neither hell nor heaven, Apollo repeated, his breathing turning heavy. He couldn't fully understand what it meant, but he knew it must be something that even the world that he lived in didn't know of. Before I tell you everything, let's first recap your whole life. Aster strummed the chords, making Apollo frown from the discomfort. Suddenly, his eyes blurred as something materialized from thin air. He was very familiar with what was around him right now. It was a holographic screen, but he couldn't count how many of them. He could also see images and videos playing on the screen. It's him. Apollo Leone point one might say you are a child prodigy, smart, handsome, a jack of all trades, Aster remarked as a screen went in front of them. Apollo saw himself from when he was just a child. He was standing on stage with awards being given to him. The scene changed, and he became much older. It was still the same, awards upon awards. Then he became an adult, where he landed his first job. It was a high-paying one, where he didn't have to worry about bills and what he had to eat. But he was not yet satisfied. He wanted more money where he could do whatever he wanted. He created his first business. The screen surrounding them displayed all this. He instantly became successful with money coming in. Was it enough? No. Still not satisfied, he created another one, until he became the youngest and the wealthiest person in the world. Apollo Leone felt bliss seeing his success coming into fruition. You live a good life, almost perfect, almost. The holographic screens changed scene, and Apollo saw himself in the bathroom, throwing up blood. Then he was admitted to a hospital. With the advancement of technology, he was cured, or so he thought. After a few years, his illness came back, but fortunately, with the previous success of curing him, he didn't suffer much. Women, money, and all the hedonistic pleasure that the world offers. He had it all. Aster also watched all these, though Apollo couldn't see any emotion because she didn't have a face. It's an illness that keeps coming back. You live between a life of pleasure and a curse. Aster turned towards Apollo. The translucent screens surrounding them now showed Apollo and his sufferings. The time it took to show how happy he was became less until he was on his deathbed, where doctors and nurses entered his hospital room to check his conditions. He saw his children and grandchildren crying. Apollo couldn't help but tear up seeing this scene. But you are only focused on yourself. You only see yourself in your own world. Aster shook her head. The scene changed, and Apollo's eyes widened before they became bitter. He was the wealthiest for a reason. He dwelled on the good and the bad, though the bad was in the light. People suffered from his success. He didn't care about the poor. He just wanted them to work hard to generate more wealth. The way he did things was frowned upon by others. Those who suffered from him cheered when they heard of the death of Apollo Leone. Closing his eyes, Apollo took a deep breath. I know everything there's suffering, but it doesn't have to do with me. That's what I believe. You're not here to be judged on right or wrong, Aster said. Then what? Apollo asked again. The translucent screens surrounding them shattered, and the dark world came back. You are dead, and at the same time not, Aster said in another cryptic phrase. Do you want to live? I don't understand everything, but yes. Apollo answered with enthusiasm. You will live again. Aster turned around and walked towards the tree behind her. The tree opened in the middle to reveal a black hole. Apollo saw her entering while her words echoed in his head that I will live again. Excitement erupted from him, so he followed behind her. His vision swirled, and he saw himself standing in a universe. Apollo couldn't believe what he was seeing, that he woke up in a dark world. And now he was standing in the vast universe that he reached out his hand, and it passed through a galaxy, their colorful particles following his hand before they went back to their original form. Aster waved her hand, and the universe shifted. The place became a blur. They entered a universe and galaxies until they stopped in front of a planet that resembled Earth. This world, it's not Earth. Apollo realized. He shifted to the faceless woman. Yes, Asta nodded. You will be reborn here. Reborn on another planet. Apollo muttered. He knew what it meant. It's reincarnation. Because Earth's technology is already advanced, much research went into this, though nothing superficial came out of IT. Oh, think it's real. What is this planet called? It has many names. Depends on what galaxies you came from, but the people living inside call it one. One. I see, Apollo smiled. If I can get to live again, even though it's on a different planet, I will cherish it. Besides, with my ability to make money, it won't be long until I become the top of this world. His words echoed in the surrounding space. Aster, who had her back against the ambitious man, turned towards him. Don't be happy yet. This world is different from Earth. Far different. What do you mean? Apollo tilted his head. You should find out by yourself, Aster coldly said. Besides, you will not be reborn without a catch. Hearing this damped down Apollo's anticipation. He could only smile bitterly as he also thought of this. You wanted to be on top? Then you'll have to live your whole life as a beggar. Be beggar. Apollo couldn't believe his ears. No, absolutely no. I won't take no for an answer. It's taking too much time. Goodbye, Aster waved her hand. Before Apollo could protest another word, his vision blurred, and he saw himself falling toward the planet in front of him. He shouted as the fast speed made him dizzy. His body vaporized and became a speck of light that IT circled around the planet, seemingly looking for something. Aster, who was watching all this, started strumming her guitar. Its grotesque sounds spread far and wide, waking up the old folks with a frown painted on their faces. The light finally stopped and dropped in a specific part of the planet. Seeing this, the faceless woman turned around and went back to the dark world. Beggar Cultivation System, Chapter 1. The world spun, swirling with all kinds of colors until the sound of passing air surfaced. Then came the chirping of birds for a second, followed by the murmur of men talking. Like a missile, congested particles of light, invisible to humans, passed through a rooftop. Ouch! Apollo grunted in pain as he felt like he hit something hard and soft simultaneously. While his mind was still blurry, he could hear voices. Unable to understand what they were saying, it was hard for him to distinguish whether they were men or women, or how many of them there were. What is happening? Apollo's thoughts raced, trying to piece together his chaotic surroundings. Then the conversation he had with that faceless woman about reincarnation surfaced in his mind. Reincarnation? Slowly, his blurry vision started to clear. After a while, his eyes adjusted, and a scene in front of him came into focus. Before him lay a table reaching his nose, adorned with tantalizing dishes emitting an aroma that made his stomach churn. Although he couldn't discern the specific dishes, their presentation hinted at their expense. Scanning his surroundings, Apollo noted the high ceiling adorned with chandeliers made of unfamiliar gems and walls decorated in a style he had never seen before. Voices drew his attention back to the people at the table. 8 in total, including him. Clad in medieval-style attire reminiscent of the textbooks he had studied, Apollo wore a dark blue tailcoat with intricate designs. Suddenly, a nudge jolted him, and he turned to his right to find a woman with worried eyes. Her black hair was tied in a bun, and her ocean blue eyes peered at him beneath lightly applied makeup that concealed slight wrinkles. Her lips were adorned with a reddish-pink lipstick. Like the other women at the table, she wore a gown adorned with expensive decorations. She began speaking the language he had been hearing since his arrival. Confused, Apollo tilted his head. Language detected, comprehending. Language learned, Leonian. A blue translucent screen appeared before him. Apollo's eyes widened in surprise as he finally understood the woman's words. Apollo, are you okay? She asked softly. Why, yes, Apollo answered, his voice small, almost childlike. No, he glanced at his reflection in the plate and noticed his rounded face. Just like the woman beside him, he had blue eyes and black hair, but I'm still handsome. And my name is still Apollo. I thought reincarnation is when I reincarnated as a baby. This is like when kids finally realize they have consciousness. Then why aren't you eating your food? The woman asked again. Apollo could only scratch his cheek, his eyes still fixed on the translucent screen in front of him. IT flickered before something changed. Transferring data. 1%. Finish your food, son, so you'll be like me, strong and handsome. The middle-aged man on his left flexed his biceps. With brown hair and eyes, he winked at the woman on Apollo's right. Right, huh? Oh, stop it, the woman giggled. Gina Froid. An aged voice echoed, and both the big guy and the giggling woman shut their mouths. Sorry, father, Froid apologized and started eating his meal. Gina followed suit while nudging her son. Apollo started eating, and soon his mouth was full. The cute scene made the others smile. At the head of the table sat an old man with white hair. Just like them, he was wearing a medieval-like suit, probably the most expensive suit Apollo could distinguish. The old man started talking about various things to which Apollo didn't care. I guess the woman on my right is my mother, Gina, and this bear, like middle-aged man on my left, is my father, Apollo thought, his mouth not stopping from chewing the delicious meal. That must be my grandfather. He then looked at the old man talking, uncle and aunties. Apollo glanced at the people eating and laughing in front of him. Cousins? There are two children just like him, a boy and a girl with white hair and eyes, perhaps twins. It's a cheerful scene. This is not bad. I thought I would really become a beggar. That woman, Aster, must be joking, Apollo thought with a smile. After they were done eating, he looked at the floating screen and noticed it had reached 20%. I wonder what will happen when it reaches 100%. Froid stood up. Let's go, Apollo. Apollo nodded. He wiped his mouth and jumped off the table, then headed towards the exit with Gina and Froid. They were the last to leave. Where are we going? Apollo asked at so far. The only knowledge he has is that he reincarnated into this body with a rich family. If he's going to compare it to his last life, he is living like royalty. He became the richest man, so the things around him don't surprise him much. What he's most curious about is the history and what kind of world he's living in. Now that he has a good starting point, he wants to make the most of it and become the most powerful and richest man in this world. At the same time, he wants to start early to extend the life of humans. This world doesn't seem to have high technology. That should be my focus on business. Then Apollo thought. Son, why do you look so serious? Froid asked with a laugh, seeing Apollo's face scrunching up. Nothing, Apollo chuckled bitterly. Being called a son by a stranger still feels strange to him. Let's go sleep, Gina said with a graceful yawn. After walking down the hallway and turning many corners, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of their room. The room was spacious, with a master bedroom and Apollo's own. Good night. Good night, Apollo replied cheerfully. When the door closed, he jumped on his bed. The feeling of the mattress enclosing him made him sigh in relief. So far, so good. Then he looked at the percentage displayed on the translucent screen from the corner of his eyes. Transferring data, 80%. I think I just need to wait for a few hours more before it becomes 100%. Apollo muttered. He glanced outside and saw the moon being shrouded by the clouds. Then his eyes turned to the wall. There was a painting of him and his parents along with the whole family. My last name didn't change. He noticed that on the frame, there's an engraving of Leone. He's a different person, but his name stayed the same. While he's thinking about his whole situation and his future, sleepiness crept in. Transfer complete. A voice echoed inside Apollo's consciousness. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at the translucent screen in the corner of his eyes. Transfer complete. Initiation. Initiation? Another loading? Apollo thought with a frown. Forget it. What is that smell? Apollo shook his head. He was about to fall asleep when a sudden knock came on his door, followed by a loud bang. Apollo, wake up! Froid walked inside Apollo's room. His back was sweaty, and he was breathing heavily. What happened? Apollo sat up, but he had no time to say another word as his father immediately went to his side and picked him up. Froid then ran outside. Wait! Suddenly, a strong heat assaulted Apollo's face. His eyes widened from shock. Because he was being held with his face on his father's shoulder, he could see everything his father was running from. Fire covered the hallway, and Apollo could see the mansion falling apart. What about Mother? Apollo asked. Although these people are strangers to him, he is still worried about them. Froid couldn't finish his words as the scene from earlier entered his mind. His wife Gina was nothing but a scorched corpse. He wanted to cry out and hug her, but the intense fire made him unable to go forward. Froid had a hold in his tears and decided to save his son. Dead, Froid said while gritting his teeth. Dead? Apollo observed the fire. He could feel the intense heat hitting his face even with this distance. This kind of fire only needed a few seconds to turn a human into charcoal. What the hell happened here? Suddenly, a strong explosion erupted behind Froid's back. They were only a few meters away from the exit when a shockwave hit them and shattered the wall. Their bodies were thrown outside and landed on the court side. Froid held his son in time, and they rolled on the ground a couple of times before they managed to stop. SHD, Froid cursed. Without looking back, he stood up and proceeded to run. His back was already burning, and the smell of meat permeated his son's nose. This smell would have made Apollo frown. But instead, his eyes turned into shock. The mansion that he stayed in for just a night was now crumbling to the ground. The fire reached the sky. Screams also accompanied this hellish scene. He could see people wearing the Leone's insignia down on the ground with blood flowing from them. But his attention was piqued more on what was happening above the burning mansion. They're flying. Apollo shouted while pointing at the two men standing in the air, his grandfather and an unknown man. They were looking at each other with intensity. They were talking, but the distance wouldn't let him read their lips. "Don't look," Froid said. He covered his son's eyes and continued to run with all his might. The Leone mansion was located far north of the city. If they traveled at their top speed, they would reach the nearest district. Because of their wealth, they had their own land in the city, but it wouldn't be long before the family completely collapsed. Froid knew this just by looking at the man facing his father. The Leone founder, Apollo, on the other hand, could only see darkness. He was being held tightly while running. Fast, he could feel that his father was breathing heavily. Froid was probably injured. "What's happening?" Apollo shouted, curious about the situation. The mansion was on fire, with his grandfather flying in the air with a stranger. That woman asked her, "Didn't tell me this fact. A world where people can fly? That's only in fiction." Wait, he already reincarnated and even became a different person. Shaking this thought off, he heard his father. "Just don't look." Another explosion sounded, and the whole area shook from the shockwave. The trees around them bent, and rocks were sent flying into the air. "Come on." Froid could see the shattered gate of their manor. There were people watching outside, but the explosion made them run back to their houses. "Here!" Someone shouted, and Froid noticed a person wearing a hood. He stopped in front of him and put Apollo on his feet. "My son." Froid took a deep breath as he looked into Apollo's eyes. The only thing he could see was confusion. "You don't seem afraid." The sound of explosions continued in the manor, and fire kept rising into the dark sky. "I'm more amazed than afraid," Apollo thought. Because he had already experienced death, the fear of the unknown lessened. He was also curious about the whole situation. Everything was confusing. He had just been reborn, and now he found out that people could fly with some sort of abilities. He glanced at the translucent screen from the corner of his eyes and noticed it was still the same. "Transfer complete. Initiating." "Keep that attitude." My son Dash Froid coughed, blood seeping from his mouth. "You are the future of Leone." "What attitude?" Apollo was even more confused. Froid noticed that his son became more serious. He smiled before he stood up and nodded at the hooded man. "Take care of him." "I will, Master Froid." The man wanted to kneel, but Froid shook his head. "Take care." "Wait," Apollo shouted. "How can they FL?" He was more curious about the reason why those two people could fly. Before he could finish his question, he felt something hit the side of his neck. He went unconscious and fell into the hooded man's arms. "We don't have time for questions and answers, kid," the hooded man whispered before he ran inside the city. The dark sky made his body disappear. Amidst the chaotic crowd, no one noticed them. Froid turned around. His back was aching with pain, burned to the bone. Most people would have fainted from the pain or instantly died, but he didn't. A haze appeared around him, and he breathed white smoke. His body became a blur, and he ran back to the mansion. Every step covered dozens of meters. Because he covered his son's eyes, Apollo didn't manage to see why they could travel so fast. Beggar Cultivation System, Chapter 2. "Arg, my head." Apollo muttered in pain. He felt lightheaded, and the back of his neck was aching. He opened his eyes and saw the ground moving. His body was bouncing, making him even dizzy. In alley, Apollo thought, try his best to understand his surroundings. The memories from earlier surfaced in his mind, and he finally realized he was being carried on someone else's shoulder. He looked at the person's face. Underneath that hood, Apollo noticed greed. He was very familiar with this look. He was over 100 years old in his past life. From poor to the wealthiest man in the world, one could say he experienced it all. This guy, a bad feeling surfaced, and his stomach churned. Something was coming up from his throat. He could even taste it now. When he was about to throw up his dinner, his body was hurled into the air before he hit the wall. The impact caused him to puke, food and blood intertwined. Apollo coughed a few times. His back ached in pain, and he felt like his bones were broken. This place should be good enough," the hooded man said. This alley was dark, making it hard for Apollo to distinguish the man's whole features. Apollo took a deep breath to alleviate some of the pain. He didn't cry out, surprising the man. As expected of a Leone, the man praised. Who are you?" Apollo asked after wiping his mouth with his sleeve. There were only a few clues he could think about. The whole situation was still confusing to him. This man was probably part of the family or was hired by his father, though in the end betrayed them. Kid, I'm just here for the money." The man smirked maliciously. Apollo couldn't help but be angry. Although he only met his father in this life for an evening, that man seemed to be a good person, and this guy was taking advantage of his father. "Sure." The man suddenly made a quiet gesture. "They're done. I should get going." "Nice meeting you, kid. Thank your father for the money, if he is still alive." "Ha ha." The man disappeared like a ghost. and only his voice remained, echoing in the murky alley. What the hell? Only Apollo remained, and some rats walked in the corner of the building. After a while, initiation complete. A blue translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of him, surprising him. Then another screen materialized. IT was his whole body picture wearing the signature Leone's noble suit. Beside the picture was his name, age, and underneath was his background description. Apollo Leone. Age, 7 years old. Background. Apollo Leone is the child of Froi Leone and Gino Leone. After they had a heartfelt dinner, they were then attacked by an unknown man. His grandfather tried to protect the family, to no avail. Froi, on the other hand, hired someone to bring his child to a secret place. But because the man only wanted some money, Apollo was left in an alley. This is like a prologue of a game, Apollo thought while leaning on the wall. The injury from the throw made it hard for him to move. That hooded man was probably hired by someone else other than Froi. Apollo frowned. His father already hired the man, and all he had to do was bring him to the safe place. The job is done, and his reputation is not sullied. But if the man has been bribed by someone else to fail the mission, then it's a different story. Apollo deduced this clue just from reading his background. The translucent screen changed. What now? Beggar Cultivation System has been activated. Welcome, host. Who? A mechanical voice entered his mind. He stood up abruptly and looked around the alley. But there's no one around. You have been chosen by Aster to be given a second chance that I will be helping you in your journey from now on. But this second chance is not easy. You'll have to be a beggar if you want to live. The voice ignored him and continued its dialogue. Apollo immediately realized that the voice is inside his head. Having witnessed strange phenomenon after phenomenon, he is no longer surprised. That faceless woman. She said, I will have to live as a beggar, and now it's starting. Please say status screen, the voice instructed. Status screen. Confused, Apollo still muttered that a screen materialized in front of him with his name on it. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. All points. 0. Spirit cultivation. None. Physique cultivation. None. Attributes. None. This is your status screen, where you can see the state of your body and your cultivation stage. Cultivation. Apollo tilted his head. What is that? Cultivation is the state of a human body. Once reach a certain stage, humans can destroy mountains and split rivers with only their bare hands. The voice said, it's an explanation that the past Apollo wouldn't accept, but he is now different. He put a hand under his chin and recalled what he just saw from the mansion. Two men are flying in the air. It's an amazing scene, and he probably wouldn't be able to forget it for his whole life. At Apollo's eyes lit up as realization dawned on him, as cultivation is the reason why they can fly.in is. Previous life. Only vehicles can fly, and even if humans can do it, they are still using equipment. But as long as one can cultivate, even without high-tech equipment, flying is still achievable. This cultivation thing, can I do that? Apollo asked with excitement. Yes, but in order for you to cultivate, you'll have to first finish your mission. Mission, Apollo muttered, and another screen appeared beside the status screen. Mission, find your beggar spot. Time limit, 3 hours. Punishment, lightning tribulation. Rewards, 10 on points. Beggar Cultivation System, Chapter 2. What is this? A game. Apollo was surprised. And this mission has punishment? Although he doesn't have any idea what this lightning tribulation is, he knew that the word lightning is dangerous. Good luck on your first mission. Oh, and you may call me System. See you later. The system said before it went silent. Apollo stood there, stunned. He forgot the pain from his body for a moment. SHD. I still haven't recovered from all this mess. And this system wants me to do some mission. I want to rest. But lightning tribulation, it sounds dangerous, Apollo frowned. There's nothing much for me to gain by standing here. And if I want to be on top of this world, the word cultivation surfaced in his mind. That I have to cultivate wealth and power. Apollo began to imagine the future. Shaking his head, he got rid of this thought and his original body's family and conflict. He decided to focus on the mission at hand. His desire to be on top made his small feet walk faster. But after a few steps, he stopped and looked at his clothes. Wearing this suit is like giving myself to the enemy. Someone wanted the Leones to die, and if they found out he was walking in the streets, Apollo wouldn't want to think about the consequences. He looked around and found trash on the side with a dirty robe on top. This will do, Apollo said after putting it on. Then he made his way outside the alley. Apollo peeked his head out from the corner to observe the streets. Even though it's dawn, there are still people on the street looking in the direction of the burning mansion. Taking this chance, he went out. His head kept moving from here and there. He's amazed by the houses and buildings around. They resemble the medieval houses he saw in the history book that stone gray and brown gray are the most common colors this place is using. While he's observing the place, he's also looking for a suitable beggar spot. Staying as close to the Leone's mansion won't do him good. Apollo thought that he decided to just keep walking and walking. After an hour, when the burning mansion is out of sight, he stood in front of a store. This is a good beggar spot, Apollo muttered. If he's going to live as a beggar from now on, then it must be in a good spot where people could see him and give him some money, right? Also, this place is quite far from the original body's mansion. System, did I finish my mission? Apollo asked with expectation. No, the system voice entered his mind. What? Apollo couldn't help but frown. It will be too crowded, easily noticeable by the authorities. I see, Apollo finally realized. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen any beggars since he started walking on the streets. Where are they? He started walking again. I have to find a place with fewer people, and the authorities won't be able to find it or won't care. An hour or so later, he saw a wall, standing at least a dozen meters in height, compared to the buildings he saw earlier. In this place are run-down stores and houses. There are only a few that he considered to be in good condition. Aha, system, what about this one? Apollo asked, his breathing heavy. Walking for that long with these short legs is exhausting. He is standing in front of the corner of a restaurant. The spot doesn't stink, and people won't notice him much. Mission complete. The translucent screen appeared in front of him. Finally, Apollo sighed in relief. He went towards the corner and sat down. His shaking legs finally had some rest. System, now that I've completed my first mission, can you continue with the tutorial? You have received 10 Ulm points. You can use them to buy items in the store to become stronger. He brought up his status screen and noticed that his Ulm points had become 10. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. Ulm points, 10. Spirit cultivation, none. Physique cultivation, none. Attributes, none. Apollo nodded in excitement. So how do I bring up the store? Just say store or think about it. I see. Apollo tried it, and another screen appeared in front of him. He could see all kinds of unfamiliar items. He picked a flower with red flaming petals, and the flower enlarged with descriptions underneath. Blood Phoenix Alstro. Once eaten, the cultivator will undergo a tremendous change. Flames will rise, and feathers will fall. Evaporating the whole sea will be child's play. Price, 100,000 Ulm points. That many. At first, he felt excited reading the description, but when he looked at the price, he couldn't help but be shocked. Wait, is there another way to get Ulm points? Apollo asked, feeling foolish. To receive alms, the system replied. I see. Apollo scratched his cheek. He played with the store for a while. Ice dragon meat, that tin-tailed serpent heart. Universe Fist scrolled. He read their descriptions with shining eyes. But all of them were too expensive. Fortunately, he found out that the food didn't cost a lot. 1 Ulm point was enough to feed him for a day. There's also a mobile phone, Apollo muttered. He kept scrolling and came to a realization that this store had all the items he could think of, and as long as he had Ulm points, then he could buy anything. Suddenly, a strong whistling sound reverberated in the air. He looked up and noticed a figure zooming past in the sky. Then another figure followed, and another. And another. He saw at least 10 individuals flying through the air, chasing someone. That guy is the one who caused the destruction of Leone, Apollo thought. But that Leone is not me, that I'm different. He decided to forget about anything that was related to this body. Or so he thought. If I want to fly, I have to get stronger. And to become stronger, I have to receive alms. That's the only way to reach the top of this world. Apollo thought with determination. In his past life, he died even though he had everything. He doesn't want that to happen again. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live forever. It's just his desire. Nothing grand, Apollo admitted it. Mediocre? He doesn't care. As long as he can fulfill his desire, then nothing matters more. System, is there anything here I can use to increase my current strength with only 10 Ulm points? Apollo asked. Yes, that I will sort it for you. The store selections changed. Simple breathing technique, a breathing technique to enhance the body and mind. Price, 8 Ulm points. Simple breathing technique? Even the explanation is simple that it's better than nothing. Apollo bought it, and a scroll appeared in his hand. How do I use this? Think about it, the system said. Apollo thought that he wanted to use the scroll, and the scroll turned into particles of light before it entered his forehead. Suddenly, new information entered his mind. The ways and techniques to inhale the chi flying in the air and then make it circulate his whole body. So this is the simple breathing technique. I should try it after sleeping. I'm too tired. Apollo yawned. He looked around and found nothing to use as bedding. So he just lay on the ground. I shouldn't get involved with Leone. It will ruin my plan to be on top. Apollo muttered. Time to sleep. He was about to close his eyes when suddenly, issuing a mission. Mission, revenge for your family. Part 1. Kill the hooded man who threw you in the alley. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, 100 on points. Punishment, lightning tribulation. OFCK. Beggar Cultivation System. Chapter 3. The sound of birds chirping echoed in the sky, their small shadows dancing on the ground before flying off into the distance. With the sun already halfway to its highest peak, the streets were bustling with activity. Wooden tables and chairs were set up, adorned with fruits, fish, and meats. Vendors, minding their own business, sat behind their stalls, awaiting customers. However, this part of the city was not the most crowded, so they did not expect all there. Goods to sell. Arg. Someone grunted, their bodies still numb from the previous night's endeavors. Apollo woke up with a start, his small body sitting upright as he glanced around to the sound of people walking. "What time is it?" Apollo muttered, scratching his eyes with the back of his hand. After composing himself, he looked up and concluded it must be past 9 in the morning. "I'm so tired that I fell asleep without realizing." Apollo smiled bitterly. Recalling the new mission gave him a headache. He had already decided to forget everything related to this body, but the system had issued him a mission to avenge his family. "Come on, I just wanted to live as a beggar. Besides, I'm technically still 7 years old. Killing someone at this young age? This system is pretty heartless," Apollo thought to himself. Well, it's not like I hadn't done it in my past life. Suddenly, he felt his stomach grumbling. Thinking about food, he summoned the store interface and chose a simple bread and water, costing him 0.2 on points. After eating, he observed the people walking the streets, noting their simpler attire compared to those near his family's mansion. "This area must be for the middle to lower class people," Apollo muttered. "I still don't have any clue about this city and its culture," he thought. Should he scout the area? Gather some information before attempting the simple breathing technique? Apollo stood up and approached the nearest vendor selling bread. "Hello," Apollo greeted with a smile. The vendor, with a plump body, looked up and lost interest when he saw it was just a beggar boy. "Go away, kid. I just want to ask a question," Apollo persisted. Sighing, the vendor leaned on his chair. He had black hair and a rounded face. "So what is it? If it's a meaningless question, just go away." "How is the city?" Apollo asked, his eyes burning with curiosity. "The hell? Is it your question?" The vendor was surprised, studying the boy's eyes before realizing something. "Is this a scheme to steal my bread? Distract me with that kind of question while your hands move to steal my goods?" he thought suspiciously. "Just go, kid." The vendor waved dismissively. "Please," Apollo pleaded. "Go away," the vendor repeated with a humph. "Please? You are handsome. I want to be like you. You can probably get all the girls, right?" Apollo said, his hands clasping in front of him, adding a hint of flattery to his tone. "Go ahem." The vendor coughed, his face flushing from the unexpected praise. "Okay, kid, let me tell you this." "Ha, really, a simple compliment like that made you cave in," Apollo thought, while outside, he nodded his head and perked up his ears. "I don't know why you're asking this strange question. Anyway, you know what happened last night. The Leone family has been eradicated by a great cultivator." The vendor was about to raise his voice, but fortunately, he managed to lower it in the end. "The city is in turmoil because that is a great family. The Lord is very upset that such a thing happened inside the city," the vendor sighed. Apollo was about to ask another question when he heard something crashing. He turned back and saw that across the street, a stall full of vegetables and fruits was on the ground. A young man was standing with his foot on the vendor's head. "I'm a F-King cultivator. I don't have to pay." The young man was wearing a robe with an insignia of a sword on its left chest. He kept stomping his foot on the vendor's head while his face was grinning maliciously. And that, the big-bellied vendor lowered his voice even more. "This city is full of these cultivators who only know how to bully the weak. That he's still a student, just imagine what he will become when he graduates." Apollo squinted his eyes. "They are strong, but what is someone like him doing here? Didn't I say he's just a student? He is probably just at the foundation stage, and most likely from a common family. You know what it means to be common? It means you are poor," the vendor explained. "I see." Apollo nodded before becoming curious. "Foundation stage, what is that?" The vendor looked at the kid with a frown. "You don't even know that." Suddenly, he remembered something. He took out a book from under the table and handed it to Apollo. "Here, you can have this." "What is this?" Apollo held the simple book in front of his eyes. "It's just a simple book about cultivation. Oh, it also has a map," the vendor said. "You can go now, that we've already taken too much time." "All right." Apollo was about to leave for another place when he stopped and looked at the vendor. "Can you tell me your name?" "My name? You could just call me Big Chub, and don't even think about stealing my bread." Big Chub waved his hand. I see. Thank you. Then Apollo ran with his small legs. Big Chub watched the kid's back, feeling excitement surge within him. Blue eyes. That kid has blue eyes. Only nobles have blue eyes. And he even asked for my name. Ha, to think that I will meet a playful noble who decided to dress like a beggar. Fortunately, I managed to play it off like I don't know anything, or else. Is that kid going to reward me for being good to him? Grinning from ear to ear, he happened to look at the young man, still beating up the vendor. They locked eyes, and Big Chub immediately bowed his head in apology. That was close. Wait, why is some of my bread missing? Munch. Apollo took a bite of brown bread, his mouth soon full, making him appear like a chipmunk. After finishing his food, he looked around and decided to ask an old lady sitting in front of her house. He just wanted to get a basic understanding of the city and perhaps about this world. The answer he got from the first vendor wasn't enough. Hello, old lady. Apollo greeted enthusiastically. Tea first. The old lady smiled while observing the people around. But when a boy covered in dirt appeared in front of her and even dared to call her an old lady, her smile disappeared, replaced with a frown. She looked coldly at the boy. Go away. I'm just here to ask. I said go away. The old lady took a cane and threatened to hit Apollo with it. Run. Apollo ran, his little feet moving at full speed. After a while, he breathed heavily. I guess not everyone is friendly. Shaking his head, he continued to look for someone to ask questions. Some of them answered him, while others just shooed him away. In the end, when it was almost noon, Apollo returned to his beggar spot and sat down. He also noticed that the restaurant beside him was already full of people. I thought this place wouldn't have many people, but I was wrong. It's a good thing. Then he recalled all the answers he got from the people kind enough to entertain him. This city is called Clown City, and the area where he's at is on the northwest side of the city, where most common families stay. That's why he could see walls standing strong in the distance. Although Apollo doesn't know the reason for this, he has a clue. He also noticed some of the student cultivators walking around the street. According to the people he talked to, this city has a school for young men to become cultivators. When mentioning these cultivators, they seemed repulsed just by the mention of them. And remembering that, cultivator who was beating up a vendor, even though it was his own wrongdoing, Apollo could probably understand why. Power can make someone arrogant. In the end, I still don't know much about cultivation, Apollo sighed. Then he took out the book Big Chub gave him. Cultivation stages? Let's see. On the cover page were simple words, cultivation basics. The author was whoever the F that is. This is most likely a common book, so Apollo didn't bother with who wrote this. He turned to page 1. Cultivation stages, foundation building. Chi condensation, core creation, soul manifestation, realm fabrication, king, terra, absolute one. Wow. That many. Apollo continued to read. Point 7 cultivation stages, and the further you go, the stronger you are. The author also stated that if one tried to advance to the next stage and failed, one could be crippled for life, or even it's dangerous. Apollo turned to the second page. It's about the basic details of the foundation building. Foundation building. Train one's body to its peak to reach full potential. Once achieved, the cultivator can punch a hole in a rock. Then he turned to the next page. Chi condensation. Absorb chi in the air to circulate the whole body. This will revitalize the organs and the mind. Once achieved, the cultivator doesn't have to worry about stamina. Core creation. Soul manifestation. Realm fabrication. King Terra. He continued to read the book until he was on the last stage. Absolute one. No one knows if it's even real or not. No records have been written about it. Only the name of this last cultivation stage. The more mysterious it is, the more I want to be there, Apollo muttered with a smile. Determination flashed in his eyes as he closed the book. Unfortunately, the book only tells the basics of each stage. He didn't even tell me how to advance to the next stage. But who am I to judge? I still haven't even begun my cultivation journey, Apollo thought. Status screen. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. Alm points, 1.8 alm points. Spirit cultivation, none. Physique cultivation, none. Attributes, none. Wait a minute. Mine says about spirit cultivation and physique cultivation, but the book didn't mention this one. Apollo became confused. Well, it could be that they're the same. He will only know once he becomes a cultivator that I still don't know what these attributes are. He made the interface vanish before taking a deep breath. Now that he knew the basic state of the city and cultivation, the simple breathing technique came to mind. Come to think of it, it is very similar to the method of chi. Condensation cultivators. System, yes, host? Will this simple breathing technique allow me to reach the foundation building stage? Apollo asked. Yes. How? Apollo didn't finish his words as he remembered the description for this technique. What most common chi condensation cultivators do is revitalize their whole body, but the simple breathing technique can enhance the body and the mind. They both use chi to do their technique, but the way they use it is very different. I see. Then he noticed that his own points are at 1.8. That it's low. If I really want to become strong, I need to have enough to buy good techniques in the store. Thinking about this, he walked a few steps forward and sat back down. That he became more noticeable because of this. His previous spot made it hard for the people to see him. He then postured his hands face up, a basic gesture to ask for money. The breathing technique didn't require him to do it in a position, so he chose this. While cultivating, he could also ask for alms. It's basically hitting two birds with one stone. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and exhaled. His body relaxed, and all his pores opened up. He then followed the method in the simple breathing technique. The sound of footsteps and people talking faded into the background. Even his own breathing disappeared. There's only one thing that he could hear. It's his thoughts. Absorb the chi. But where is it? Suddenly, specks of light appeared around him. They flickered like fireflies, and they also moved. Unknown and mysterious, he could see it even with his eyes closed. Apollo felt overwhelmed and at the same time, blessed. Let it inside. The chi around started moving towards him. They entered his body through his pores. Like a bolt of lightning, Apollo felt satisfaction. Then he guided the chi in a specific pattern according to the technique. This feeling. Beggar Cultivation System, Chapter 4. Are we there yet? A woman's voice echoed inside a chariot. The chariot was silver in color with an insignia of a black serpent on its sides. There were two white horses pulling it, and the charioteer was wearing simple robes. Not yet, Ma'am Belle, the charioteer said. Okay. Belle had brown hair and brown eyes. She was wearing a uniform of black and white with the same serpent insignia on her chest. A broadsword covered in white bandages sat on her lap. She glanced outside and noticed they were leaving the middle area of the city. Why did she choose to buy that place? Belle couldn't help but mutter in confusion. She was thinking about her friend who bought a restaurant in the northwest side of Clown. That friend of hers also came from a great family, just like her. She could have just bought a restaurant in a prime location. Probably because she finds it a good area for her business, the charioteer commented. There was a partition between them with a small window. That could be the reason, Belle nodded. Sir June, how many minutes more before we arrive? I still need to train. In about 5 minutes, June said. His hair covered by his robe was blown for a bit, revealing his black hair. I see. Apollo still had his hands above his forehead, waiting for kind individuals to give him some money. He was kneeling in this position, and the sun's burning gaze didn't make him change his position. It's hot, he thought, not because of the sun, but because of the particles around him entering his whole body through his pores. Even though he felt hot, he still felt comfortable. The chi circulated inside him in a pattern according to the simple breathing technique. His chest and mouth also moved to take in more chi. He could feel that his insides were getting stronger. Even his mind was being cleared every time the chi passed through it. A cracking sound that could only be heard by him echoed in his ears. His bones were slowly being broken before reconstructing on their own. The reconstructed bone was much stronger than before. Apollo couldn't track time in this state. He continued to take in chi and control it according to the instructions in his head. Although this street was not the most crowded in the city, it still had a particular amount of people. They came here to buy some things, to eat, or to just sightsee. But a man wearing a somewhat expensive suit was walking with his cane. He had just come out from the restaurant beside the beggar. That's good, the man said while patting his belly. Now that he had his fill, he wanted to go to another place to entertain himself. He took a step forward, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed a beggar sitting on the corner of the restaurant. Disgust appeared on his face. Because he wanted to find some fun, he decided to walk towards the boy, with a smirk that told he was going to do something bad. He stood in front of Apollo, his shadow casting over the boy. What is a beggar boy doing here? You should— The man couldn't finish his words as he felt something different. The man felt calm for an unknown reason. The muscle pain that he got as he became older was being alleviated. What is happening? Confused, the man looked around while scratching his head. He continued standing there, not knowing what was happening. That in the end, his thoughts about bullying Apollo disappeared. With a calm mind and a great feeling, he smiled. You are lucky, kid. The man reached out from his pocket and put 1 silver on the boy's hand. Then he started walking off into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, the chi passed through his body, making him feel rejuvenated. This cleared his mind and brought him a great feeling. This effect comes from the simple breathing technique that Apollo was currently doing. That if the outsider could already feel this level of outcome, Apollo's current sensation was on a different planet. This is great. If I continue like this, will I reach the foundation building? Apollo thought with excitement. Although he still doesn't have a clue as to how long he has to do this, he knew it wouldn't be far before he became a real cultivator. Suddenly, the sound of his stomach grumbling echoed in his ears. This made him stop what he was doing and open his eyes. But the moment his eyes opened, from the corner of his eye, he saw a notification. You received 1 silver coin. Converting. You received 10 alm points. Did my strategy work? Apollo's eyes lit up that he noticed that a silver coin was in his hands. Not only could he cultivate using his simple breathing technique, but he could also earn alm points at the same time. I should treat myself with good food then. Apollo brought up the store and searched for Earth's food. Burger, chicken, and a soft drink. Apollo picked 3 meals costing him 0.6 alm points. The food mysteriously materialized in front of him, and he started digging in. After eating his fill, he burped and smiled in satisfaction. He decided to walk back to the corner where people wouldn't notice him much. I definitely feel stronger than before after using that simple breathing technique. Should I test my strength? Apollo raised his fist and clenched it. He already had a basic understanding of cultivators. They're physically strong and can fly. Thinking about the flying individuals made him more determined. He stared in front of the wall, and an idea came to mind. He raised both hands in front of him like a boxer. His eyes were sharp, and his body was heavily steadied. He had trained in various martial arts in his previous life to protect himself, so his form could be said to be perfect. Let's see if I can break this wall. Apollo muttered, and with a shout, he pulled his hand back, and like a catapult, he punched towards a wall. Bang! Ard mother of Kerr! Apollo cried out in pain that he fell on his knees while holding his right hand with his left. His fingers were broken, and his wrist was twisted to the side. Tears and snot fell to the ground. Regret. That's all he could think about. I should have asked the system. Apollo cursed again, unable to handle the pain. Store. The store interface appeared in front of him. System, show me an item that can heal my hand. Make sure it's cheap. Okay, host. The system responded and the store list started sorting itself. Apollo tried his best to read while enduring the intense pain. Health potion, a potion that can heal common wounds. Price, 5 alm points. Buy. Suddenly, a glass bottle appeared in front of him, and Apollo immediately opened the potion and drank it in one gulp. Sweet. Apollo could only curse at the moment. He wiped his mouth as the glass bottle turned into particles of light. After a while, the pain coming from his hand disappeared. Then his wound started healing at a fast rate. Seeing this, Apollo sighed in relief. He leaned on the wall while waiting for his hand to fully heal. I became too excited about becoming stronger. Apollo muttered bitterly, there's no way I could be stronger that easily. Right? He knew that a good process is necessary to achieve a great effect. But I'm definitely stronger than before. Apollo could feel that he has at least twice the strength of a 7-year-old. He only did the simple breathing technique for an hour or two, and the effect is already so great. And that potion, Apollo observed his right hand. It's like he never got injured from his dumb decision. Hey system, yes host? You said I will be able to reach the foundation building stage with this technique. How long will it take? 2 weeks if the host cultivates it 8 hours a day, the system answered. 2 weeks, so reaching that stage is that easy. Apollo muttered in surprise. If the cultivators heard his words, they would have rushed at him and beat him up for saying those words. Time to get back to work then. Apollo went back to his previous spot and raised his hands above his forehead. Hopefully, another good Samaritan will give him money. Silver gives him 10 alm points. So probably a bronze coin will give him 1 alm point and a gold coin will give him 100 alm points. He also wanted to reach that stage as soon as possible because of the mission the system issued him. He had to find that guy who threw him in the alley within a month and then kill him. Although he doesn't have any idea as to what stage. That guy is at least reaching the foundation building stage will boost his confidence. Cultivating the simple breathing technique is the only thing he could do at the moment besides collecting alm points. Although the introduction of the breathing technique is simple, he felt like it would be good for his foundation. These thoughts come from his many years in business. Rome was not built in a day, right? We're here, ma'am Belle. June's voice echoed outside the silver chariot. Okay, Belle responded. The door opened, and she went out. Then she put the bandage-covered broadsword behind her back. She looked up and read the signboard. Philly Restaurant. What a lame name. Belle shook her head with a smile. She started walking towards the entrance when she noticed June still standing and seemed to be looking at something. Hey, what are you looking at? She asked while turning to the direction he's glancing. She saw a young beggar on the side of the restaurant with his hands above his forehead. Ignore him, let's go. Yes, ma'am. June took one more glance before he followed behind her. The beggar boy seemed kind of off, strange. Where do I get this feeling? They entered the restaurant and were greeted with a luxurious interior. there's already diners eating with a smile on their faces. Haha, really, turning this run-down place into something like this, Belle smiled. Outside, one might think it's just a simple restaurant, but once they enter inside, they will be greeted with this high-class scene that a server went forward and bowed towards her. Miss Belle, our lady is waiting for you. Please follow me. Okay, they followed the server, who led them to the second floor. After walking for a while, the server stopped at a door and knocked a couple of times until the sound of a woman echoed from behind it. What is it? Miss Belle from the Helflick family is here, the server replied. I see. You can go now. The woman's voice instructed, and the server bowed to the two guests before departing. The door opened, revealing a woman wearing the same uniform as Belle's, a black and white suit with a robe on top, adorned with the same serpent insignia on her chest. Her hair was reddish-brown, and her eyes resembled the ocean. A rounded glass rested on top of her nose, adding a sense of authority to her demeanor. You came. Come inside, the woman said, moving aside to let them in. Thanks, Philly, Belle said, glancing around the room. Philly nodded towards June, and the two women took a seat. So what brings you here? Philly went straight to the point. Straight as ever, Belle smiled. Leone disappeared overnight, and our family wanted to take part in, slicing its remaining legs. I figured, Philly laughed. You wanted to take part in it? Yes, Belle confirmed. I heard they still have good fighters remaining to protect their business. I want to fight them to improve my experience. I'm not surprised that you're a battle maniac, Philly chuckled. Haha, I'm not going to deny. So, do you want to join? Belle asked. Nah, I'm good here, Philly waved her hand. Besides, it won't be long before this area develops. Oh, is that the reason you bought this place? I might say I really like the interior, Belle praised. Yes, and thanks. They conversed for a while before Belle stood up. I need to go back to the sect. Thanks for the chat. Feel free to come back, Philly smiled, standing up and hugging her friend. Oh, by the way, there's a beggar boy sitting beside your restaurant. I'm just reminding you, Belle mentioned as she recalled the boy. Philly frowned upon hearing this. Thanks for telling me. All right, see you. After the two left, Philly remained standing there. A beggar near my restaurant? That's not good. She had chosen to buy this building in this area because of its future development, that if she wanted to build a great reputation for her restaurant, she had to ensure that diners had a pleasant experience. If there was someone near her restaurant who was going to ruin people's appetites before they even entered, it would definitely not be good for business. I have to make him go away, Philly muttered, then called one of her servants, and a servant knocked on the door, and Philly let him in. There's a beggar boy near the restaurant. Whatever you can make him go away. The servant's eyes lit up. It's time to show my skills. Yes, ma'am. The servant bowed before leaving with big strides. Boy, don't blame me. I'm only doing my job, the servant thought, smiling maliciously. Beggar Cultivation System, Chapter 5, June, and Belle emerged from the front door of Philly's restaurant, then proceeded to walk towards their ride. Along the way, they both glanced at the corner of the restaurant where the young beggar was still on his knees with his hands above his forehead. Quite persistent, Belle muttered before shaking her head. But I think this will be the last time he'll be here. June didn't answer. Though his eyes couldn't help but turn serious, he looked up at the sun before glancing back at Apollo. The heat from the sun didn't bother him, and his posture remained steady. This boy is not only persistent, but also has the willpower to live, June thought. Soon, they entered the chariot and went on their way. After doing the simple breathing technique for a while longer, Apollo heard his stomach rumbling again. Without a choice, he stopped what he was doing with his side out. Doing that technique has its downside too. Apollo still didn't have much information about cultivation, so he was still unaware of some things. He brought up his hand in front of him and clenched it. Doing the simple breathing technique for almost an hour raised his strength again, of course. He wouldn't be so dumb again to punch a wall. To test his strength, right? Apollo knew better than to repeat his mistakes. But if he were to compare his strength to the first time he tried the technique, he felt like he was twice as strong. Anyway, food comes first. Fortunately, as long as he has own points, he can buy anything. But buying cheap items from stores that I could also get from the city is just a waste of own points, Apollo muttered. The value of own points is more precious than gold. Just thinking about the effects of the simple breathing technique and the health potion proves its worth, Apollo started regretting spending his own points on food. I have to be more frugal. Apollo nodded to himself. Status screen. Name. Apollo Leone. Race. Human. Own points. 6.2 Spirit cultivation. None. Physique cultivation. None. Attributes. None. Only his own points changed, but his cultivation states are still the same. Hey system, I've already made some progress on the breathing technique. Why have spirit cultivation and physique cultivation not changed? Apollo asked. Host, Your strength is still within the realms of normal humans that at the moment. It wouldn't reflect on your status screen, the system answered. I see. So I really have to reach the Foundation building to see some changes, Apollo nodded. Now that he decided not to use his own points to buy food, he reached into his pocket and took out the silver coin the Good Samaritan gave him. I wonder how much bread I could buy with this. Apollo still doesn't have an idea of the value of coins here. Standing up, he was about to go find Big Chub when a shadow cast over him. Hee kid, you are in for bad luck. A man wearing a white long-sleeved shirt and black pants stood in front of Apollo. His face was average, ugly in fact. Apollo looked up and saw the malicious smile adorning the man's face. Glancing at the man's attire and the smell of food emanating from him, Apollo turned to the entrance and saw the glass door on its way to close. Are you working in this restaurant, mister? Apollo asked with his childish voice. So what if I am? The man smirked. A beggar shouldn't ask too many questions. Anyway, why don't you go away and never come back here? You're going to ruin our customers' appetite if they see a beggar near our restaurant. Apollo immediately realized what was happening. This is common in his previous world. High-end restaurants wanted to protect their image, so of course they wouldn't let a beggar ruin it. They would send one of their workers to make the beggar go away or call the authorities. And this is happening to him right now. I see. Apollo put a hand under his chin. His posture, along with a frown and serious eyes, made him appear like an adult. Seeing this, the worker couldn't help but get irritated. Hey kid, haven't you heard what I said? Get the heck out. The man said angrily. Apollo didn't bother answering him. Instead, he asked the system, what will happen if I abandon my beggar spot? Host, if you abandon your beggar spot, this system won't have a choice but to send a lightning tribulation in your direction. The system answered emotionlessly. Apollo is starting to get more curious about this lightning tribulation thing. What is lightning tribulation? Care to tell me? I can send you a vision if you really want to know what lightning tribulation is. Oh, you want to accept the vision? The system asked. Vision? Sure. Suddenly, the sound of thunder echoed in his ears and goosebumps rose over him. Then his eyes started seeing intense lightning, crashing into the ground and pulverizing it. Lightning upon lightning, and every time it hits the ground, his body will shiver. The man in front of him, on the other hand, started to get annoyed. This beggar is ignoring me. You really left me with no choice. The man raised his hand and held Apollo's robe. Apollo, who's still watching the destruction of the lightning tribulation, was woken up from a sudden yank. His eyes returned to normal and looked directly at the worker's face. This kid has blue eyes. The servant shook his head as he couldn't recall what was special with blue eyes. This is what you get for not listening to me. The servant started pulling Apollo away. What if I don't want to? Apollo suddenly said, in his mind. He kept replaying the vision that he had seen, intense lightning striking down the ground and pulverizing it. If that thing lands on me, then it is bye-bye for being alive again. Will he get a second chance after he dies for the second time? Apollo is not sure. He hasn't even reached the apex of this world yet. Ha! You will. Trust me. The man smirked. He uses his strength and easily pulls the beggar boy towards his intended destination. This caused the passerby to glance at them, but they didn't dare interfere. It's not their business after all. Apollo just let the man pull him away, though his eyes are already cold. He still hasn't tested his strength on someone. So this will be a good time. There's a nearby alley, and the man threw Apollo inside, expecting the boy to tumble. The servant smirked, waiting for the scene, but Apollo spun in the air and landed on his feet. This caused the man to be surprised. Cheap trick, the man said before walking towards the boy. What are you going to do? Beat up a defenseless boy like me? Apollo asked with a smile. A beggar deserves it. They keep dirtying this beautiful city, the servant said with disgust on his face. The man decided to resort to violence. In this way, the job will be done, and he will also have some fun. I guess you really do want to prove yourself to your boss. Apollo concluded this much. The man is surprised that he has been seen through. I will break your bones so you won't dare loiter in our restaurant anymore. The servant shouted before rushing towards Apollo. Apollo's eyes turned cold. This guy is serious. He went into his boxing stance and waited for the opponent to get nearby. After doing the simple breathing technique for the second time, Apollo felt like he was in his peak body from his previous life. Besides business, he also spent a considerable amount of time learning various martial arts. With his talent, he mastered most of them. Although armed with an arsenal of modern martial arts, his favorite is still boxing. Take this. The servant punched toward Apollo, but would Apollo let himself be a punching bag? He dodged to the side with a sidestep, narrowly avoiding the punch. The servant's eyes widened. This kid dodged my attack? Then he felt a threat coming at his face, prompting him to jump back. Apollo landed on the ground after a failed kick in the air. After dodging to the side, he immediately executed a jump spinning hook, a taekwondo technique. But his opponent was better than he thought. He could feel that his body was at its peak, just like from his previous life. But this seemingly normal person in front of him could still dodge him. I S it because I'm still a child, Apollo thought. You got lucky, said the servant. But this time, I will make sure you learn your lesson. The man ran towards the beggar boy again, his speed faster than before. Apollo looked at the man in surprise. His speed, without a choice, he crossed his arms in front of him to block the punch. The attack caused the beggar boy to tumble on the ground. Seeing this, the servant from Philly's restaurant couldn't help but smile. Hee, that's what you get. Although curious about how the boy could dodge his first punch, he attributed it to just some luck. You are strong. Apollo stood up while patting his clothes. He recalled the explosive speed the servant displayed and couldn't help but think it's beyond human weight. Apollo looked at the man's eyes with shock. Are you a cultivator? When the servant heard this question, he puffed up his chest and raised his chin. You are a smart beggar. And yes, you are right that I'm a cultivator. Although I'm still a half step away from reaching the foundation building, I'm definitely a cultivator. Apollo frowned when he heard this. Only a half step, and this guy is already so strong. He wouldn't be surprised if this servant could defeat 5 strong fighters in his previous life without breaking a sweat. He could only fight 3 at best, and he wouldn't be able to defeat them without suffering from injuries. Only now did Apollo realize how strong cultivators could be. What would happen if he were facing a real foundation-building cultivator instead of this half-step? It would be total annihilation. What? Scared? Too late, kid. You already annoyed me. The servant said with a malicious smile that in the first place, he felt that this is an easy job, so he was just having fun right now. Who would care about a beggar? They are just scum in society, disposable humans that they could treat however they like. This is the man's belief. Too late. Do bullies always like to talk big? Apollo shook his head. Why do I have to worry about his strength? If I want to reach the top of this world, I have to be brave, Apollo thought while clenching his fist. You. The servant pointed a finger at the boy before assuming his battle stance. Let this be a lesson that you should know your place. The man attacked Apollo again, and the boy watched the movement of his opponent intensely. Now, Apollo dodged to the side, and the punch missed him, but having expected this, the servant followed up with another punch. This guy. Apollo tilted his body, and the attack passed him. The servant kept punching and kicking him with speed that would leave most fighters in his previous world baffled. But there is one thing that they will agree on. This man doesn't know how to fight. Realizing this, Apollo couldn't help but smile. The servant's movements are so wide and predictable that after all this time, he has not been hit a minute. How can this beggar dodge my attacks? The servant thought frustratedly. He never thought that making a beggar go away would be such a pain in the ass. Did I underestimate this boy? No, I'm a half-step cultivator. There's no way a beggar could also be a cultivator. The servant's attacks became more erratic. He just wanted to punch the face of this smiling boy. But a few moments later, a kick managed to land on his stomach, making him take a couple of steps back. Coughing sounds echoed in the damp alley, followed by a childish chuckle. You know, speed is nothing when it is used wrong. Apollo walked towards the servant. FCKU, I was just careless. The servant ran towards the boy with his fist raised. Sure, Apollo could only shrug. Fists and kicks rained on him, but the movements were chaotic and disorganized. It's like someone is just spamming the buttons of a controller, trying to defeat the opponent as fast as possible. Ah! The servant shouted with reddened eyes. Why? Why can't I hit this beggar? Fuck! Suddenly, a punch landed on the servant's face. But it was not over yet. Apollo jumped and sent a knee attack to the man's stomach. The servant fell on his knees while clutching his face and stomach at the same time, and he couldn't believe what was happening. The supposedly easy task is making him kneel, the humiliation to him, who considered himself above ordinary people because of his half-step cultivation. And to kneel in front of a beggar. If his colleagues found out about it, they would for sure make fun of him. And when Miss Philly finds out about his defeat, she will definitely fire him from working for her. Arg, I will kill you. The servant's eyes turned red with killing intent. No, I won't let you. Apollo dashed and sent a kick with all his strength. Before the servant could stand up, the attack landed on his head, sending him tumbling to the ground and hitting the nearby trash. Dizzy and in pain, the man tried to stand up, but Apollo was one step ahead. He ran towards the servant and delivered a flying knee, a common Muay Thai technique. The attack landed on the man's forehead, blood erupted, and the servant fell to the ground with his eyes white and mouth foaming. Whoa! What an intense fight that I never had this thrill since that illness took over. Apollo referred to the time in his previous life when he caught the disease that made his life miserable. He had to use all kinds of advanced equipment just for it to go away, though it still managed to find its way back. Shaking his head to get rid of the sentiments, he glanced down at the servant below. Will this bring me trouble? Apollo frowned. That restaurant definitely doesn't want me there, but I've already registered my beggar spot beside it. Anyway, I just have to become strong fast, so they wouldn't be able to do anything to me, Apollo thought before walking away from the alley. Leaving the Philly servant foaming at the mouth, he admitted that he is not a good person and wouldn't care if the man died. That guy provoked him and was the first one to attack him. It's not wrong to protect himself, right? Tell me what happened, Philly asked, pushing her glasses up as she leaned back in her study chair. So after I went out the front door, I immediately saw the beggar you're talking about. Philly's servant had bandages wrapped around his forehead, and his face was swollen from being beaten. He recounted what he remembered before waking up in the damp alley. After I had a talk with him, he was still adamant. So I pulled him into an alley and punched him there. The image of Apollo tumbling on the ground after his punch surfaced in his mind. He was certain he had beaten up the beggar boy. There was no way the kid could have done this to him, the servant thought. And that's the last thing I remember, the servant said bitterly. When he woke up in the alley, his forehead was bleeding, and he felt pain all over his body. He immediately went to find the boss, but was stopped by her bodyguards. After explaining, they called for other servants to help tend to his injuries before allowing him to see their boss, Philly. Philly frowned. Did another cultivator try to save the beggar? Is the beggar still there? She asked. I think he left. He probably learned his lesson not to loiter around our restaurant. The servant smiled proudly, though he grunted in pain the next second. Philly clapped her hands, and another servant entered the room. Check if there's a beggar boy near the restaurant, she ordered, and the servant immediately did as told. After a while, the servant returned and confirmed that the beggar was no longer there. Good. Philly nodded before turning to the man with a bandage on his forehead. Tell me your name. The servant's eyes widened. Being asked his name by Miss Philly meant he was one step closer to his dream. Ned. You can call me Ned, Miss Philly. Burns shouted enthusiastically. I see, Ned. Your rewards will be sent to your room. You can go now. Philly waved her hand, and Ned bowed. Yes. Ned left in a joyous mood, even ignoring the blood seeping from his bandage. Once the door closed, Philly couldn't help but ponder who would dare provoke her by beating up one of her workers, especially if the job was specifically ordered by her. She also didn't doubt the beggar. An insignificant figure didn't deserve her attention. Well, as long as the job is done, Philly decided to put the matter behind her. She prioritized her business above all else. Apollo is currently standing in line for a hot steam bun. Most of the people around looked at him with disgust because of how dirty he is, but he wasn't bothered by any of it. What he just wanted was to get his food and to go back to cultivating the simple breathing technique that he waited for a few more minutes before his turn finally came. The seller also looked at him with condescending eyes, but they still sold him the food after Apollo handed over a silver coin. Apollo bought 5 buns and still had a change of 5 bronze coins. So he decided to find a store that sells water. But after walking the street for so long, he realized they don't sell any beverages. In order for him to get a drink, he would have to find a restaurant and buy something to eat there. Looking at his remaining money, he knew it's far from enough. Apollo was about to give up when he noticed a fountain not far from his position. He seated himself on the bench near it and started eating his buns there. When he finished his food and wanted to get a drink, he walked towards the fountain and scooped the water with his hands. This is good. Apollo couldn't help but be surprised when he tasted the water. It has a refreshing feeling and coldness at the same time. He continued drinking, his upper body inside the fountain while his small feet dangled outside. The people walking looked in his direction with surprise. They pointed fingers at him and started talking among themselves. The spectacle caused them to stop and watch, as this is not an everyday scene for them. Apollo continued to satisfy his thirst. This lasted for a while until the sound of people talking reached his ears. This made him raise his head and notice them watching him like he was in the zoo. Suddenly, a shout made him turn back. What's happening here? 2 men wearing white and red uniforms with black pants and a scabbard on their side walked towards Apollo's direction. When they saw what was happening, veins popped up on their foreheads, especially when they found out that a beggar was the culprit. Beggar. I thought we cleaned them up? One of the men muttered. Probably someone slipped out. His companion answered. Oh, am I in trouble? Apollo thought while wiping his mouth with his sleeves. Looking at their angry faces, he knew he did something bad, although he's not sure if it's because he's a beggar or because he drinks from this fountain, or maybe both. You dare drink from that precious fountain? The guard said, standing in front of the boy. That's a very precious fountain, and by drinking from it, You deserve to die. Eh. Apollo is confused that I asked that fountain really precious. How come? That's when he noticed that his body is rejuvenated. This made him frown, and he closed his eyes to feel the chi around him. Because his progress with the simple breathing technique is still not far, he has to concentrate in order to see the chi that, oh, that's why Apollo realized his mistake. The fountain is not just any fountain. It seems to be an artifact that has the property to make the chi around it more concentrated. That he looked around and noticed student cultivators watching the scene to pass their time. They don't seem to care about the concentrated Q. I S it too low of quality for them. Thinking about this, it seems to be the case, but to the guard in front, the fountain is a precious item that I guess there are other fountains in the city that help raise the quality of the chi. The guard are tasked with protecting the property of the city and maintaining peace. Well, the meaning of peace depends on them. And to them, they have to get rid of this beggar that is the source of dirtiness in the city of Clown. Seeing them surrounding him, Apollo smiled bitterly. You know what? I think I should go. Apollo waved his hand at them before he splashed the fountain towards their eyes. FCK. The two guards wiped their faces, only to see the beggar already running into the distance. Let's go after him. The guards became angry and humiliated that a beggar dared to splash them with water, and seeing the onlookers laughing at them, they unsheathed their swords and ran after the beggar boy. But the student cultivators shook their heads. They knew that the city guards and the beggar were just normal people. So with their superior ego, they think of this as just passing entertainment. What they worry about most is how they're going to increase their strength so the school will give them more resources. When Apollo came back to his beggar spot, it was already nighttime. Damn it, those two guards are very persistent. He said in frustration that he only managed to get away from them by leading them to a red light district, where they were immediately distracted by the beautiful ladies on the street. He sat in the corner of the restaurant, where most people wouldn't notice him unless they purposely looked in his direction. Thinking about it, he realized he was defenseless here. Just like what happened with the worker from the restaurant next door, he had been noticed and almost beaten up. If he didn't know any martial arts or hadn't cultivated the simple breathing technique, he would have found himself black and blue. Store, Apollo muttered, and the store interface appeared in front of him. System, is there an item that can protect me here in my beggar spot? Apollo asked. He had a beggar spot, but he still didn't know its significance. Yes, the system answered, and the store interface changed out a few seconds later. Dozens of items he hadn't seen before appeared. Apollo ignored the expensive ones and focused on the cheap items. Shield of Beggar. A shield will cover the beggar spot, protecting the beggar from being attacked from the outside. The limit is 2 times stronger than the beggar's cultivation. One-time use. Price: 100 ohm points. Dilemma of the passerby. This can make passersby ignore the beggar spot unless they purposely seek out the beggar. Price: 80 ohm points. Full concealment. Once the beggar enters his beggar spot, no one from the outside world will be able to see him. Effect: permanent. Price: 200 ohm points. So there are items exclusively for my beggar spot? Apollo muttered while browsing the contents. He couldn't help but be amazed by the effects of each item, that if he had these items at his disposal, he wouldn't have to worry about being bothered. The only problem he had was begging for alms, but glancing at his own points, Apollo smiled bitterly. Shaking his head, he went out of his beggar spot and sat on the ground with his hands above his head. He started cultivating his simple breathing technique that he decided to master this technique before buying. Another one, his experience in his previous life taught him to focus on one subject before jumping to another. Apollo wanted to apply this to his cultivation journey. Only when he reached the bottleneck of the breathing technique would he learn battle techniques, movement techniques, and so on. He already had in mind what he should buy next out of course. He already knew the other techniques in the system store, and just thinking about them made him crave them, but his negligible amount of ohm points dampened his excitement. In the end, what mattered more was the alms that he would get, sitting with his hands above his forehead. He breathed in and out according to the pattern of the simple breathing technique. His senses soon detected the chi around him, and it was absorbed through his mouth and nose. The sensation of his body being revitalized and getting stronger made Apollo smile. Although the process was slow, he still liked the feeling and didn't feel any urgency. A thin man was whistling a tune he had heard from the city orchestra, his arms wrapped around 2 young ladies. They were laughing merrily, their faces flushed a deep shade of red. "Where are we going now?" one of the young ladies asked, her finger tracing circles on the man's chest. After all that fun, we should get something to eat," the thin man said, his hands squeezing their bottoms. A yelping sound escaped from them, though deep inside they were disgusted by this man who couldn't even last a few minutes. "Oh yeah, there's a new restaurant that just opened up a few days ago. We should check it out," one of the girls suggested. Aye, my lady," They walked for a while before they saw the sign for Philly Restaurant. From the outside, it looked like a simple establishment. What's so special about this? The thin man asked with a frown. The owner of this restaurant is Philly from the north side of the city. One of the ladies said, admiration evident in her voice. Philly, that woman. The thin man recalled the image of Philly Midius, and his eyes turned red with lust. The Midius family is well known in the city, on par with the Leone family, who had just been destroyed. They have various businesses but are more invested in cultivation. Philly is the only young woman in their family who insisted on focusing on business. There's even a rumor that she had a big fight with the family's patriarch just to buy this restaurant. Seeing those eyes, the two ladies knew what he was thinking. Let's go. The thin man excitedly walked towards the entrance but stopped when he noticed a beggar boy beside the restaurant. This beggar is dirtying my goddess's restaurant. Unacceptable. He decided to make the beggar go away so that when he met Philly and told her of his good deed, she would begin to notice him. His delusion made him walk towards the boy. He is very pitiful. One of the ladies beside him couldn't help but mutter. Yeah, the other lady nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the expression on the thin man's face stiffened. Damn it, calm down, I have to act cool. Yeah, he's very pitiful, the thin man said as he walked in front of the boy. He took out a silver coin from his pocket and put it in the boy's hand. Here you go. Go get yourself something to eat. Seeing this, the ladies looked at him with shining eyes. That's the way you should look at me. The man thought with a smirk on his face. He coolly hugged the two girls, and they walked inside the restaurant. But deep inside, he was fuming that he had to give that beggar a silver coin just to show off. I will make sure not to see that beggar ever again. The thin man thought with cold eyes. The sound of birds echoed in the distance, and the people setting up their stalls made the streets quite noisy. Apollo opened his eyes and noticed it was already morning. What? I've been doing it for hours. Apollo muttered in surprise. Engrossed in his cultivation, he hadn't noticed the time. And someone even gave me a silver coin. He glanced at his alm points and noticed they had gone up by 10. Adding his previous alm points, he now had 16.2 alm points. Lucky, Apollo said, putting the coin in his pocket before he went back to the corner of the restaurant. I wonder how much strength I've gained, Apollo thought while clenching his fist. System, can I see the progress of my simple breathing technique? Sure, host. A translucent screen materialized in front of him, displaying the percentage of his progress. Simple breathing technique. 10% description. A breathing technique to enhance the body and mind. Let's see if there are any changes in my status screen, Apollo said, and his status screen appeared in his mind. Status screen. Name, Apollo Leone race. Human alm points, 16.2 spirit cultivation. None physique cultivation. Half-step foundation building attributes. None what? Apollo's eyes widened in surprise that a night of cultivating that technique had made him a half-step foundation building cultivator. This is such a godly technique. Although it didn't sound grand, just thinking about the strength and speed that the worker from Philly Restaurant displayed made Apollo nervous. If not for his experience and wit, that guy could have beaten him with just one punch. Though he had to use his full strength and not underestimate his opponents, the worker was so arrogant. Thinking Apollo was just a normal beggar. Looking at his other stats that hadn't changed, Apollo concluded that the simple breathing technique could only affect his physique cultivation if he wanted to see some changes in spirit cultivation and attributes. He would have to buy something from the store. Shaking his head, he decided to think about this another time. Apollo sent a punch into the air, and hearing the wind tearing apart, he couldn't help but smile. But I still don't know my real strength. Is there a place here to test it? The beggar boy pondered. He wanted to get a better feel for his strength, so he could adjust his body to it. Wouldn't be good if his body was not accustomed to his sudden strength. It would be like a kid driving a 10-wheeler truck. Is there a gym here or something? Apollo muttered before deciding to find one in the city. But after taking a couple of steps, he heard his stomach growling. I should buy some bread from Big Chub. Apollo decided to visit his friend and asked him where he could also test his strength. He left his beggar spot and looked to his right where the Philly restaurant was. Apollo could feel that this restaurant would give him a hard time if they found out he was still there. Even though they had already sent someone to make him go away, he wanted to avoid conflict at the moment, and only when he was confident in his strength would he try to confront them. What's wrong with a beggar staying beside your restaurant? It's not like I will steal your food. While thinking about this, he went to find Big Chub. There's no beggar beside the restaurant, ma'am, Philly. It seems he really left. That's good. You can now go back. Philly waved her hand, and her worker left after a bow. She had sent someone to check if there was a beggar loitering around. She just wanted to make sure, and her half-step worker must have done his job right. Philly then proceeded with her work. She was currently creating new kinds of food to add to the restaurant's menu. She noticed that the food the customers were eating was very simple. Although it tasted good, she felt that something was lacking. She massaged her forehead and leaned on her chair. Sighing, she looked outside the window and saw the rising sun. "What are you doing here, kid?" Big Chub asked the beggar in front of his stall. "Can I buy some of your bread?" Apollo raised the silver coin. "Sure, kid." Big Chub laughed. "Haha, just pick the bread that you want." "Okay." Apollo picked 3 pieces of bread and handed over his coin. "That would be 2 bronze coins," Big Chub said, taking out the change and giving it to Apollo. "Thanks." Apollo started eating the bread in front of him. Seeing this, Big Chub couldn't help but frown. This boy, isn't he a young kid from a rich family? Why is he acting like he's not? "Wait, don't tell me. Kid, tell me the truth. Are you really a beggar?" Big Chub leaned closer. Apollo's cheeks were filled to the brim with bread, making him look like a chipmunk. "Yeah, why?" Apollo answered with his mouth full, making his words barely understandable. Big Chub slapped his forehead. "That is too DMB of me. Kid, don't you know? Your eyes, they're blue. Only rich families have those eyes." Big Chub said seriously. Apollo's eyes widened. He didn't know that having blue eyes was such a big deal. That why when he asked around. Other people treated him nicely. Did they think I'm a rich kid just trying to play around? I have to make a change. This will only bring trouble. What if the guy who brought down the Leone family finds out that one of them managed to escape? With his half-step strength, Apollo is not confident in staying alive. Fortunately, he went to find Big Chub, or else he would only know this information when it was already too late. "You okay? You're red," Big Chub asked with concern in his voice. "I'm all right." Apollo shook his head. "Okay, I'm just saying be careful." Big Chub realized that he was starting to care about this boy. "Anything else?" "Why, yeah." Apollo put the remaining bread inside his robe while thinking that he would buy something from the system store that could hide his appearance. "Do you know a place where one can see their strength?" "Yes, there are a lot in this city, but why?" Big Chub raised an eyebrow. For some reason, he was quite intrigued by this beggar. "I just want to take a look," Apollo answered without changing his expression. "I see. You probably wanted to see cultivators doing their training." Big Chub nodded his head as if he understood the boy. "Yes." Apollo found this more reasonable. He didn't want to waste his brain cells thinking of an excuse. "There's a public training ground in the south. You could check it out," Big Chub suggested. He also wanted the beggar to go away, as his customers who wanted to buy from him left when they saw a beggar standing in front of his stall. "I see. Thank you, Big Chub," Apollo said with a smile before he ran off into the distance. Seeing the kids back, Big Chub shook his head. Then he noticed from the corner of his eye that one of his breads was missing. Realization dawned on him as he finally found the culprit who had stolen his bread. "Kid." Apollo took a last bite of his bread before patting his belly. As he neared the restaurant, he looked around to see if any workers were nearby before hurrying into his beggar spot. As someone threw their trash here, Apollo noticed a few slabs of wood, some clothes, and other items he didn't recognize beside his beggar spot. "Come to think of it, I don't have any roof," Apollo thought while looking at the blazing sun. What if it suddenly rains? Apollo picked up the slabs of wood and the clothes on the side. First, using his strength, he tore the clothes to make strips before placing the wood to form a roof. Then he used the strips to tighten the slabs. After a while, a simple roof was made that IT was enough for him to stand and lie down under. He sat down and brought up his system store. "System, show me the items that can change my eye color," Apollo ordered the system. The list in the store started changing until a few items were left. Apollo bought the cheapest item, which was the contact lenses, a common item from his previous life that IT cost him 0.5 ohm points. After buying it, a white light appeared in the air before it transformed into 2 contact lenses. Apollo put them on and blinked a couple of times before he got used to them. There was no mirror nearby, so he went out of his beggar spot and looked for a puddle. Seeing that his eyes had changed from blue to black, he smiled in satisfaction. "Perfect," Apollo said. "Time to go to the training ground." After walking for almost an hour and trying not to stand out too much in the crowd, he finally found the training ground. Along the way, he also sightsaw places but felt bored as the infrastructure of the city was very monotonous. He felt like he was in a rural area, but at the same time not. Even if he saw an expensive-looking building, he always compared it to his previous life. Well, this is just my opinion. Others might find it appealing and aesthetic. Apollo looked at the hundreds of meters of training ground. There were already cultivators doing their training. They were practicing fighting techniques. Some were alone, and others were in groups. Their shouts rang in the air, making the scene quite serious. There was also a wooden weapon rack on the side where spears, swords, bows, and other weapons were placed. But what caught Apollo's attention was the stage in the middle of the training ground with 2 men fighting gracefully with their fists. A sparring arena? Apollo muttered in excitement, but held it back the next second. Thinking about it, it made sense that an arena would be placed in a training ground. Even some gyms in his previous life had this. Now, where should I test my strength? Apollo looked around and noticed a scarecrow on the side with a vertical stone beside it. He walked towards it and saw that the stone had a shallow trench in the middle with glass covering it. There was also water inside the cavity, though it was currently at the bottom. Apollo saw that there was writing on the stone. The bottom was the foundation building, the middle was the chi condensation, and at the top was the core creation. Underneath the foundation building were small words: point 4 th, step point 3 rd, step point 2 nd, step point 1 st, step, half step. Between the foundation building, chi condensation, and the core creation. These same words are also written. So there are also small stages within cultivation. These weren't mentioned in the book Big Chub gave me. Apollo muttered before looking at the scarecrow. He already had an idea of how to test his strength, and he took a deep breath and clenched his fist, preparing for a punch, when suddenly a voice made him punch the air instead. Who do we have here? Apollo looked back with a frustrated expression. He saw a thin man wearing a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on his chest. Two men grinned beside him. The thin man was the same one who had given Apollo a silver coin, though now there were no ladies with him. Do I know you? Apollo raised an eyebrow. Of course not, that I'm not surprised you don't know me. The thin man smiled mockingly. A beggar like you only knows trash and rats. These words caused the two young men beside him to laugh aloud. You are right, Bernie, one of the young men said. I wonder why the city guards let a beggar run around the city, the other added. Bernie smirked at his friend's remark. He was consolidating his strength, having just reached the half-step foundation building, when he saw the beggar entering the training ground. Then he remembered him as the beggar to whom he had given a silver coin, that he wasn't rich in the first place. He just wanted to protect his ego in front of the girls. This world really doesn't lack idiots. Coming here just to make fun of me for no apparent reason? Apollo sighed in frustration. You don't belong here, kid, Bernie said. There was no point in trying to get back the silver coin. It was probably long gone. This is a public training ground. Don't you know the word public? Apollo retorted. You dare talk back? Bernie felt offended. He was now officially a cultivator. How could he let a normal person disrespect him? This beggar deserves to get beaten up. Yeah, we cultivators are the backbone of this city. We're the protectors while this beggar is nothing but dirt, the two men beside Bernie said, their eyes looking at Apollo with disgust. Yes, what are you going to do? Beat me up. Apollo smirked with his hands crossed in front of him, though deep inside he couldn't help but feel nervous. The three in front of him seemed to be cultivators. What if they were at the first step of the foundation building, or even higher? His half-step strength wouldn't be enough to defeat them. You, Bernie pointed his finger at the smiling beggar. Don't blame me for this. I'm trying to help the city guards get rid of a beggar then. Apollo gulped. You three, what are you doing? Someone shouted behind Bernie and the two men. Hearing this voice, the trio visibly shakes before they turn around slowly. A man wearing a dark gray robe and a bamboo hat stood before them, his hands crossed in front of him. Sergwa, the trio bowed their heads. We were just making this beggar go away. Perspiration appeared on their faces. They didn't dare to look up because this person in front of them is not someone they could just disrespect. Sergwa glanced at the young boy wearing dirty and torn robes. So what if he is a beggar? Bernie shook from the question, but he doesn't know what to answer. But even the city despises them. This is a public training ground, right? Don't you know the word public? Sergwa asked again, his eyes turning cold. Bernie, who happened to look up when he answered, put his head back down, seeing those scary eyes. But deep inside, after hearing those questions, he felt humiliated. That's the same question the beggar asked me. Are they saying I'm DMB? Sheathed with rage, his anger was directed at the beggar behind him, that Apollo's eyes sparkled in delight. Finally, someone reasonable appeared. He is losing hope in this world, thinking idiots and morons are the one dominating it. Answer me, Sergwa shouted at the silent trio. The trio shivered from fear, and they answered at the same time. You are right, Sergwa. Good. Now FCK off. Sergwa waved his hand, and the trio left, though, without glaring at the beggar first. That Bernie's eyes are burning, and he swears to himself that he will get rid of the beggar. This is a loss of face that he will never forget. He is a F-King cultivator. How could he let someone else humiliate him? Especially if they are a beggar. The commotion attracted the other cultivators, and seeing Sergwa, they went back to their training. Thanks, Apollo thanked the straw hat guy. You, Sergwa observed Apollo, his eyes squinting for a moment before he waved his hand and walked towards the arena. Go on, just don't watch other people train, it's a disrespect. Apollo nodded in appreciation that he quite understood what Sergwa meant. Watching other cultivators train means knowing their techniques and habits. This is also a manner that a lot of martial artists in his previous life practiced. He then watched Sergwa sit by the stairs of the stage. Strangely, That guy's smiling like a fool. This made him glance at where the bamboo hat man was looking. This guy, Apollo hopelessly smiled. Sergwa is watching the ladies doing their training like a P-Arvard, and oh, he definitely is. Apollo shook his head and observed the cultivators for a moment. After the commotion, everyone was busy doing their training and seeing them not looking in his direction. He decided to do what he came here for, that he wanted to test his strength, but there's only the scarecrow here that seems to only measure the cultivation stage by attacking it. Apollo already knew his cultivation stage, so there's no point in doing this, but this also made him curious about his current standing as a half-step foundation building. Apollo clenched his fist and punched as hard as he could on the scarecrow. Suddenly, the water in the middle of the stone reached the half-step and continued until it reached the middle of it. Good, Apollo smiled. Although he doesn't know if the pace of his cultivation is fast or not, the name's simple breathing technique tells that it's not extraordinary, right? He already half achieved his goal here. Besides the weapon racks, the scarecrow, and the stage, there's nothing much that he could do at the moment. And if he really wanted to fully understand the level of his strength, he had to fight someone. Apollo's eyes linger on the stage for a moment before he shook his head. Whatever, I'll just do it another time. Because of the mission that needs to be completed within a month, he has to get stronger as fast as possible. Thinking about the punishment if he failed the mission, Apollo couldn't help but shiver if that lightning struck him. Apollo doesn't want to think about the consequences. As Apollo walked out from the training ground, there's two people who kept tabs on him. This will be that last time you'll see the day, Bernie thought while swinging his sword tightly. This kid, Sergwa watched the beggar walk away, his eyes burning with excitement. Apollo came back on the street where his beggar spot is. But a few meters away, he saw the two guards that chased him when he drank from the fountain. He found a hiding spot and watched them talk with the same Philly restaurant worker he beat up in the alley. "So there's a beggar here, but you beat him up?" the guards asked. "Yes, that boy won't dare stay here anymore." The worker patted his chest in confidence. "I see. Just in case he appears again, immediately call us, okay?" The guard instructed while observing the bruise on the man's face. "I will. Can you tell me your name?" "Ned, sir." Ned said his name aloud. "I see, we better get going." The guards nodded their heads before they walked away. After bidding his farewell, Ned also entered the restaurant. Apollo didn't manage to hear what they said, but in his previous life, he learned how to lip read, and he understood their conversation. "DM, I really need to do something about this," Apollo thought. After looking for a while, he hurriedly went inside his beggar spot. Under the shade of the walls and the shadow, he sat inside his made-up roof that he put a hand under his chin and thought about a strategy. Apollo needed to conceal himself as fast as possible, or else trouble would come for him. Suddenly, his eyes lightened up. An idea came into mind. He brought up the system store. "System, show me the luck items, starting from cheapest." Apollo ordered, and the store interface sorted itself out. Then he was left with only a dozen items. Reading the description of each item, his idea became more and more plausible. He glanced at his own points and noticed it's now only 16. The cheapest item is worth 5 ohm points, but Apollo considered it as an investment for his plan. Buy it. The sun started to kiss the horizon, adding a warm tint to Clown City. The vendors on the street began packing up as the nightlife of the city came alive. Lights upon lights covered the city in brilliance. A beggar sat beside a restaurant, his body barely visible. Unless people glanced in his direction, no one would notice him. Even if they did, only those with brain damage or an ego superiority complex would try to mess with him. Apollo raised his hands above his forehead and started cultivating his simple breathing technique. But before that, he activated the item he had just bought from the store. "Wish me luck" has been activated. The heavens will bless the host while the hell will pull the curses away from you. The host's luck will increase, but the percentage is random. Luck increase percentage, 5% time duration. 1 hour, only 5%. How stingy, Apollo muttered bitterly. He shook his head and focused on his cultivation. But unbeknownst to him, this 5% was nothing to laugh at. 2 women came out of Philly restaurant, laughing merrily. They were dressed rather casually, not too expensive and not too cheap either. "Ha! You should have seen that guy's face. I wish I could. He's probably mourning that he lost someone like you." "I know, right?" They both laughed as one of the restaurant's workers stood by the side, seemingly waiting for something. "Oh, right, your tip." One of the women noticed the man in the white polo. She reached in her handbag and took out 5 bronze coins. When she was about to hand them over, the door suddenly burst open as 2 drunk men stumbled out of the restaurant. This startled the 2 women, and the lady with the coins threw them into the air out of surprise. Strangely, when the bronze coins fell, they rolled to the side of the restaurant like soldiers in line. But this phenomenon went unnoticed as the ladies started a fight with the drunk men. "You fools! How dare you startle us?" Hmm. Hiccup. Sorry. Hiccup. Taken. Ugly bee cheese. You arg. FCKU. Hey. Hiccup. Don't bite me. It's only been a few minutes, and I already have 5 own points, Apollo thought while deep in his own world. There was only him and the chi that he was absorbing. Every time these cute and tiny particles entered his body, Apollo couldn't help but smile from the sensation of getting stronger. Although the progress was not fast, he was still satisfied. This is good. My investment came back fast that Apollo's thoughts about the item, Wish Me Luck, had changed that he anticipated. That he would receive more own points if this continued. But this was only wishful thinking that a few minutes later, he suddenly felt uneasy. This feeling started subtly, but turned stronger in the next second. Here you are, I've been looking for you. A voice woke Apollo from his cultivation, and what he saw made him realize what was going to happen next. The diet who doesn't know the word public? Apollo muttered while looking up at the arrogant face of Bernie. Kid, you're really piecing me off. Bernie's forehead started throbbing with anger. I can PSS you off for real. Apollo stood up and clutched his pants. Haha, I dare you. Bernie laughed in annoyance. There's no way he will really. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing echoed. Bernie could feel the lower part of his pants and his shoes getting wet. He looked down and saw a stream of yellow liquid. Then the stench assaulted his nose. Sigh. I've been holding it back since I drank that fountain. Apollo sighed in relief while pulling his pants up. Bernie started shaking, his face turning as red as a tomato and veins bulging on his forehead. The only thing missing was smoke coming out of his ears. What's wrong? Apollo tilted his head, feigning ignorance though deep inside. He was laughing. I'm going to KLL you, Bernie growled. Without waiting for a response, Bernie forcefully grabbed Apollo by the collar. Hey, where are you taking me? Apollo protested, but he didn't resist and just let himself be dragged by the thin man. Of course, to the place where you're going to die. But I'm a fair young man. I will let you fight me, Bernie said, his eyes red with fury and killing intent emanating from him. Okay, Apollo replied lightly. This is good, he thought, looking at Bernie's hand on his collar. This guy doesn't seem to be that strong. Is this part of my luck? I really wanted to test my strength on someone, and this guy came along. Apollo smiled. Bernie sprinted toward an alley. He wanted to do this secretly, but even if people found out, he believed they wouldn't make a big deal out of it. He was doing them a favor by getting rid of a beggar. They traveled for a while until they reached the training ground. It was already night, and no cultivators were training at this hour. Bernie jumped and landed in the arena, but on the way, he threw the beggar onto the stage, and Apollo rolled on the ground a couple of times before he stopped. FCK, that stinks, Bernie shouted in frustration, looking at his soaked pants and shoes with disgust. You know what's the stinkiest? Apollo said, standing up. Shut up. Bernie glared. It's your breath. Ha ha ha. Apollo laughed aloud. I said shut up. Bernie shouted, striking forward. That Apollo's smile stiffened as he felt his skin tingling. This was the feeling he had honed from the numerous assassination attempts in his previous life. Yes, the richest and most talented man on Earth. Many had wanted to kill him. This had made him develop a certain skill to sense impending threats. Without wasting more time, Apollo jumped to the side. The air where he had been standing moments ago suddenly exploded, sending winds in every direction. Oh, I didn't know you could dodge that. Bernie smirked. He had just learned this battle technique from the academy, that if he had really wanted to kill this beggar, he would have done it in the alley. But just like Apollo, he had other purposes in mind. That's dangerous, Apollo muttered, his eyes widened from a scene. You will be the perfect toy to test my air palm, Bernie shouted, raising his hand in front of him. He had already forgotten about his wet pants and shoes. His thoughts were focused solely on using the practice dummy in front of him. Demon, this guy has the same purpose as mine. Apollo clenched his teeth, knowing this was not going to be an easy fight. Is this really the effect of Wish Me Luck? It's more like wishing me the best of luck to stay alive, Apollo thought bitterly. Scared? You should be. Bernie laughed, seeing the wide eyes of the beggar. Why would I be scared? You haven't even hit me yet. Apollo smirked, worrying about not winning this fight would only lower his confidence what if that guy has better techniques than me? I still have the system. Apollo glanced at his own points. 21, I could buy some battle techniques with that, but Apollo raised both fists in front of him that he wanted to see if he could beat the thin man in front of him with just his half-step physical strength. He also concluded that Bernie was at the same level as him or slightly better in cultivation. Furthermore, this would also align with his goal of testing his strength on someone else. What is that battle form? Bernie laughed, seeing the stance the beggar took. Does all you know is laugh? Apollo shook his head. Why didn't you laugh when I pissed on you? Hearing this made Bernie stop, his eyes turning cold again. I will kill you, Bernie shouted before he threw a slap forward. Apollo had already dodged before the attack even landed. Just watching the wide movement of that slap allowed him to determine when the air would explode. Bang! The wind caused the beggar's clothes to flap, but this didn't hinder him from moving forward. Boxing has a footwork that is great for dodging and evading, although it isn't good for dashing at the enemy when they are afar. Apollo's strength had already surpassed that of a human, and his speed was faster than before. Tisk! Bernie frowned that he sent another palm strike, but the beggar managed to dodge it again. This beggar, the anger in his heart intensified. This made him raise both hands and start sending countless air palms. Banging sounds reverberated in the training ground. SHD. Apollo cursed in his mind as he felt the air exploding around him. He used his footwork to the best of his abilities, but one of the attacks still managed to land on him. His body was sent backward before the air palms bombarded him. Arg! Apollo grunted in pain, his robes starting to tear apart, seeing the beggar struggling under his attacks. Bernie's smile reached his ears. His laughter echoed along with the sound of air exploding. D, D, D. Bernie pulled his right hand back before sending a palm strike with all his might. Suddenly, blood spurted and the stage was tainted in red. The attack stopped, and Apollo couldn't help but be confused. He looked up only to notice Bernie holding his right hand, which was bleeding profusely. The luck finally happening. SHD, FCK. Bernie looked at his hand, veins popping up and blood constantly falling. That I've already reached the beginner stage of this technique. How did I mess up? When there's a mishap using a battle technique, cultivation technique, or any other techniques that require one to use their body, there's a great risk of self-injury. Some have even died because of their carelessness. Bernie was confident this wouldn't happen to him, especially at the beginner stage. The steps at this stage are simple and don't require intricate precision, but for some reason, he injured himself with his eyes red. He decided to redirect his anger and injury to the beggar who caused all this, but when he looked up, the beggar was already gone. Here! Bernie turned to the side when he heard that hateful voice. Bang! A punch landed on the thin man's face, and he took a couple steps back. Bernie wasn't given time to recover as Apollo was already in front of him. Because of his small frame, Apollo had to jump to attack the thin man's face. He sent 5 to 6 punches while still in the air, and Bernie took them all, his lips bursting. Arg FCK off. Without caring about his injuries, Bernie responded with his left palm. The air exploded between them, sending both the beggar and Bernie to opposite sides of the arena. Huff! Apollo breathed heavily. He could feel his body aching from the impact. If he hadn't reached the half-step foundation building, he would have received a greater injury. That attack is really strong. Apollo couldn't help but admire the technique. He glanced up only to see Bernie taking what seemed like a pill. Confused, Apollo tilted his head while trying his best to recover as much as possible. In the next second, he realized what that pill was used for. His wound stopped bleeding, Apollo thought. Squinting his eyes, that Bernie's bloody right hand stopped dripping blood, and his pale complexion regained its color. He wiped his mouth with his left hand and turned to the beggar, his eyes radiating killing intent. Like a maniac, Bernie started running towards Apollo, his left hand raised, ready to send his palm attacks. Seeing this, Apollo clenched his fist. He hadn't received any serious injury. He just felt exhausted. Nevertheless, the excitement of this fight got to his head. He decided to use the system store only when he felt that he couldn't win the fight. Apollo was still confident in his abilities, especially with the Wish Me Luck item doing its wonders. Apollo raised his fists in front of him in a boxing stance that he waited for his opponent to get close, and that's when he would use all his knowledge about boxing. Beggar! Bernie shouted. He never would have thought that teaching a beggar a lesson would be this hard. He even injured himself just for this kid. This is going to be a demon in his cultivation journey if he doesn't solve this problem all at once. Apollo took a deep breath before he rolled to the side. His previous spot exploded, sending winds in every direction. Then he saw the thin man preparing for another palm attack. Before the air could explode him into a mess, he sidestepped to get near his opponent. This time, the beggar was more prepared. The moment Bernie raised his hand, Apollo was already in front of him. He jumped and delivered an uppercut, his fist connecting with Bernie's chin. Arg! Bernie grunted in pain as he fell to the ground. He felt intense dizziness, but his anger made him recover immediately. As soon as he regained his vision, he saw the beggar diving towards him with a kick. FCKU! Bernie shouted, the veins on his left hand throbbing as he used his full strength for this attack. Palms and kicks collided. But because Bernie used the air palm, the beggar was sent flying back. With a thudding sound, Apollo fell to the ground. his hair messy and his head spinning. That hurt. Apollo shook his head, trying to clear his dizziness. Every world really doesn't lack crazy people. He had seen that this world was far crueler than his previous life, and ever since he awoke in this body, he had experienced that cruelty firsthand. After a while, the beggar slightly recovered and slowly stood up. Watching his opponent, he saw that Bernie was already on his feet, eyes red with murder. Apollo couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already hurt all over his body and felt that if the fight continued, he would pass out. But his opponent didn't seem to tire at all. The beggar looked at his own body and noticed cuts spreading from his face down to his hands, blood flowing though not as intensely as Bernie's. Apollo saw that Bernie's left hand was already covered in blood, continuously flowing down and forming a puddle beneath him. That guy's going to bleed himself to death. Come to think of it, Apollo realized that the guy in front of him was going to die just for a beggar. Did he hurt his head when he was a child? What's his beef with the beggar? Apollo watched Bernie walking towards him, seemingly not realizing that his hands were already injured. Democrat, Minnesota, FCK. How come you're still alive? Bernie shouted. He just wanted to test his new technique on this boy. But instead, the kid was giving him a hard time. I also wanted to ask you the same question, Apollo said with a smirk. Huh? Do you really think you can beat a cultivator like me? Bernie laughed in great annoyance. You are just a beggar, a mere ant before me. Someone who should bow to a cultivator like me. A half-step cultivator, you might say. Apollo corrected the thin T first. He felt pressured, thinking the guy in front of him might be stronger than a half-step cultivator. But after exchanging blows, Apollo concluded that their strength was almost the same. Hearing this further infuriated Bernie, he referred to himself as a cultivator, and he hadn't mentioned anything about the stage of his cultivation, that he knew he was just an amateur, a beginner who had just begun his cultivation journey. Even acquiring the air palm technique at his current level could be considered luck, or something he shouldn't have done. But he did. Bernie felt humiliated that his cultivation stage was known by the beggar. He didn't understand how the beggar knew this or why this was happening to him, and he couldn't think straight. His ego and pride were hurt. What he prioritized more was saving his face. Bernie grunted like a beast in the intensity of his fury. He wanted to smash this beggar into pieces, to see his blood tainting the ground. The thin man raised his hands, intending to send as many air palms as he could, but great pain came after. What? I can't move my hands. Bernie tried again to no avail. He looked at his hands and saw that the veins were mangled. He couldn't even feel them anymore. He kept trying to make his hands move, but even after a few minutes had passed, there was nothing he could do. Only the sound of his pained grunts echoed in the arena. Apollo took this time to recover his strength. Seeing the thin man moaning in pain, he didn't feel an ounce of pity. That guy had just tried to kill him, and besides, he was not a saint to forgive his opponent. The beggar took a deep breath and decided to end this, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That Apollo's eyes turned cold, and a killing intent erupted from him. Bernie noticed this. He looked up and saw those eyes, his senses telling him that something bad was going to happen. He shivered as he realized that the beggar was not an ordinary boy. What are you going to do? He asked, his voice shaking. I'm just going to do what you can't do to me, Apollo smiled. Seeing that smile, Bernie gulped. He looked around, trying to find something that could help him in this situation. But what could he find on this wide stage? Nothing, so he gritted his teeth and decided to ram his body into the beggar. Bernie lowered his head and increased his speed, but Apollo was one step faster. He dodged to the side and attacked with his knee. Cough. Bernie coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees. In the end, you couldn't even beat a beggar, Apollo said, pulling the thin man's hair to make him look up. His smirk caused Bernie to shiver with fear. First, I'm going to make you blind. Apollo raised 2 fingers and aimed at Bernie's eyes. And no, Bernie stuttered. Please no. I'm going to do it. Then I'm going to kill you. Apollo smirked. He pulled his hand back and, like an arrow released from a bowstring, his fingers accelerated towards the thin man's eyes. No, Bernie shouted, but in the next second, his head tilted forward as he passed out from fear. Yellow liquid pooled underneath him, and the stench assaulted Apollo's nose. You can't even hold your head high when you're hopeless. Pathetic. Apollo shook his head, and Bernie fell on his stomach with a thud. Now that the fight had ended, Apollo fully understood his body. Unlike in his previous life, where one air palm could have practically disabled him for life, in this life, with the cultivation of a half-step, he could even take on a car and survive. This is real strength, Apollo thought, raising his hand in front of him and clenching it. With his ambition to always be the best and on top of everyone, his determination skyrocketed. With a smile on his face, he turned around But in the next second, he took a step back and a man was suddenly in front of him. He wore a straw hat and a gray robe that hid his clothes underneath. The only thing Apollo could see in the dim light were the man's glinting eyes. "You are that guy," Apollo began, but the newcomer interrupted him. "You can call me Sir Gua," Sir said, his mouth turning into a smile. "Wish me luck deactivating. Time left." 0-inch Apollo took a deep breath to calm his nerves. The man who Bernie and others feared was standing right in front of him. Am I going to have another fight? But this guy is definitely stronger. Apollo started to get nervous. He looked at his own body and noticed that the numerous wounds were still bleeding, that if he wanted to heal immediately, he'd have to buy that health potion again. But that would cost him all points that he was saving up so he could hide in his beggar spot. Apollo didn't want to spend points mindlessly, especially when he could still move, even if his body was aching to HD. "I don't have a choice." He was about to summon the system store when he heard Sir Gua's voice. "Don't be tense," Sir Gua said with a smile. "I'm not here to fight." "Oh, that's good." Apollo sighed in relief while deep inside he remained vigilant. This guy is a perv. What if he also likes young boys? Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. "Are you really a beggar?" Sir Gua asked. "Yes," Apollo answered, his chest puffing up. "I'm a beggar from heart to soul." Hearing this answer made Sir Gua speechless. "Why are you so proud?" "I see." Sir Gua nodded before he looked the beggar up and down. "You're already at a half-step foundation building. How old are you?" "You can tell." Apollo was surprised at first, then understood what was happening. The guy in front of him was definitely an expert. This was probably the reason why Bernie and the others were afraid of him. "Am I obliged to tell my age?" Sir Gua's eyes widened, but Apollo didn't notice. "You are right, but you seem to be young, so I have to tell you something." "What is it?" Apollo tilted his head. In the next second, he noticed Sir Gua walking towards him. He took a couple of steps back to maintain some distance. "You are a beggar. No one will take you seriously. Even if you're a half-step, you are just a better ant than them. Your current status, it's nothing." Sir Gua's smile disappeared. When Apollo heard this, his eyes turned cold. He felt humiliated. And this was a feeling he detested. Even in his previous life, belittling him was equal to challenging him. "So," Apollo raised an eyebrow. "So, that is what other egotistical and prideful cultivators will think about you," Sir Gua continued, and the smile returned to his face. "I don't know how you got yourself a cultivation technique, but others won't like it. They will try to steal it from you and then kill you. You better stay away from conflict, kid." As Sir Gua spoke, he motioned towards the passed-out man on the floor. Apollo understood what he meant and dropped his guard, bowing. "Thank you for the reminder, Sir Gua." "Nah, don't mention it. I'm just one of the reasonable ones." Sir Gua waved his hand dismissively. "I see. Did you come here just to remind me?" Apollo asked. "No, I'm here to make an arrest." Sir Gua pointed at the thin man, Bernie. A mere half-step dared to steal from the cultivation library of the Academy. "Oh." This piqued Apollo's curiosity about the cultivation library and the Academy. Sir Gua mentioned, but he already had the system and the store. There was no need for him to check that out, right? "I should get going then." Apollo bowed again. "Thank you again, Sir Gua." "Sure, goodbye." Sir Gua waved his hand and watched the beggar run outside the training ground. After a while, only he and the snoring Bernie were left in the arena. Sir Gua put a hand under his chin, recalling what had just happened. Is he really a beggar? Was there something hidden I can't see yet? At first, he didn't care about the beggar, but Apollo did something that made him curious. When Apollo punched the measuring scarecrow, Sir Gua noticed the water level reaching past the half-step foundation building. This surprised him, so he decided to check up on Apollo at night. When he saw Bernie confronting the beggar, Sir Gua followed them to the training ground. He planned to intervene if the beggar was about to die, intending to arrest Bernie for stealing the air palm technique. If the beggar died, then it was his fate, but contrary to Sir Gua's expectations, the beggar won instead. Even without using any battle techniques, he won. Sir Gua muttered, "And something is strange about him. I can't feel his chi." Sir Gua rubbed his chin and thought that, someone secretly teaching that kid? Or is he a wandering cultivator pretending to be a beggar? There are many eccentric cultivators who do this kind of thing. He even encountered one in another city, so he wouldn't be surprised if the beggar was a hidden master. This was also one of the reasons he didn't antagonize Apollo, that if he really is just a beggar. Clown, that beastard, wouldn't like this, that he's been capturing all the beggars in the city, and if he finds out that there's still one running around, he will surely send someone to go after the beggar. This is getting interesting. Sir Gua smiled. He isn't the kind of person who would snitch on someone. He'd rather sit back and watch everything unfold. Besides, he'd love to see Clown's angry face. Suddenly, his thoughts were disrupted when a coughing sound reached his ears. "Cough, W, what happened?" Bernie shook his head, his vision still blurry. Fragments of memories started coming back, and after a while, he remembered everything. FCK that beggar. He stood up but fell back down the next second. Arg, my arms. Looking at his limp hands, he realized that he had been beaten up by a beggar. How? It's because you are weak, a voice echoed. A T first. Bernie was confused, but soon his eyes widened with fear. He turned to the side and saw the most dreaded person in the academy. Sergwa, hello, my SS. Sergwa looked at the thin man coldly. You stole an elementary grade technique from the cultivation library. You have committed a crime. Your status as a student will be stripped, and this will also include your cultivation. Hearing this, Bernie's eyes shook as he realized the F-cad-up situation he had landed himself in. 21 alm points, Apollo muttered, looking at his alm points. In his hand were the bronze coins that had rolled to his side, thanks to the Wish Me Luck item. After playing with the coins for a while, he assessed his own body. It will probably take a few days to heal the wounds with my current physical capabilities, Apollo mumbled. He considered whether to buy a health potion, but decided against it. His wounds would heal, and waiting for just a couple of days wouldn't hurt, right? With this in mind, he left his beggar spot and looked around to make sure no one was watching before he ran to the nearest alley. His clothes were torn, and Apollo wanted to find some replacements in the trash. Although there were clothes in the system store with great features that could even save his life, he felt that buying items that could protect or hide him in his beggar spot was more worthwhile at the moment. The beggar spot was going to be one of his foundations, especially when the system seemed to place great importance on it. I still need 60 more alm points to buy that item. Apollo recalled the item he was saving up for while rummaging through the trash in the alley. Dilemma of the passerby. IT sounded cool, and it was the cheapest of the items for his beggar spot. After a while, Apollo took out some oversized clothes and robes. Using a metal plate he found on the ground, he made them fit him. Good enough, Apollo nodded to himself. Then he carefully went back to his beggar spot. IT was already past midnight, and the Philly restaurant was closed at this time. Time to cultivate again. Apollo closed his eyes and followed the pattern of the simple breathing technique. He had just come back from a fight, and although his body wanted some rest, Apollo decided to take this chance to further progress his breathing technique. The system store had almost everything one could think of. There were all kinds of items that could make anyone a strong cultivator instantly without any struggle, but the prices were so high that even Apollo gave up on buying them. He wasn't talking about hundreds or just thousands of alm points. The minimum for such items was hundreds of thousands. Apollo sighed as the chi around him started to get absorbed. With every inhale, chi entered his mouth and nose. IT reconstructed everything as it entered, strengthening every cell. This also made his mind at peace, causing him to lose track of time. The fight with the thin man, Bernie, made him want to get stronger as fast as possible. Fighting that guy was already tough. What if the time came when he had to finish the mission and fight the man in the robe who had thrown him in the alley? That man in the robe was definitely stronger than Bernie. There was no way his father, who had sacrificed himself so Apollo could live, would let a weak man protect Apollo, right? After his mind wandered for a bit, he relished the pleasure of getting stronger. As the sun rose on the horizon, the morning people went about their routines. Slowly, the streets of Clown City filled with its citizens. The northwest part of the city was where some of the wealthy and affluent families resided. They had their own plots of land and greenery that made those who saw the place marvel. But there was one place where they would only feel empathy and pity. A carriage with a serpent insignia on its side made its way outside a grand mansion. The scenery of trees and grass passed by its windows. The driver of the carriage glanced back at the mansion. The mansion was burned, and there was a big gap in the rooftop. The mansion had basically crumbled to the ground, with only its foundation remaining, though they were black from being exposed to intense fire. The garden beside it is nothing but a pit of holes, a scene of utter destruction. The once powerful Leone family is gone, June thought. The Leones were one of the city's wealthiest families, with businesses that spanned the entire city and even reached neighboring areas. Of course, their success made their competitors envious. Those greedy bastards, Belle shouted inside the carriage. She was looking out at the scenery with a frown, biting her nail in frustration. Can't they just wait and confirm everything before they make a move? There's nothing we can do about it, June sighed, feeling the same frustration. If I were at chi condensation, they would never treat me like a child. Belle clenched her fist. They had just come back from a meeting with the other families about what to do with the Leone's businesses. The meeting place was the Leone mansion, and when Belle heard about this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were basically rubbing salt in the wound. The meeting was about dividing up the remaining Leone businesses. Those businesses were likely to fail soon, so the other families wanted to merge with them as quickly as possible. Belle agreed with this idea in general, But when she found out there was still a chance that a Leone heir might be alive, she protested. She wanted to confirm whether an heir existed first. If there was one, she wouldn't participate in their plans and would even try to dissuade them. Belle had no interest in business. She just wanted to participate in case there was a hidden master in any of the Leone's businesses. She loved fighting, and this was supposed to be a great experience for her. But if there was still an heir, then interfering would be wrong. That IT was different if the business didn't have a leader. That in fact, it was actually good that others wanted to take it over so the workers could keep their jobs. But if someone was still going to lead the Leone workers, they had no right to meddle in their business. They don't care whether a Leone is still alive, June said. At the end of the day, there's going to be only one Leone. Belle sighed after hearing this. Where did they even get this news? Who knows? June shrugged. So what are we going to do now? Belle put a hand under her chin. Why don't we find the lost Leone? We can also confirm if the news is true. But your studies, your parents wouldn't like it if they found out you were neglecting your cultivation, June reminded her. Don't worry about it. Belle smiled proudly, her eyes never leaving the scenery. I'm only a breath away from becoming a half-step chi condensation cultivator. I see, June said before he went quiet. Say we do find him. What are you going to do? June asked, his eyes glancing into the carriage. There was a window with curtains behind him where he could see Belle. Belle frowned at the question. Then I'll help him become the head of the Leone family. Surely, their enemies will come for me, which means there's going to be a fight. June couldn't help but chuckle. Belle had always loved fighting, even as a child. Now, she was willing to create drama by finding the lost heir of Leone just to satisfy her desire for combat. June smiled proudly. Do you think Father will like this idea? Belle asked hesitantly. I'm sure he will, June said. He'll even support you. Oh, I remember now. The Leone family and ours are quite close, Belle muttered, her eyes lighting up. Nothing much has changed, Apollo muttered, taking a bite of his bread while looking at his progress on the status screen. He had just come back from Big Chub, where he had a quick conversation, bought some bread, and managed to steal one as well. The status screen hadn't changed after 12 hours of cultivating the simple breathing technique. Well, it doesn't matter. I've clearly become stronger than before, Apollo thought. That if he were to fight Bernie with his current strength, he was sure he would defeat him within a minute. After a few bites, he finished the bread. Then he stepped out of his beggar spot and stood in front of it where people could see him. Only a handful of passers-by glanced in his direction, too busy with their own business to be bothered by him. Apollo also made sure the workers in the restaurant next to him were busy with their jobs. The IT seems Philly restaurant is doing well, Apollo thought before he sat down and put his hands above his forehead in a begging manner that he didn't cultivate right away. Instead, he opened his system store and searched for the item he was planning to buy. Wish me luck. The heavens will bless the host while hell will pull the curses away from you. The host's luck will increase, but the percentage is random. Time duration, 1 hour. All points, 5-inch buy. Without hesitation, Apollo bought the item and immediately used it. Wish me luck has been activated. The heavens will bless the host while hell will pull the curses away from you. The host's luck will increase, but the percentage is random. Luck increase percentage. For percent time duration, 1 hour. It's 1% less? Hopefully my investment will pay off, Apollo sighed before focusing on his cultivation. Although there was still much he didn't know about cultivation, Apollo was certain that with the help of the system store, he could learn everything he needed. But he didn't want to waste his own points on things he could learn without buying from the store. Besides, he felt that with the system, he didn't need to go out, that he could stay in his beggar spot and slowly become stronger. He wanted to be on top of this world, but it wouldn't happen in just one night of cultivation. He needed to be patient. After a while, his senses enveloped all the chi around him, and he started absorbing it through his mouth and nose. A man wearing a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on his right chest was walking in an alley. The sun's orange glare peered through the entrance of the alley. Slowly, his features were revealed. He had black hair and sharp dark eyes. One could say that he looked very ordinary. His body was also quite average. He glanced around the alley and couldn't help but frown. He's not here, as expected, the man muttered. I gave him a hard hit, and he still managed to get out? A Leone indeed. Where should I find that boy? He thought for a while before shaking his head. The city was big, and if he really wanted to find him, he would have to spend a lot of time, which he didn't want to do. The examination for advancement is coming up. I have to focus on becoming first, the man mumbled, starting to get a headache. Dean it! How did they even find out that the kid is still alive? I should have killed him. Out of frustration, he punched the wall beside him, causing the air to explode and leaving a big crack in the wall. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then the man started walking out of the alley. He decided to take a stroll for a while before heading back to the academy. The moment he walked out of the alley, he immediately attracted the gazes of the people around him. Of course. He knew the reason was because of his uniform. A essay student at the most prestigious school in Clown City was highly respected by ordinary people, though he knew some of that respect was not genuine. Well, it's not like I really care about it. Most average cultivators have their egos inflated the moment they become one, tarnishing the reputation of the students of Sea Dragon Academy, the school the man was currently attending. The man decided to waltz to the west of the city. He kept looking around on his way, making sure he didn't miss anything suspicious. He even went into some alleys just to make sure that it didn't take him long to reach the less developed district. There are more people than I thought, the man muttered before he started looking for the Leone kid. This was the only time he would do this. Then he would just make some excuse that he didn't find the boy. He noticed a restaurant nearby and started walking toward it. He was quite hungry, so he decided to fill his stomach first. The man habitually took out his pouch of money while on his way to the door. In his peripheral vision, he saw something, but the door suddenly opened and two drunk men walked out with a server behind them. They were the same men who had argued with the two women the previous night. The student wearing the black and white uniform observed them before he walked past, but one of the drunk men bumped into him, causing his pouch to fall to the ground. The sound of coins rolling echoed, but the sharp-eyed student stared intently at the drunk man who had bumped into him. "Ha ha! Hiccup! My bad kid, hiccup!" The drunk men didn't even look at him before they swerved away. "Sir, I'm very sorry about them." The server bowed his head toward the student and handed him the pouch that had fallen. "No worries." The student took the pouch before entering the restaurant. "Did I just miss something?" he thought before shrugging while considering whether to kill the two drunk men or just let them be. When Apollo opened his eyes, it was already morning. The night of cultivation had left him feeling energetic, so he stood up and stretched his body. "Oh, that's good," Apollo mused in relief. After stretching for a while, he heard his stomach growling. Time to get some food, but before that, let's see if my cultivation has changed. With a thought, he brought up his status screen. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. Alm points, 26. Spirit cultivation, none. Physique cultivation, half-step foundation building, attributes, none. Nothing had changed in his cultivation, but Apollo had already expected this. The system had said it would take up to 2 weeks to reach the full foundation building stage, and if he really wanted to cultivate quickly, he would have to do it day and night without rest. But could he let himself starve to death? Definitely not. My alm points have also increased, Apollo muttered. When he bought his second Wish Me Luck, his alm points were 21, but now they had become 26, an increase of 5. The beggar boy looked around his surroundings and noticed a silver coin beside his makeshift roof. He picked it up and couldn't help but smile. An increase of 4% luck can also earn me this amount. This is really great. If he kept buying those lucky items, his alm points would steadily increase. This thought crossed Apollo's mind before a frown appeared on his face. What if the luck didn't come as alm points? Then he would only lose them. Besides, his luck increased randomly, so this was also a gamble. With a hand under his chin, Apollo thought hard about this matter. Buying them too frequently, and if the luck came in a different form, he would only lose alm points. But what if the luck that came in a different form surpassed the value of alm points? Apollo's eyes were about to brighten when another thought came to mind. There's also a chance I won't be able to gain a thing after using Wish Me Luck. Then I should avoid buying them too frequently, Apollo finally decided. After solving this crisis in his mind, he stepped out from his beggar spot by the side of the restaurant. But the moment his small figure emerged, a man wearing a white long-sleeve polo and black pants, holding a trash bag, bumped into him. Ouch! The man yelped in pain as he fell to the ground, the trash spilling everywhere. "Sorry, my bad." Apollo apologized and tried to help the man up, but the moment their eyes met, silence lingered for a while before they separated. "You dare stay here?" Ned shouted, pointing his finger at the beggar. "You want another beating, huh?" "Beating? Huh?" Apollo couldn't help but laugh at the man's words. The guy in front of him was the same one who had tried to make Apollo go away before. "What are you laughing at, you beggar?" Ned felt humiliated. "Nothing." Apollo sighed with a smile on his face. "Gotta go." The beggar waved his hand and turned around to go in his intended direction. But Ned wouldn't let him have his way. With his half-step cultivation, Ned sprinted in front of the beggar instantly. "Where do you think you're going?" Ned smirked. "It is none of your business," Apollo responded with an annoyed expression. "I think it is. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't treasure it." Ned crossed his arms in front of him. "So, what are you going to do about it?" Apollo asked with a daring expression. I will teach you a lesson until you won't even be able to move." Ned shouted, grabbing the beggar by his collar. He started dragging the boy towards the nearest alley. This again, Apollo shook his head, letting the man in the white polo shirt drag him. Once they entered the alley, Ned threw Apollo to the ground. Apollo didn't let himself get dirted. As he was about to hit the ground, he extended his hands and performed a simple cartwheel. Seeing this surprised Ned for a moment before he dismissed it as a cheap trick. Boy, you are done." Ned cracked his knuckles and neck before slowly walking toward the beggar. "Sigh, let's get this over with. I'm really hungry," Apollo said, motioning for Ned to come at him. "You are making me laugh," Ned remarked, though the anger and frustration in his voice were evident. "Don't blame me." With a shout, Ned dashed towards the beggar. Apollo walked down the street with bread in his hands, his mouth full to the brim. He didn't buy the food from Big Chub. That guy probably already suspected him of stealing some bread, so Apollo wanted to avoid him for a couple of days. "This is too bland," Apollo muttered after swallowing. The food in this world wasn't advanced, and there wasn't enough variety to choose from. Even the way they cooked some of the food was too simple, with only salt and a few common spices. Why am I even worrying about this? Apollo shook his head to get rid of the thought before he looked around. After beating Ned until he passed out and foamed at the mouth, Apollo had bought some bread and decided to take a stroll. He wanted to learn more about the city, and this was a great chance for a walk. Since he had changed his clothes, he appeared more normal than before, though some of the rich people still looked at him with frowns and disgust. Nevertheless, this helped him blend more with the crowd. Apollo was currently on a street he hadn't visited before. This place had stores like weapon shops and armor shops. There was also an alchemy building that a lot of people were entering. That place must be a hospital, Apollo thought, glancing at the alchemy building before he started walking in a certain direction. After a while, he felt bored and wanted to go back to his spot and start his cultivation. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. Apollo turned and noticed people watching something. Curious, he carefully made his way towards the scene that he squeezed through the crowd and saw two guards dragging a man wearing tattered clothes. The beggar boy's eyes brightened for a moment before dimming. He finally met another beggar, but he was being taken. "Oh wait, I thought I was the only one in the city." Apollo watched the other beggar being dragged away before he noticed an instrument on the ground and some other items with price tags in front of them. Apollo suddenly had a realization upon seeing this. "There's also a beggar here," someone suddenly shouted, pointing at Apollo. This caused Apollo to jolt awake, and he immediately ran away, not without glaring first at the person who had called him out. Apollo had already thought about it, but he was too focused on cultivation. This new experience kept his excitement from dying down. After seeing the other beggar and his equipment strewn across the ground, the idea came back to him that in his previous life, beggars used their talents, like singing and playing instruments, to earn alms. Some even performed strange acts to get people to give them money. But will it work? Apollo thought as he sat in his beggar spot, watching people walk by while contemplating the issue. In the end, he decided to ask the system. "If I sing or do something that will amaze passersby, and they give me money, will it count as alms?" Apollo asked this crucial question. "No, you are a beggar, not an entertainer," the system coldly replied, devoid of any emotion. This answer disappointed Apollo, but he realized that those beggars received alms because of their talents, not because they were begging. "You are a true beggar. You must beg for your alms, not earn them through talents," the system continued, seemingly reading his mind. "I see," Apollo nodded in understanding. "This is going to be harder than I thought." Apollo then walked out of his beggar spot and peeked at the restaurant beside him. They were still busy, so this was the perfect time to collect alm points. He stood outside his beggar spot just enough for people to notice him before sitting down and placing his hands above his forehead. After taking a deep breath and stabilizing his mind, he also cultivated his simple breathing technique. "What now?" Philly asked with a frown on her face that the man covered in bandages, his face black and blue, stood before her. "I can't remember much," Ned said, his voice muffled due to his missing teeth. "Then tell me what you can remember." Philly massaged her forehead. "That beggar is back," Ned said seriously. "I went to confront him, and after that, I can't remember a thing. That's when I woke up in the alley." Ned trailed off, his face turning red with shame. Upon hearing this, Philly's face darkened. "That beggar is back. This won't do. He will only ruin the image of my restaurant." "So that beggar trashed you into this state?" Philly looked at Ned from head to toe. "No," Ned shouted, almost reopening his wounds. "Oh, then tell me why it's a no," Philly asked coldly, her eyes looking at him like he was something disposable. Ned gulped nervously. "There's no way, right? A beggar can't beat someone like me, a half-step foundation builder. Even 10 normal people wouldn't be able to land a hit on me. Someone else must have done this to me." "And that someone is the beggar," Philly said. Ned wanted to protest, but when he saw the look in his boss's eyes, he had no choice but to shut his mouth. "You can go back now," Philly sighed and waved her hand. Oh, okay, Ned said awkwardly. And call Gale on your way out, Philly ordered. And Ned bowed his head before leaving the room. Philly leaned back in her chair, her mind racing as she thought about the beggar beside her restaurant. Something was fishy. That beggar was not simple, the wanderer, or someone backing him up. But why? If something is really going on, getting involved with him is probably not a good idea, Philly muttered just as someone knocked on her door. Come in. A new worker entered and bowed. This time, it was a woman named Gale. You called for me, miss? Gale, frail-looking with pale skin and the stature of a twig, seemed like a strong gust of wind could topple her. Yes, Philly nodded, her expression easing upon seeing her trusted aide. I need your assistance. Oh, do you want me to dispose of someone? Gale's countenance suddenly changed, her aura becoming cold as killing intent erupted from her. Calm down, Philly ordered coldly. Although Gale looked like a young girl who could be easily bullied, she was actually at the fourth step of the foundation building stage. She wasn't a normal cultivator. She had been personally trained by Philly's family to be a bodyguard and a killer. Sorry. Gale realized what she had done, bowed her head, and her face turned red. So what is it? There's a beggar beside my restaurant. Accompany me tonight. I don't think he is that simple, Philly said. All right, Gale nodded. Is he dangerous? That is why I need you. We can dispose of him. If he's not, if he is. Philly trailed off. She began to think that if the beggar was really a wanderer or if someone strong was behind him, there could be something to gain like befriending them or at least maintaining a status quo. There was also the possibility that the beggar was nothing or not strong at all. The two talked for a while before Gale suddenly remembered something. Besides being a bodyguard and a restaurant worker, she was also somewhat of an assistant. I remember something. The store across the street has been bought by the owner of Skyline Savory. When Gale mentioned this, there was a hint of worry in her voice. Skyline Savory, the most popular restaurant in Clown. Why? Philly stood up abruptly in shock. I think they want to expand. Gale answered, D a minute. Philly's thoughts became disarrayed. Skyline Savory was the most popular restaurant in Clown City, even well known in neighboring cities. They were one of the reasons why so many outsiders visited Clown. This fact alone spoke to the quality of their restaurant. As a scion, Philly had eaten at that restaurant a few times and admitted that their food was very delicious. They were the reason she decided to set up her own restaurant. This is bad, very bad. Philly sat back down, her headache growing stronger. Why yeah, if they open here, our restaurant won't be able to stand against them, Gale added. We have to do something, Philly mumbled as her eyes wandered over the papers on the table. Written on them were the cooking strategies she had thought of, but most had failed, and those that succeeded barely made a difference in the cooking process. Well, are we still going out tonight? Gale asked. Hearing this, Philly decided to take out her frustration on the beggar beside her restaurant. With anger in her eyes, she nodded. Of course, Apollo is cultivating peacefully. The night sky shone upon him, and although he didn't use the lucky item, there's still 2 bronze coins on his palm. The beggar woke up after a few hours of cultivation. He immediately noticed the coins in his palms, and he couldn't help but tilt his head. So I can still earn 2 Ulm points even without using that item. Apollo muttered in annoyance. Then where did my luck go? But thinking about it, the Wish Me Luck item has brought him 4 to 5% luck so far. I wonder if my strength has increased. With this thought in mind, Apollo brought up his status screen. Status screen name, Apollo Leone, race, human, Ulm points, 28 spirit cultivation, none, physique cultivation, first step foundation building, attributes, none. Apollo's eyes widened in shock. I reached the first step already? I didn't even feel it. He stood up, and his body made a cracking sound. Apollo realized that his body is light all over, and this is the sensation he hadn't felt even in his previous life. He raised his hand and clenched it. He could feel the strength stored within. Apollo is excited. Finally, does this mean I am now officially a cultivator? But the system said it will take me at most 2 weeks. The beggar decided to ask this question to the system. System, didn't you say that it will take me at most 2 weeks to reach the foundation building? It's only been a few days. Apollo asked. Yes, that is exactly right. If you continue at your pace, you will reach the 4-step foundation building in 2 weeks' time. The system answered in its usual monotonous voice. For TH step, the last step, Apollo now understood what the system meant when it said those words that cultivating this simple breathing technique will be able to reach him that far. Although he doesn't know what that stage signifies, Apollo believes that it's not something grand. Cultivation has 7 stages, and he is just on the first stage. Isn't it mediocre when one thinks about it? Shaking his head, Apollo decided to test out his strength at some place. Probably a wooded area where he could let loose. He peeked through the restaurant beside him and noticed there's still a lot of patrons eating. The workers are busy attending to them. Apollo still doesn't want to involve himself with this restaurant. They keep sending him away, and he is just waiting for his own points to reach the needed amount for him to be able to buy that item. After making sure that the coast is clear, Apollo covered his face with his robe before he quietly made his way out of the street. Apollo actually already thought about a place that he headed north with his small frame while he kept looking around. He is also memorizing the place just in case he gets lost. 10 to 15 minutes later, he reached the central part of the city. This is his first time here, and he couldn't help but be in awe. Although it couldn't compare to his previous life, the center of the city is still amazing. There's all kinds of buildings. They are more grand, and their design exudes expensiveness. His eyes stopped on a plaque that said Phoenix Cultivation School. Is this one of the schools where cultivators studied? Apollo muttered. It looks more like a temple. The school is like the temple he saw from his previous life. It's quiet and has a sacred vibe to it. Because he stood there and just staring at the school, one of its guards stationed outside the gate noticed. Hey, what are you staring at? Hearing this jolt, the beggar awake. Then he immediately ran in the distance. Democrat, Minnesota. I should hurry up. Apollo just said these words when he stopped again as he saw another cultivation school with a stone serpent encircling the whole building. Great Serpent Cultivation School. Apollo remembered that the guy he just fought in the training ground has the same serpent insignia on his chest. Is this where he's studying? This school is so cool. This is the coolest building that the beggar saw since he arrived in this world. Why do I keep getting distracted? Apollo shook his head. He already noticed that the school's guard was looking at him, and before he attracted more attention, he ran again. In no time, he left the central part of the city and arrived north of Naum. He kept walking until he saw a wall that partitioned the city from the outside. His eyes then focused on the entrance that there's still a number of people that come and go in the city with their carriage. Apollo's destination is outside the city. He already asked around, and they said that there's a forest outside of Naum. That is the perfect place that the beggar had in mind. There he could do whatever he wanted, and he didn't have to be afraid if he would disturb someone else. The guards on the gates are carefully observing those who are entering and don't seem to care about the people going out. Just to make sure, he decided to follow behind a carriage. There's still the unknown threat who destroyed the original body's family, and Apollo doesn't want to attract too much attention. When they were about to cross the gate, a guard happened to look in their direction. You there, stop! The guard shouted, and the carriage stopped. Hearing the shout, Apollo became nervous, but his nervousness was unfounded when the guard went straight for the driver. After a series of questions and answers, the carriage was given permission to pass the gate. Apollo heaved a sigh of relief. This is the first time that he went out of the city. He couldn't help but look around. There's nothing much to see besides grass and the forest in the distance. Apollo followed behind the carriage for a while before he decided to run towards the forest. Because of his excitement, he didn't realize the speed that he's running at. When Apollo entered the forest, he slowed his steps and looked around. The trees were tall, swaying in the dark wind, and the sounds of nocturnal animals occasionally echoed through the night. A wolf, Apollo muttered, recognizing the distant sound. Without any cultivation, he would have been terrified and might not have dared to enter the forest. The thought of encountering a bear or other large animals would have seemed like dash. But now, with his body strengthened by cultivation, he felt like the world was in his hands. With newfound confidence, Apollo wandered through the forest, searching for the perfect spot to test his strength. The training ground only had a scarecrow for measuring strength, and Apollo wanted to see his power in action. After a while, he found a tree smaller than the others he had seen so far, with only a 3-meter clearing in front of it. Apollo stood in front of the tree and clenched his fist. His test was simple. Punch the tree and see if it would break. If he succeeded, he would find a bigger, tougher tree and repeat the process until he found one he couldn't break with his fist. This looks like red maple, Apollo muttered, though the tree didn't quite match. It was darker, with black leaves and a trunk that would need 2 people to hug. Despite the dark sky, Apollo could see well thanks to his heightened senses from his first step cultivation. It was a wonderful feeling. Red maple was a common tree known for its durability and strength, but the tree in front of him seemed like an upgrade. Let's see. Apollo took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Clenching his fist hard, he punched the tree till a banging sound echoed, followed by the sound of breaking wood. Whoa! Apollo shouted in amazement. He looked at his hand and then back at the tree. He had punched a hole in it. Although it wasn't enough to make it fall, he was amazed at the power his fist could produce. Let's do it again. Soon, the sound of fists crashing into the tree reverberated through the forest. Bang! A tree fell to the ground, raising a small dust cloud. Huff! Apollo breathed out, sweat dripping down his face. It took longer than I expected. He had to punch through the tree repeatedly until it finally collapsed. At least I got to feel my strength, Apollo muttered. After regulating his breathing and using the simple breathing technique to recover some stamina, he decided to wander around the area. Suddenly, the howl of a wolf reached his ears. Should I? Apollo's eyes shone with an idea. Now that he knew his current strength, he felt the urge to test it in a real fight. With this in mind, he looked up at the trees and jumped. He tried to imitate the moves of ninjas from the movies he had seen in his previous life, but he slipped after stepping on a trunk and was about to jump again. Ah! Bang! Apollo fell to the ground, his eyes wide with fear. Oh God, I thought I was a goner. When he slipped, he had forgotten for a moment that his body was no longer the same as before. He stood up and patted himself down. He tried again and jumped. Leaping at least 5 meters was easy now, but he still slipped from the tree. With another bang, he crashed to the ground. Ah! Apollo shouted in frustration that he repeated this process until he was covered in dirt and his body ached. SHD FCK it. Apollo opened his system store and sorted through it. Show me a skill that can help me be good at running and parkouring. Heaven maneuvering technique. Once learned, one could walk on anything, be it water, air, outer space, the higher dimension, or even the void. This technique doesn't require chi. One only needs to use their physical body and mind. All points needed. 1,000,000 cosmic treading technique. Allows one to travel the universe in the blink of an eye. Requires a huge amount of chi to use. All points needed. 900,000 meteoric walk. Instant appearance. Door to door. Apollo read each movement technique, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Every technique was incredibly powerful and expensive if I had these techniques. Just thinking about it excited him. Show me the cheapest, Apollo ordered. The list sorted itself, revealing one item. Simple movement technique. A movement technique that embodies the essence. Once fully mastered, learning other movement techniques will be akin to drinking water. All points needed. 10. This is good. Apollo muttered while reading the description that IT has simple in its name, but it's far from that. The beggar bought it, and new information started entering his mind. After a while, Apollo took a deep breath and exhaled. He suddenly felt that his feet didn't belong to him, that he tried to walk, and his step was stable and light. Let's try again. Apollo looked up at the tree and jumped 0.1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. 5 meters. 7 meters. 10 meters. In just one leap, Apollo reached 10 meters in height. Whoa! Apollo landed on a tree trunk and looked down before a smile appeared on his face. Great! Then, like a monkey, he jumped from tree to tree. Using the simple movement technique, his vision and body coordination became better. He felt like he was on the ground, even though he was up in the trees, maneuvering on slippery and small trunks. After having fun for a while and getting used to his newfound ability, he climbed the highest tree and stayed there. Democrat, Minnesota. I ended up using my own points. Apollo brought up his status screen with a frown. Status screen name. Apollo Leone. Race. Human. All points. 18. Spirit cultivation. None. Physique cultivation. First step foundation building. Attributes. None. Psi. Apollo realized that he was not very good at saving up. In his previous life, he didn't need to save up as money kept coming in. But now, in this world as a beggar, he had to learn. The sound of a wolf howling reverberated, and Apollo was brought back to his goal. I should test my strength on that wolf, and then go back. Apollo landed on the ground with a thud. He looked around the area and still couldn't find what he was looking for. After a few minutes of jumping from tree to tree like a monkey, he arrived beside a hill. Where is that wolf? Apollo muttered. He was sure he was heading in the right direction, but where was it? He glanced up and saw the moon peeking behind the rocky hill. Up there. Apollo was about to climb the hill when he stopped. Something feels strange. He could sense it, but he couldn't pinpoint what was causing the feeling. Apollo hesitated, unsure whether to keep looking for the wolf or just go back. In the end, he sighed and decided to call a night. There was still plenty of time for him to test his strength in a real battle. What if another fool tried to pick a fight with him? Wouldn't that be a free sparring partner? Hopefully, that fool isn't foolishly strong enough to beat my ass, Apollo thought with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he turned around and started walking back. That's when, howl. The wolf he had been looking for suddenly howled again, louder and clearer this time. It only meant one thing. The wolf was near. Apollo abruptly turned around, but didn't see the wolf. He slowly looked up, and sure enough, a four-legged animal was standing on the hill with its head pointed to the sky. I guess the fool is this guy, Apollo chuckled. Hey, down here. When the wolf heard this, it looked down and growled menacingly. Fighting against a wolf. It still sounds crazy. The beggar muttered in amusement. He started lightly jumping to pump his heart and did some simple stretches to calm his mind. This was going to be his first fight against a wild animal, and he wanted to make as few mistakes as possible. The wolf jumped from the hill and made its way down. Because of the night, its body was still shrouded in darkness. Although Apollo's vision had improved, it only applied to nearby details. If something was fully covered by the dark, he could only make out the silhouette. Apollo prepared himself and assumed his boxing stance. As he waited, that strange feeling came back. Excitement turned into nervousness when the wolf fully revealed itself. He finally understood why he felt that way. The wolf in front of him stood at least 2 meters tall. But what was more prominent was its black fur and 2 tails. Hearing the menacing growling, Apollo woke from his daze that I should change my thinking. The trees from earlier were not the same as the trees from his previous life. Apollo kept comparing this world to his previous one when he heard the howls. He thought it was just a normal wolf, but reality proved him wrong. And now, he found himself in trouble. Was it arrogance because of his sudden strength? Apollo thought this must be one reason for his mistake. Run or fight? The beggar thought and decided after a few seconds. He was already here, so he decided to fight. What if this guy was just scary looking but weaker than him? Then he would have chickened out for nothing. And if the black wolf was really strong, he could just escape. Roar. Apollo became tense. He waited for the black wolf to make the first move to gauge its strength. The wolf observed the small human with its red eyes. That a few seconds later, it roared angrily and launched itself toward the beggar. Here it is. Apollo prepared himself and widened his eyes. In his vision, the black wolf moved fast, but he felt he could keep up if he really tried. Apollo jumped back, the sharp claw barely missing him. He could even hear the wind being torn apart. That's how strong the attack was. If that claw landed, I would definitely be in 2. Apollo thought, breathing heavily. The wolf didn't give him time to rest and attacked again. Apollo jumped back, and when the wolf landed, he ran to the side with his quick feet. The black wolf ran after him while the beggar made sure to keep track of the animal's movements. He purposely slowed down, and the wolf took this chance to jump on him. Now, Apollo sidestepped and turned around abruptly before punching with all his strength. With a shout, his fist connected with the wolf's jaw. The wolf growled in pain as its body was sent crashing to the ground, rolling a few times and creating small dust clouds. Seeing this, Apollo raised his hand and clenched it. Although he already had a basic understanding of his first-step foundation building and could even make a tree fall with just his fist, he still felt excited that he could make a wolf of this size roll on the ground. The wolf stood up and shook its head to clear its dizziness. Then, it looked at the tiny human with killing intent. That he's angry. Apollo readied himself. He didn't dare to underestimate the wolf just because he had managed to land a hit once. Roar. The black wolf howled at the sky before charging toward him. Apollo ran again, intending to use the same technique. Dodge, turn, and punch. But contrary to what he expected, the moment his fist was about to hit the wolf's jaw, something struck his chest. With a thud, his body hit the ground hard. Arg. Apollo grunted in pain. He didn't expect the black wolf to be so smart that fooling it twice wouldn't work. Demon, I bit off more than I can chew. And what is that other idiom? I have eyes but can't see Mount high. Apollo recalled all the idioms he could think of about his current situation. He looked at his chest and noticed that blood was tainting his robe. It hurts. Apollo glanced at the black wolf with anger in his eyes. Yes, the wolf growled at him. Almost mockingly, Apollo stood up and dusted off his clothes. Although his chest hurt, it wasn't enough to keep him from moving. Seeing the human standing up, the wolf howled again before dashing towards Apollo. Apollo raised both hands in front of his face and waited. He decided to fight the wolf head-on. He could think of other tricks like before, but he was already angry. Besides, he thought fighting head-on was cooler. This time the black wolf didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its jaws wide and tried to bite the beggar. Apollo carefully observed its movements. That he ducked to the side and was about to kick when a tail immediately attacked him. He crossed his hands in front of him and managed to block the attack, though the impact still caused him to take a few steps back, faster. Before the wolf could turn towards him, Apollo stopped his momentum and lunged at his enemy. With a thud, his fist managed to land on the side of the black wolf, causing it to howl in pain and tumble to the ground. This is not enough. Apollo ran after the wolf and sent another punch. Bang! The sound of a wolf howling in pain echoed through the forest. With a loud bang, the black wolf crashed into a tree, snapping it in two. How'd you like that? Apollo smirked. The black wolf shook its head while standing up slowly. It looked at the tiny human and growled. It didn't dare move, just observed him. This guy knows it's going to be hard to defeat me, Apollo thought. But he decided to end this fight by killing the wolf. He wasn't a good person to begin with, and he wouldn't hesitate to end a life if needed. Besides, this black wolf tried to kill him. So it was only fair that he would do the same to the wolf, right? Apollo ran toward the wolf and jumped high. He raised his foot in the air before sending it downwards. Roar! The black wolf responded with its own attack, one of its tails sweeping up. The impact caused both of them to be thrown back. Apollo landed and dashed forward again. He wasn't going to let the wolf recover from the impact and wanted to bombard it with attacks that it was risky. But Apollo knew that if the black wolf managed to land another hit on him, his life would be in danger. When he was about to reach the black wolf, it suddenly turned around and started running toward the forest. Seeing this, Apollo couldn't help but be amazed at how cunning this wolf was. That if you can't win, then run. They had the same thought, but the wolf applied it first. Come back here, Apollo shouted as he chased after the wolf. Using his simple movement technique, he parkoured his way to get close to the wolf. With his surroundings turning into a blur, he caught up with the wolf. He reached out his hand and grabbed one of its tails, but the other tail struck his hand. Ark! Apollo grunted in pain. He noticed that his hand was bleeding, causing great pain. He gritted his teeth and caught up again. Using his injured hand, he held one of the wolf's tails, as expected. The other tail tried to attack his hand, but Apollo anticipated this. Using his free hand, he caught it and pulled hard. Apollo shouted as his body was dragged by the wolf. He stomped his feet, creating a long trail on the ground before shouting, "Take this!" The beggar used all the strength he could muster to stop the wolf from running before he twisted his body and threw the black wolf as hard as he could. The wolf howled in the air, its body crashing into a tree and creating a small dust cloud upon impact. Apollo breathed heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. The pain from his right hand made him frown, but now was not the time to mull over it. Instead, he focused on the wolf. That throw was hard. Did I kill it? He walked toward the broken tree and noticed that the black wolf was trying to stand up, but its legs gave out. There were broken pieces of wood stuck in its body, and blood constantly flowed down. The wolf was also breathing heavily, and when it noticed the tiny human, it growled, but compared to before, it was very weak and low. Looking at its state, Apollo concluded that it was on the verge of death. He looked around and saw a piece of wood with sharp, pointy edges. He went and picked it up. "Let me end your suffering." The black wolf seemed to resign to its fate as it let out a final howl. Apollo let it howl and waited until its head fell to the ground from exhaustion. Seeing this, the beggar raised the wood and plunged it into the wolf's head. Blood splashed onto his clothes. "Sigh, I almost died," Apollo muttered bitterly. Although it may have seemed that he had the upper hand, his life was still on the line, and with one wrong move, the situation could have turned around. Fortunately, the black wolf decided to escape instead of fighting him to the death. Apollo turned around and started walking back. Howl! Suddenly, the howl of a wolf echoed in the forest. When the beggar heard this, he glanced back at the black wolf he had just killed. Realization dawned on him. Don't tell me. Another howl sounded, but this time it came from a different direction. Then, one after another, wolves' howls reverberated through the forest. Apollo gulped, his eyes wide with fear. He looked at the dead wolf and recalled their fight. That guy didn't escape because he was afraid. He escaped to buy time for his pack to arrive. That's why the black wolf kept howling, even while running away. If he had been calm and not clouded by arrogance due to his newfound strength, he would have considered this possibility before deciding to fight a wolf. But regretting it now wouldn't do him any good. Instead, he took a deep breath to calm his mind. Gotta run now. Apollo decided to return as soon as possible. That he valued his life above all else, and staying here was akin to a dash. Although his body ached from the previous fight, his running speed didn't slow down. Instead, he became even faster. He used his simple movement technique to the best of his abilities. He ran up a tree and decided to traverse back by jumping from one tree to another. Wolves had more advantage on land, and as he expected, the moment he started his return, they were already black. Wolves running after him. Howl! They howled to the sky while running in the direction of the human scent. Apollo looked down and counted them. There were at least a dozen of them, and their speed was fast. They also ran in the same direction, but not on the same track, making it easier for them to hunt an escaping prey. If he had been a few seconds later in escaping, he would have found himself fighting against those wolves, and the outcome would have been dire. Suddenly, the howl of a wolf echoed, louder than the others. Apollo glanced down and noticed a wolf running toward his direction while looking up at him. SHD. They found me. The other black wolves started gathering beneath him, behind him. Thankfully, they couldn't climb the trees and travel as he did. Faster. After a while, Apollo could finally see the city wall, and the light of hope shone in his eyes. There were still a few more trees before he reached the clearing. Here, there would be only grass. Apollo started to worry that the moment he jumped and landed on the ground, The black wolves would lunge at him, but he gritted his teeth and decided to let fate work its wonder. Apollo jumped hard, causing the trunk to shatter and his body to propel forward. The black wolves howled angrily in his direction. As he saw the ground closing in, Apollo prepared himself. The moment he landed, he rolled forward and started running toward the caravan lining up to enter the gate. Breathing heavily, he turned around and saw that the black wolves were looking in his direction but didn't dare to leave the forest. Whoa! Thank God. Apollo put a hand over his chest. His heart was beating like never before. His body was even shaking from the nervousness. He noticed that the wolves started to retreat back into the forest, and he heaved a sigh of relief. After Apollo hid behind a caravan, he found an alley where he decided to rest. The pain in his hand was severe, and he wanted to treat it as soon as possible. Looking at his own points, the beggar boy couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm really not good at saving up. In his previous life, because of his talent, he didn't need to worry about saving, as money kept flowing into his bank account. Only now did he realize that being wealthy also has its downsides. He brought up a system window and bought a health potion, which cost him 5 Ulm points. Apollo glanced at his Ulm points and noticed they had dropped from 18 to 13 from the previous 28. They were now down to 13, but buying that movement technique was worth it, he thought, as the wound on his right hand started healing at a fast rate. Now my clothes. He sniffed and smelled the strong stench of blood, both his own and that of the black wolf he had killed. Do I have to find another robe? Apollo searched the alley but found nothing to use as clothes. He sighed and searched the system store instead. After a while, he found what he was looking for. Cleaning bead, a common cultivation item. Once used, it will release chi that envelopes its owner, cleaning the owner's clothes and body. It needs to absorb chi for an hour before it can be used again. All points cost 3. Do I really need to buy this? Apollo faced a dilemma. He wanted to save up so he could buy the item that would help him hide in his beggar spot. But he couldn't stand reeking of blood. He could choose to wash his clothes. But if he did that, he'd have to do it every time he fought. It would be a waste of time. In the end, Apollo sighed and bought the item. White particles appeared in front of him before they coalesced into a white bead. He observed it in his hands for a few seconds before using it. It let out a subtle light, and a stream of chi emanated from it. Apollo was enveloped by the light. A few seconds later, the light returned to the white bead, and the beggar's clothes became clean. His hair was shiny, and he could even smell a flowery fragrance. This is good. Apollo smiled. He felt like he had just taken a cold shower. Even his teeth were clean, and his robe looked as good as new. I have to go back now and earn more Ulm points, Apollo muttered after glancing at his remaining Ulm points. There are actually good-hearted people who still give money to the homeless, and he expected that even without that wish me luck item, he could still earn Ulm points. With his clean clothes and face, he walked more confidently on the street, and no one suspected that he was a beggar. Still, some curiously glanced in his direction. As he was the only kid wandering around at this hour, Apollo had to walk for almost an hour to reach the district where his beggar spot was. Whistling a tune, he arrived at his destination. He looked around and saw that the workers from the Philly restaurant were still busy inside. The night was still young, and there were patrons eating inside the restaurant. He walked towards his beggar spot beside the restaurant, a place most people wouldn't even glance at because it was hidden by another building unless they purposely looked at the partition. Finally, Apollo sighed in relief. He sat inside the shelter he had made and decided to rest for a bit. After a while, he went out and sat where people could see him. He then raised both hands above his forehead and started cultivating the simple breathing technique. Just thinking about the strength he would gain when he reached the 4-step foundation building excited him. Apollo took a deep breath to calm his mind. Following the pattern in his mind, the surrounding chi began to be absorbed by him. It followed a certain path and circulated through his whole body, bathing his cells and slowly reforming them. ASP set in. The outside world became dark, and in his senses, there was only him and the chi. But unbeknownst to him, this peace wouldn't last long. Inside the Philly restaurant, the lights coming from chandeliers gave off an opulent ambience in the room. There were 2 floors inside, with the second floor designed like a balcony to observe the first floor. This was specially renovated to separate classes. Philly was currently standing on the second floor, one of her hands on the handrail as she watched her workers clean the tables below. The frown appeared on her face when she noticed plates with leftover food. This would never happen at that restaurant. Gail hesitatingly called out. Seeing Philly's serious face made her uncertain if she should share the news. Gail, what is it? Philly turned towards her. It's about the Skyline Savory. Gail trailed off. The frown on Philly's face deepened. Tell me. They put up a sign on their newly acquired building across the street. They said they're going to open tomorrow noon. Gail replied with worry in her voice. Dimnit. Philly slammed her hand on the handrail, causing it to crack. They are fast. What should we do? Gail asked. Philly took a deep breath to calm down. I still haven't finished my research on how to further improve the taste of my food. She believed that the food in her restaurant was good enough to be considered one of the top in Clown, but compared to Skyline Savory, it was like heaven and earth. Her chefs were also experts, so she believed that if she was going to compete with the restaurant across the street, it had to be through the uniqueness of their food. She had to be innovative about this. Do you want to sneak inside and find out their recipes? Gail whispered when she saw that her boss stayed silent. That's too risky. Philly shook her head. After that restaurant opens, business will probably slow down. It will definitely slow down. I still need time to finish my research, and once I complete it, we will make a comeback. Oh, so are we still going to operate? Gail asked. Yes, operate as usual. Philly nodded before she remembered something. About that beggar. Let's go see if he's still there. I need to let out some steam. Hearing this, Gail's eyes lit up. Sure. Apollo cultivated peacefully, his breathing steady and quiet. With his legs crossed and hands above his forehead, he resembled a statue, unmoving and calm. The chi around him was absorbed, encircling before entering through his mouth and nose. Following the pattern of the simple breathing technique, it revolved inside his body, strengthening every cell. If the scarecrow from the training ground were beside him, it would record his cultivation progress. With the water slowly rising, as time passed, the number of people on the street gradually diminished. Some glanced in the beggar boy's direction, but no one stepped up to give him alms. This changed when the Philly restaurant beside the beggar was almost closed. Two women came out from the glass door and immediately noticed the beggar as they turned left. So that's him, Philly muttered. They walked towards him and stopped a few steps away. Gail, standing behind her, tilted her head to the side, sensing something unusual. She scrutinized the beggar, but found nothing amiss besides his posture. Where have I felt this feeling before? What do you mean? Philly asked, curious about the expression on Gail's face. It's nothing, really. I just feel a certain familiarity, Gail explained. I see. Philly nodded, making a mental note before glancing back at the beggar. She observed him closely but couldn't discern the familiarity Gail mentioned. Perhaps it was just Gail's imagination? Philly cleared her throat loudly, trying to get the beggar's attention. Still, the beggar remained unresponsive. He's asleep, Gail pointed out, hearing the steady rhythm of his breathing. Wake him up, Philly ordered, stepping to the side. All right. Gail pushed her glasses up before she stood in front of the beggar. Let's see if he still won't wake up with this. She raised her foot to send a swift kick towards the beggar's head. That's not what I mean. Philly's eyes widened, caught off guard by Gail's sudden action. She didn't manage to finish her words as the kick landed, sending the beggar tumbling to the ground and hitting the wall of the neighboring building. Philly's body visibly tensed up. She assumed her battle stance, using her senses to their fullest. Although she wasn't as focused on cultivation due to her business pursuits, she was still a second-step foundation-building cultivator. After a few seconds, nothing happened. Nothing. Philly adjusted her posture, her face slightly red with embarrassment. She turned to Gail with an annoyed expression. Why did you do that? I told you wake him up, not kick him. Sorry. Gail bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Trained to wake up people using various methods, the conventional approach hadn't immediately come to mind. Philly sighed while massaging her forehead. Sigh, let's see if he's awake. Oh, what the hell? Suddenly, someone shouted, and both women looked at the beggar. He was already on his feet, dusting off his clothes and rubbing his face. He looked at them angrily and shouted, Don't you guys have basic respect for human beings? Philly and Gail exchanged glances before Philly stepped forward. We do, but not to a beggar like you, Philly said matter-of-factly, keeping a wary eye on him, still unsure if there might be an expert hiding behind him. That IT was still a suspicion, and nothing was certain yet. There was a chance this beggar was a wandering cultivator or simply an ordinary beggar, and Ned was just being unlucky. Why do people keep discriminating against beggars? Apollo muttered, shaking his head in disappointment. Despite his words, he knew he might have done the same if he were still in his previous world. He wasn't a saint to begin with. I will say this once. You need to leave, or don't blame me if we resort to force, Philly warned, squinting at him. And who are you to tell me that? Apollo raised an eyebrow, crossing his hands defensively in front of him. Despite his outward demeanor, he felt nervous deep inside. He glanced at the woman in front of him, then at the woman with glasses who looked at him with a mix of confusion and curiosity. He sensed that the woman with glasses was strong. If he hadn't blocked her attack at the last minute, he might have passed out from her kick. His hand that he used for blocking still ached. Me, I'm the owner of Philly Restaurant, Philly announced proudly, puffing up her chest at the mention of her establishment. DM in. The boss is here. That's why she brought a strong bodyguard, Apollo thought quickly. Oh, is that so? Then see you later. Before Philly could respond, he darted away towards the distance. Gale, stop him, Philly shouted, watching as the boy quickly gained distance that he was surprisingly fast. In my own way or the conventional method? Gale asked, readying herself. Just do whatever you like. All right, Gale nodded, crouching down. With a deep breath, she catapulted herself forward, her movements blurring as she appeared instantly in front of the beggar. Eh. Apollo's eyes widened in surprise at the woman's incredible speed. A hand covered his face suddenly, and then he felt himself falling backward, a sharp impact following with pain shooting through his back. Bang! Gale used her right hand to cover Apollo's face and pinned him to the ground. Stay still. Great, Philly commented from behind them. Gale glanced up at Philly. What should we do now? After a moment's thought, Philly spoke decisively. Let's bring him inside the restaurant, that we can question him there and find out his true identity. Understood. Gale nodded, reaching to grab Apollo. But she recoiled in surprise when something wet and slippery touched her palm, causing her to let go of Apollo's face. What is that? She glanced down at Apollo and noticed his tongue sticking out as far as it could with his eyes closed. Realizing what had happened, Apollo opened his eyes and saw the woman with glasses looking at him with disgust. Hee, my bad. Come here. Gale grabbed Apollo like a chicken and dragged him inside the restaurant, while Philly opened the door for them. Apollo had seen all kinds of films where the protagonist is being interrogated. Question upon questions is being bombarded, intimidation is being used, and sometimes even force. But looking at his current situation, this isn't interrogation. This is a staring contest. The beggar squinted his eyes to stare at Philly intently. Seeing this, Philly did the same with her hands under her chin. You want some challenge? Apollo squinted his eyes more so, until his face scrunched up and his eyelids to twitch from the intensity. Philly was about to squint hard, but someone coughed, causing her to look behind the beggar boy. She saw Gale looking at them with a strange expression on her face. What am I doing? Philly shook her head and took a deep breath. I've told you, kid. You wouldn't like it when you disregard my order, Philly said with a smirk on her face. Is the street yours? Apollo asked, his right eyebrow raised. From what I know, you only own the restaurant. Huh, is that so? Still, you are not allowed near my restaurant, Philly responded. Even the city will approve of my actions if I chased you away. Tisk, Apollo couldn't help but click his tongue. He glanced around the room and noticed that the woman with glasses was already gone. Escaping is going to be hard if that girl is around. He has to think of other ways. Seeing the beggar quiet, Philly leaned back on her chair. Deep inside, she's hoping that the worst case won't come. Gale went out to see if the person behind this beggar will try to get him. If he didn't come, then it means one of their speculation was wrong. After a while, Gale came back. She shook her head to Philly after finding nothing strange outside the restaurant. Philly nodded before she stared at the beggar. If there's no one outside coming for the beggar, there's only two suspicions left. They have to confirm, is this guy a normal beggar or a wanderer? Did you beat up one of my workers, a half-step foundation building cultivator? Philly asked, her eyes scanning the beggar from head to toe once more. I don't know. Apollo shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Hey, remember your life depends on this, Philly said with a tap on her table. Hearing this, Apollo glanced at her, his eyes cold like that of a wolf looking at his prey. You don't get to decide on my life. Philly couldn't help but be shocked. She instinctively looked at her bodyguard. Gale noticed the fear in her eyes, so she took a step forward and put a hand on Apollo's shoulder. She clutched it tightly, forcing the beggar to turn to her. When Apollo glanced back, the memories of her subduing him easily resurfaced. This made him cower, recalling that he's still on the losing ground. What's up? Apollo asked with awkwardness while his hand pushed Gale's hand. Anyway, does it matter if I beat that guy up or not? You're going to kick me out of your premises, right? Although technically those are not yours. Gale took a step back to listen to their conversation. This beggar, is he a wanderer or not? But it seems he has the brain for saying that, Philly thought. You are right, and no matter what you say, I will still get rid of you. My restaurant has the image to uphold, and your kind is tainting it. Is that so? Apollo muttered with a smirk on his face. If she really wants to get rid of me, why bring me here and ask some questions? Can't she just order this woman with glasses to kill me? He glanced back and saw Gale staring at him intently. The way this woman scrutinized him, he looked back at Philly, then thought of the situation. They're confirming something, but I can't just lose my beggar spot. That lightning will kill me. Fighting is also useless because this woman behind him can easily suppress him, Apollo. started observing the room before his eyes landed on the open notebook on the table in front of Philly. Although it's upside down, he tried his best to read it. Research on how to improve the restaurant's food. Apollo's mind worked to its fullest. He recalled that there's a renovation going on in front of this restaurant with a sign that said Skyline Savory Branch under construction. With this thought in mind, the restaurant that he passed by when he went to the floor surfaced in his mind. That restaurant is very grand when it comes to its design. There's also a sign that says Skyline Savory. His eyes lightened up as he realized something. Although he hadn't tasted the real food here, he knew what the taste of their bread was thanks to Big Chub. There's only one word that he could think of when describing their taste. Simple. There's only flour, salt, and sugar that he could taste at a common bread that one could make in their household. Even if they try to make it unique, there's only little that they can do besides the design. This tells the condition of their culinary world. There's a high chance that this also applies to restaurants. Seeing that the beggar doesn't have much to say, Philly waved her hand at Gale. Get rid of him. To kill him or not? Gale asked just to make sure. Up to you. Philly said, a wanderer or not, this beggar doesn't seem to be that strong. Okay. Gale took a step forward and put her hand on Apollo's shoulder. Wait, Apollo said aloud, causing Philly to frown. What? You wouldn't be able to beat the restaurant in front with your current food, Apollo said with a smirk on his face. You. Philly slammed her hand on the table. She felt like she was being belittled by this little beggar. Huh, what do you know? Come here, kid. Gale pulled the beggar, but Apollo pushed her hand and focused on Philly. Let me stay beside your restaurant, and I can help you with that. And why would I do that? Philly raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Seeing how desperately this beggar wanted to stay beside her restaurant, she was more certain he was not a wandering cultivator. That new restaurant will open soon, and I'm pretty sure your business will take a great hit. Unless you have some breakthrough in enhancing your food, Apollo said, thinking about Skyline Savory. This was just a guess, but he believed that restaurant was too powerful for Philly to handle, that a restaurant situated in the center of the city, deciding to expand to another area? It just showed how successful their business was. Seeing Philly frowning at his words, Apollo confirmed that his guess was true. He had seen Skyline Savory, and the structure and materials used in its building were worth a lot of money. Even if you were right, I still don't believe you, Philly said, waving her hand dismissively. Take him away. Gale nodded and started pulling Apollo. Feeling the woman's strength, Apollo allowed himself to be dragged, but his eyes remained fixed on the notebook on the table. He had only managed to read a handful of information on one page, but with his mind. That was enough to come up with a solution. He really didn't want to lose his beggar spot. He could just come back after being thrown out, but the woman with glasses seemed to want to kill him. You must have guessed already. The taste is too simple. There's nothing unique about your food. Apollo shouted, causing Gale to frown. She raised her hand, about to knock the beggar unconscious when Philly shouted back. Wait. Philly stared at the beggar strangely. Have you eaten some of my food? No. Apollo shook his head. But I can tell. He could tell just based on the bread he had tasted so far and from Philly's reaction that he was right. Philly's mind became chaotic. She turned to her journal, then looked back at the beggar. I will hear you out. She realized she wasn't going to lose anything by listening, that if he was speaking nonsense, Gale could handle him. Apollo smiled as he walked up to her table. May I take a look at your journal? Hesitation appeared on Philly's face, but considering her business was on the line, she sighed and handed him the notebook. Do you even have clean hands? Does it matter? Apollo rolled his eyes before opening the journal and starting to read. Gale stood by Philly's side and asked, why did you give him a chance? I'm not going to lose anything anyway, Philly answered, glancing at her. Observing her face, she seemed to be troubled by something. Is something bothering you? It's just that. Gale glanced back at the beggar. He is not normal. What do you mean? Philly asked. He blocked my attack earlier, and even when I hit him, his body could handle it with ease, Gale explained. Philly turned to the beggar. Then perhaps an eccentric cultivator? Is he really a wanderer? A wanderer is a cultivator who travels the world. There are actually many of them, and one of their known traits is wanting to experience life. Often, they pretend to be someone else, a farmer, a sailor, even a beggar. This is their way of cultivating that, of course. They must possess a cultivation technique before they wander around. Unlike Philly and those students who studied in Marshall School, wanderers have more experience as they have seen a lot. There are all kinds of ways of cultivation, and these are just common ones. Some even cultivate by tending to flowers. Cultivation is very mysterious, and not even the most experienced can fully understand it. Philly didn't think of another reason anymore. If this beggar really had cultivation, she would just let him be. It would be up to his luck whether the city would discover him or not. The city was being cleaned of beggars, and if he was found, she wouldn't. interfere. Besides, she thought they wouldn't do anything to him once they found out he was a wanderer. Only if he was. The sound of flipping pages echoed for a while before Apollo handed the book back. Yes, I thought. Their method is pretty simple, Apollo mused. They don't even have an oven. They only know how to cook over a fire and on a pan. Their use of ingredients is also straightforward. They just put them in a pan and let them cook. Even more ridiculous is that they only know a handful of spices. Apollo sighed, disheartened that the culinary arts of this world were not very advanced. Give me a pen and another journal, Apollo said. Gale and Philly looked at each other for a moment before Gale took out another notebook from a drawer along with the pen. She handed them to Apollo and took a step back. Hey, if you fail to impress me, Philly stopped mid-sentence. There's a high chance this boy is just pretending to be a beggar. So she refrained from saying more. Apollo wasn't bothered by her. Instead, he thought for a moment before starting to write in the journal. His plan was simple. Write down a cooking technique and ingredients. He also added recipes for famous dishes from his previous life like fried chicken and spaghetti. Only the sound of his writing reverberated in the room. This lasted for almost 30 minutes before the beggar closed the journal. Here you go. Philly took the journal but didn't open it yet. She stared intently at the beggar before nodding her head. If this can really help me, I will let you stay near my restaurant. But if it doesn't, don't blame me when you find yourself being eaten by a dog. Yeah, sure. Apollo nodded uninterestedly. Gale escorted him out, Philly ordered. Soon, she was the only one left in the room. She glanced at the journal, thinking how crazy it was to expect anything from a beggar. Philly opened it and started reading tea first. She read it without expecting much, but after a few seconds, her eyes widened in disbelief. These cooking techniques and these ingredients, reading those otherworldly techniques made her mouth slightly open. Some of them were simple, yet when combined with other techniques, they created a harmony that could enhance the flavor of the food. And what is this fried chicken and spaghetti? Philly continued to read, her amazement reaching its peak after she finished the journal. This is too phenomenal, especially how to cook the fried chicken and spaghetti. Philly muttered, saliva threatening to fall from her mouth. Apollo sighed after walking out of Philly's restaurant. He put a hand on his aching shoulder while turning around to look back. He saw Gale standing behind the glass door, watching his every move. That woman was observing him curiously and seemed to be in deep thought. What a creep, Apollo muttered, averting his gaze. He went back to his beggar spot and sat down inside his small shelter. He couldn't help but think that his day was too eventful. That wasted a lot of his time. He could have been cultivating instead of running his mouth. He shook his head and noticed that the building in front of him was very different from when he first saw it. It's probably the most elegant building in this rundown district. They really know how to flaunt their money, Apollo muttered. He shook his head, then brought up his status screen name. Apollo Leone. Race, human. Alm points. 10 spirit cultivation. None. Physique cultivation. First step foundation building. Attributes. None. Looking at his remaining alm points, he felt bitter that his foolish decisions almost cost him his life because of those black wolves, and he also spent some of his alm points. He sighed again before thinking about his mission. Apollo felt frustrated when he thought that he still had to meddle with his body's family problems. He doesn't feel any affection for the Leone family in this world. He's a different person with a different life. But that DMN system gave him a mission about those troubles. I should go back to cultivating, Apollo murmured as he closed his eyes, crossed his legs, and started practicing the simple breathing technique. If he wanted to finish his mission, he had to reach the 4-step foundation building stage, and he had to do it 1 or 2 weeks before the mission deadline. Or else. Thunder rumbled through the clouds above, casting an electrifying brilliance over the streets of Clown City. His mind soon entered a dark world where there was only him and the chi around his. Worries about the restaurant beside him disappeared. He believed that once they adhered to the journal he wrote, they wouldn't lose to Skyline Savory. Hopefully, they would let him go and not bother him anymore. Well, even if they didn't agree, he still had other plans to ensure he wouldn't lose his beggar spot. The next morning, the sound of a door opening echoed, and someone stuck their head outside. She looked at the restaurant in front while pushing her glasses up. She noticed that people were already working inside, setting up tables and wiping the glass windows. Gale pulled her head back in and walked upstairs to where Philly was. Really? Gale muttered bitterly after opening the door. Philly was slumped over her desk, clearly deep in sleep, evident from her snoring. Gale walked over to the table and tapped it a few times, causing Philly to jerk awake and look around the room. What time is it? It's 6 a.m., Miss Philly, Gale said. Oh, great. Philly yawned. She had slept for at most 2 hours and had to work again. That journal had kept her awake and made her create her future plan. She glanced at the notebook on her table, and her eyes lightened up with hope. If I want to beat Skyline Savory, this is the only solution. She took a deep breath to calm her mind and recover some of her strength. Let's go. We have a lot of work to do, Philly said, standing up. Oh, okay. But what about the workers here? No one is going to manage them, Gail said with worry in her voice. Right? Philly slapped her forehead and stopped in her tracks. She went back to her seat and sat down. She thought for a moment before glancing at Gail, then at the journal. That beggar. No, I couldn't call him a beggar if he has this information and seems to have a cultivation. Perhaps he's really a wanderer. With this in mind, she decided not to mess with him. Besides, she thought she might need him again. Gail, I need you to find me some ingredients, Philly said. Okay, tell me, Miss Philly. Gail pushed her glasses up. Remember everything I tell you, and promise me that after I tell you these ingredients, you will keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone, not even my father, Philly said, looking at Gail seriously. Feeling the solemn atmosphere, Gail also became serious. She nodded and put her hand on her chest. I swear with my life and cultivation, no words will come out of my mouth regarding these ingredients. Good. Philly smiled before starting to list the common spices and ingredients. After hearing all the ingredients, Gail couldn't help but tilt her head to the side. She couldn't recognize some of them. Chili, ginger, garlic? What are those? Seeing her confused expression, Philly explained further. Yeah, I also don't recognize some of them. Regardless, I need you to find them as soon as possible. I will do my best. Gail bowed after saying those words. Good. Call the head chef on your way out, Philly ordered, and Gail nodded. As she waited for the chef, she started reading again. Oh, right. I still have to make the chefs take an oath not to reveal all this information. Philly thought point one could say it's the greatest structure and building in the entire Clown City. This building stood in the middle of the central district. IT has a tower on its side, but there's no bell, only a statue of a man holding a trident. This building resembles both a castle and a church. It's large enough to fit 2 martial schools. People were already walking on the marble floor that led toward the entrance. The guards in front of the metallic door didn't dare slack off. The morning sunlight reflected off their silver armor that covered them from head to toe, while their eyes scanned the surroundings, especially the officials entering the building a dozen meters away. A man stood beside the open gate. He wore a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on his chest. When all the officials had entered the mayor's castle, the man walked toward the entrance, where one of the guards stopped him. This way, the guard said, leaving his post to lead the man. They walked for a while and stopped in front of a golden case door. Another guard stood in front of the giant door, but this one wore gold armor. The silver-armored guard bowed before leaving. As the golden case door opened, the man took a deep breath. Munch! The sharp, crisp sound of biting echoed through the room, causing the man to glance at the table and see someone eating something that made him frown in disgust. Oh, the rumor is true. Gulp! Welcome, Ark. Good morning, Mayor Clown, Ark said, bowing his head to the mayor of the city. Clown was large and round, his cheeks rosy and plump with a double chin that wobbled when he looked up at Ark. His clothes were made of expensive materials that strained at the seams. His suit was laced with intricate gold patterns that exuded opulence. Why don't you take a seat? Clown pointed at the farthest seat with his knife. Ark nodded slowly while his eyes focused on what Clown was eating. Those are who? With a banging sound, Clown stabbed his food and brought it up. Seeing the eyeball, Ark wanted to throw up, but held it in. He didn't want to embarrass himself at his first meeting with the mayor. Thank you for the offer, but I just ate, Ark said, bowing his head. If you say so, Clown muttered before putting the eyeball in his mouth. The mayor closed his eyes to savor the food in front of him. He didn't speak again, continuing to finish his meal. After eating a finger, leaving only the bone, he put it back on the plate and burped aloud. He couldn't help but lick his bloodied mouth. Ah, this is really delicious. When Ark heard this, he looked to the side, not daring to glance at the fatso who could eat human meat like it was nothing. Is he cultivating some demonic technique? If he is, why are the martial schools not doing anything? This doubt remained in his heart. Clown wiped his mouth with a white towel, staining it with blood, and said, I will get straight to the point. Ark turned back to the mayor and waited. I want you to kill that boy before the advancement examination. Finish what you didn't finish. This is going to be your last chance, Clown said, staring Ark dead in the eyes. Ark was visibly shaken when he heard the mayor's words. I will definitely kill that boy. You have to. You know what will happen to you if you can't succeed, right? Clown asked with a smirk. Ark nodded slowly, glancing at the human bones piled up in front of the mayor. Then go now. Clown waved his hand, and Ark stood up to bow before leaving the room. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Clown's eyes became cold, and bloodlust erupted from him. The sunlight that passed through the windows turned red while the temperature dropped. Soon, this world will be mine. Apollo opened his eyes after a night of cultivation. He brought up his status screen and saw that his cultivation was still the same, but he could feel that he was stronger than yesterday. I should get something to eat, Apollo muttered. He left his beggar spot and was about to go to Big Chub when he noticed a line in front of the newly opened restaurant. Oh, there are already a lot of customers. He glanced to the side and saw that Philly's restaurant had fewer customers than before. They're already taking the hit. Skyline Savory is really an influential restaurant, Apollo thought with a shake of his head. He started walking in the direction of Big Chub, but he was confident in the journal that he wrote. After a few minutes of walking, he saw the stall where Big Chub was selling. He hurriedly walked towards him and greeted him with a smile. "What's up, Big Chub?" Hearing the shout, Big Chub glanced at the sound and saw Apollo. He looked at his clothes and couldn't help but be surprised. "Is that a new robe? You look much cleaner for a beggar." Hee hee, it's because not all beggars are the same," Apollo said. He started choosing the bread on the table and handed his money to Big Chub. "By the way, do you have some gossip you can share with me?" Big Chub rolled his eyes before he focused on the beggar. "You are lucky." "Why?" Apollo asked before biting the bread in his hand. "The city is cleaning up the beggars on the streets. Haven't you noticed? There aren't many beggars wandering around anymore," Big Chub explained. Actually, Apollo had already noticed, and he also tried to find other beggars, but found only 3 or 4 of them. This made him think about what was happening. "What they're doing is too extreme, that I wonder why," Apollo muttered, though it sounded muffled because of the bread in his mouth. "I agree with you," Big Chub sighed. "In the past, they did take care of the beggars on the street, but not to the point where they specifically looked for them." "I see," Apollo frowned. "Is there going to be a big event soon?" "Why do you ask?" Big Chub questioned, but still answered the boy's inquiry. "Oh, come to think of it, the advancement examination is going to be held soon." "Advancement examination?" Apollo tilted his head to the side. "It's where the student cultivators in the Marshall School will participate. They must prove that their cultivation is not stuck and that they're making great progress. Point 1 will fail if their cultivation is still the same. That I'm not particular about the details of the examination, but I heard there's a combat test." "Oh, it sounds interesting," Apollo said, taking one last bite of his food. "It sure is an interesting event," Big Chub muttered while handing Apollo his change. "Thanks." Apollo took the change and put it in his pocket. "Then how does one enter a Marshall School?" Hearing the question, Big Chub glanced at the beggar strangely. "Don't tell me you want to enter." "Haha, I'm just curious." Apollo waved his hand. "Well, there's no customer besides you, so let's chat more," Big Chub said. "First of all, you need to have the talent for cultivation. This comes to only 1 in 1,000 people. Then you have to go to any Marshall School. If you prove to them that you have the talent, they will accept you." "I see," Apollo nodded. "Anything else?" Big Chub sighed, just in time to notice the beggar's hand slowly moving toward one of his breads. "Hey, hands!" Apollo swiftly waved it over the bread. There are flies everywhere. Big Chub's eye twitched. This beggar. "1 piece of bread, please," someone shouted from the side, and Big Chub handed the other customer a bread with a smile on his face. Apollo took this chance to snatch a piece of bread and put it in his pocket. When the vendor glanced at him, Apollo asked another question. "What about the library? Does this city have one?" "This city? Are you not from here? Is that why you don't know anything?" Big Chub shook his head and answered the question. "Library, that is the place filled with books, right? Only Marshall schools have it, and those people with wealth and power." Apollo sighed in disappointment upon hearing the answer. If I really wanted to fully understand cultivation, do I really need to sign up for this so-called Marshall school? He could buy books in the store, but they are too expensive. He brought up his system store while still talking to Big Chub and sorted out the items to cultivation books. Basic of cultivation. Understand the foundation of cultivation. Chi, enlightenment, and spirit will be in your hands. Ohm points needed, 100 ohm. Points. This is the cheapest book that can help him understand cultivation, but he needed 100 ohm points. What he just needed to know were the very basics. Apollo sighed and suddenly remembered the book that Big Chub had given him, which contained information about the cultivation stages, maps, and other relevant details. If the library is strictly regulated, that means books are also controlled, right? "Right," Big Chub nodded. "Then how did you get your hands on the book you gave me?" Apollo asked. "Well," Big Chub scratched his cheek while averting his eyes from the beggar. "Was it stolen?" Apollo's eyes widened. "Shoo, keep your mouth shut." Big Chub hurriedly made a quiet gesture, afraid that others might hear their conversation. He looked to his left and right before lowering his voice. "You see, did you give it to me to get rid of the book?" Apollo squinted at the vendor. "This fatso gave me some trouble. Do you want some more bread? Here." Big Chub handed 2 pieces of bread to the beggar, and of course, Apollo immediately took them. "Umph, I will accept your bribe," even though it's against my will," Apollo said, stuffing the 2 breads inside his now bulging pocket. "Against your will. Then why did you take it so fast?" Big Chub glared at the beggar. "Cough. So how did you get it?" Apollo went back to the topic. "Just to clarify, only books with cultivation content are not allowed in the public, though it's still hard for us common people to get hold of some books," Big Chub said. "Okay," and Apollo didn't let the vendor change the topic. "Come on, give some respect to your elders," Big Chub said assertively, but the beggar remained adamant. Apollo continued to look at the vendor with raised eyebrows. Okay, I'll tell you." Big Chub gave up. "It's because of those guys." Apollo looked back and saw some young men and women wearing their martial uniforms. They were laughing merrily as they walked in the distance. Furthermore, their eyes turned to disgust when they saw the normal people glancing in their direction. They had a fight among each other. They made quite a ruckus, injuring some ordinary people. "That book that I gave you, it's probably from them. I just found under this table." Big Chub tapped the table where his breads were placed. Apollo looked at the vendor with doubt in his eyes. "Believe me or not, that's what really happened," Big Chub said. "But how come there's a lot more martial students here than usual?" Apollo glanced in the direction where the group of student cultivators was heading and couldn't help but wonder how Philly's restaurant was currently doing. "I should go back. See ya, Big Chub." Apollo waved his hand before running back to his beggar spot. Big Chub watched as the beggar disappeared into the distance. Did I see wrong? His eyes became black. I probably imagined it before that his eyes were blued. He shook his head and started attending to his other customers. Philly was currently standing on the second floor of a restaurant. She couldn't help but sigh, seeing that there were only a few of her regular customers eating below. That Skyline Savory branch in front of her restaurant was really such a beast that on its opening day, most of her customers had changed sides. She gritted her teeth in frustration. That beggar better not be lying. Philly placed her hope in the journal that Apollo wrote for her. The methods and new cuisine in it were so heavenly defying. And if the method written in the notebook was really true, she would owe that beggar L-O-T. It had been a few hours since Gale left, and she couldn't wait any longer. Gale had gone out to procure the ingredients, so they could start immediately to recreate what was written in the journal. With the sound of the door opening, Philly glanced at the entrance, and her eyes lit up. Gale was wearing a robe that covered her face. In her hand was a bamboo bag filled with vegetables, fruits, and other ingredients Philly couldn't recognize. Gale went up the stairs and the two of them entered Philly's room. "Did you acquire everything?" Philly asked, worry evident in her voice. Gale took off her robe and shook her head in disappointment. "Unfortunately not. There are some ingredients not available in the market." "Then what did you get?" Gale went to the table and began taking out the things inside the bamboo bag. "I only managed to get this coconut lime, this red pointy fruit, these grasses with white fruits on their ends, and this, and this." She took them out one by one while describing them. "That must be what he called chili," Philly said, holding the red, thin, pointy fruit. "Can this thing even be eaten? Where did you get this?" Gale appeared embarrassed. "Well, the illustration from the journal matched one of the ingredients we use for poison concocting. So I went to my master and asked for some. Pea poison." Philly dropped the fruit. "That DMN beggar. How dare he? Doesn't want to kill my customers." "Calm down, Miss Philly," Gale hurriedly said. "Although we use this so-called chili in our poison making, it is actually not poisonous." Upon hearing this, Philly calmed down. "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, miss," Gale nodded. "It has quite a funny taste, though." It's as if she couldn't finish her words as Philly raised the red pointy fruit and put it in her mouth. She started chewing, her face turning curious. After she swallowed it, she glanced at Gale in confusion. "I didn't taste anything. And why is your face like Ah!" Philly shouted, her face red like a tomato. She clutched her neck and let out her tongue, which shared the same hue. "Wash half and miss, take a deep breath and blow on your tongue. Wait for me here, I'll go get some milk," Gale said in a hurry. She was surprised that Philly had eaten the red pointy fruit. She was about to explain its taste, but Philly didn't listen. But this was not the right time to mull over what had just happened. After reassuring her boss, she hurriedly made her way out and went to the kitchen to procure some two-headed goat milk. Philly put her tongue back in and started blowing on it. She couldn't understand the feeling, but that stingy taste evidently lessened. However, her throat and tongue still burned. When Gale came back with a glass of milk, Philly immediately took it and drank it in one gulp. Her gulping sound echoed. Gale sighed in relief. "Ha!" Philly put down the glass of milk, her breathing heavy and eyes watery. "Hey, are you sure this is not poisonous? I feel like I'm dying." "Why, yes, miss." Gale scratched her cheek. "I was about to tell you its effects and taste, but..." Philly glanced at the chilies on the table and couldn't help but shiver. She took a deep breath to calm down, that if she had known that the red pointy fruit had that taste, she wouldn't have hastily eaten it. I was hasty, but are you sure that kid is not trying to do something funny? If one of the ingredients already has this effect, what about the others? Philly began to doubt the authenticity of the journal, especially if she didn't recognize some of them. But if that beggar is really a wanderer, a cultivator pretending to be a beggar who has traveled the world, then it makes sense that she doesn't understand the ingredients on the table. Shaking her head, Gale glanced at the plants and fruits. But one thing is for sure, these ingredients are not poisonous. I see, Philly nodded. Then where did you get the other ingredients? I found some of them outside the city, in that area filled with grasses and plants. Gale explained, describing where she had found each ingredient on the table. She had found a coconut in the market, as it's one of the fruits that has become popular these days. After explaining the origins of the ingredients, Gale glanced at Philly strangely. Did the beggar write the effects and taste in the journal? Well, he did, Philly answered while avoiding her gaze. Then why didn't you? Gale glanced at the chili on the table before looking back at Philly, who was now glaring at her. Don't say another word about it, Philly said. That is going to be one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. Just thinking about how she looked after eating that stingy fruit made her face red. Sorry, Gale bowed. I was lost in excitement. I forgot about what I read, Philly explained and cleared her throat. Anyway, at least we got something we could try. These ingredients should be enough to make our food good. Probably, Gale nodded. Call the chef while I study the journal, Philly ordered, and Gale left the room. She then sat down behind her table and started reading the journal. According to the beggar, these ingredients can complement each other, and it's up to them how they are going to use them. But there's also a recommendation in the journal that the kid wrote. This coconut, for example, could be used to make something like oil. They have to cut it open and take out the delicious juice from it along with the coconut. Meat. Then they will have to blend the coconut meat with water until it becomes thick and creamy. After that, they will have to take out the coconut milk by straining the meat. The coconut meat, on the other hand, can be used as flour, which is surprising as she thought flour could only be made from grain. Anyway, after they take the coconut milk, they will have to cook it for 1 to 2 hours on low heat while constantly stirring it until the coconut milk darkens. The oil will then separate from the coconut milk and will stay on top. There's still the process of removing the lump from the coconut oil. Just one ingredient already involves a lot of steps. Will it get more complicated if she has to use all these ingredients? Philly glanced at the ingredients on the table before she went back to reading. If she were to compare the process in the journal to the method she knows, it is miles apart, with the journal taking an enormous lead. She thought that having high-quality meat like two-headed goat, flame rooster, ice jackal, and other monsters was enough to make delicious food just by cooking them over the fire or in a pan. However, the journal suggests otherwise, indicating that simple ingredients are more than enough. Soon, a knock came on the door, and Gale entered with a man who had a large belly. The man took off his white hat and bowed his head. Miss Philly, you wish to see me? Philly closed the journal and put it in a safe that only she could open. Yes, we are going to experiment with something, Philly said. Do you know how to make a dish with these ingredients? Philly pointed at the ingredients on the table. The man, known as Temer, had black hair with streaks of white here and there. His eyes were squinty, and even when he fully opened them, not much could be seen. He was one of the chefs in the main household of Kleinford, the family to which Philly belonged, and he had been asked to move here at Miss Philly's request. He glanced at the ingredients on the table and shook his head. I only recognize a few of them, but I don't know how to make dishes with them. Most of them believe that they only need great ingredients to make delicious food. Temer was considered a great chef even when he was still with the Kleinford family. He knew how to maintain a constant temperature while cooking and was skilled at handling monster meat, easily separating it from the bones. But when he glanced at the table, nothing came to mind. Are we going to experiment with this? Create a new dish? Temer was quick to pick up. Yes, Philly nodded. She stood up and started walking towards the door. Let's go. Gale took the ingredients and followed her boss, while Temer stood there for a moment before following them. Once they were inside the kitchen, Gale laid out the ingredients and Philly glanced at Temer. Whatever happens here and everything I say stays here, got it? She looked at Temer menacingly. Why, yes. Temer answered with a nod while glancing at Gale. To be honest, he was more afraid of her than his boss. But if I may say something, what is it? Philly asked. All we need is better monster meat. The more we have, the more dishes we can serve. Temer suggested he knew about the situation at their restaurant due to the Skyline Savory branch that had just opened in front of them, that if they had better quality monster meat than that restaurant, the quality of their food would also improve. There was no need to experiment with ingredients that most chefs didn't even recognize. Monster meat is very different from normal animals as it has a more flavorful taste. An out-of-this-world experience for those who try it for the first time. And if one wants to eat more delicious meat, they need to find a stronger monster than the previous one. This is one of the reasons why Skyline Savory is so famous. They have a source that provides them with strong monsters. They also have great chefs who have cultivated the fire technique, allowing them to cook the monster meat without changing temperature. Just like Timur. However, Philly only had him. I have thought of that, Philly said. But we don't have a steady supply of high-quality monster meat. We have to manually hire hunters who can't even guarantee they'll bring back what we need. That also takes time, and by the time they come back, we already have our customers. Hearing this, Timur sighed, knowing his boss was right. Just the name Skyline Savory was enough to drive any restaurant owner mad, let alone having a branch open in front of them. So, miss, this is the method you came up with? Timur asked, glancing at the ingredients on the table. Yes, well, technically. Philly recalled the beggar beside her restaurant. She didn't want to rely on him yet unless she had to. She also needed to confirm if what the kid wrote was true. Let's get started. I'll tell you what to do. All right. Timur nodded, and Gail went to stand in front of the door. Let's start with this coconut. Philly pointed at the coconut on the table. Okay, what about these other ingredients? Timur asked. Set them aside for now. What we need to do is make oil out of it, Philly answered. Oil, what is that? Timur was confused. Isn't this a fruit that you can drink? It's something essential for cooking, Philly explained while recalling the contents of the journal. Even she was confused about its use. Cut the coconut in half. Soon, they started the process of making oil. Philly instructed her chef according to the method in the journal. Meanwhile, Apollo was cultivating beside Philly's restaurant with his hands raised above his forehead. There were already 5 bronze coins on it, increasing his own points by 5. But his eyes kept twitching, and a frown appeared on his face. In the end, he sighed and opened his eyes. They are too noisy. The number of people lining up in front of the Skyline Savory branch increased as time passed, causing the noise they created to disturb his cultivation. At first, he could handle it, but it didn't take long before he got frustrated. Apollo squinted and noticed that the restaurant was packed to the brim with people. This F-King restaurant. Bring me back my piece. He started to wonder if Philly would succeed in copying the recipes and methods in the journal that he wrote for them. That if they succeeded, he would talk to them about maintaining quietness. The beggar clenched his fist and noticed the 5 bronze coins in his hand. Oh, some people are really generous, Apollo muttered while glancing back at the restaurant. Well, if they could provide me with some own points, then it's good. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. He glanced at the number of people and saw that there were also martial students lining up. Those people were probably rich, as they could afford to eat in this kind of place. With this in mind, Apollo smiled and decided to buy the Wish Me Luck items that could increase his luck by a random percentage. He opened up his system store and bought the item. A light blue translucent interface materialized in front of him, asking if he would like to use the item. Use it, Apollo muttered. The translucent screen disappeared, then another screen materialized, displaying the countdown for the Wish Me Luck item. Wish Me Luck has been activated. The heavens will bless the host while hell will pull the curses away from you. The host's luck will increase, but the percentage is random. Luck increase percentage. 9% time duration. 1 hour. A 9% increase in luck. I wonder what will happen, Apollo thought with a smile on his face. With this item activated, he disregarded the noise in the surrounding area and went back to cultivating. There was still the mission that he had to take care of, and he didn't want to slack off, especially when he had to kill a person who was clearly stronger than him. If the beggar kid thought he could remain undisturbed despite the noise in front of him, he couldn't be more wrong. 10 minutes after he activated the Wish Me Luck item, a commotion erupted outside the Skyline Savory branch. The shouting was so loud that the frown on Apollo's face deepened. What now? He opened his eyes to witness 2 groups glaring at each other, that he wouldn't have been surprised if sparks were flying from their eyes. Apollo glanced at their outfits and couldn't help but sigh. The old cliché of 2 groups from different schools starting a fight once they see each other. Is there anything new? Shaking his head, he was about to go back to cultivating and tried to ignore them, but realization kicked in, making him watch the scene in front of him in earnest. He recognized one of the groups wearing black and white uniforms with a serpent insignia on their chests. They were from the Great Serpent Cultivation School, and the man in front of them seemed to be the leader, sporting brown hair and brown eyes. His build was above average, but the way he carried himself exuded great confidence. Moreover, the man's face could also be considered handsome. The other group, on the other hand, wore dark blue uniforms with crossed swords on top of a shield insignia on their chests. Their group leader was a 2-meter-tall man with muscles that threatened to burst from his uniform. He sported short black hair and hawk-like eyes, with a mustache adorning his mouth. Ha! I knew it. I can smell your disgusting face even from a mile away, the mustache man said to the handsome man in front of him with a smirk on his face. Why don't you guys scram? Yeah, go away. Serpent my. Sess. More like a worm. Ha ha right. His companions shouted from behind the mustached man. They kept ridiculing the group in front of them, who shouted back. The handsome man raised a hand for his companions to stop. We're going to end up like dogs if we keep shouting like them. This comment infuriated the mustache man's group, though they were silenced by their leader's glare. Michael, two lions can't stay on the same mountain. You know that, right? The mustache man said to the serpent group leader. Michael nodded. Of course, I know that idiom, that's why we will never leave, that it's either you leave or we fight. Boss Johan, let's fight them. Johan's companion shouted from behind, but he just waved his hand, causing them to shut up. Haha, you really are daring, Johan said with a laugh. However, in the next second, his expression became cold and serious. A threatening aura emanated from him, and his muscles visibly tensed up. Can't wait till we meet at the advancement examination. Huh. If you really want to fight, then let's fight. The normal humans watching from the side couldn't help but take a step back from the immense pressure the big guy emitted. Even the other martial students on the scene reacted the same way. This pressure, Michael frowned as he felt the intense pressure. Have you reached the fourth step? Spot on. My boy. Johan laughed aloud. I was wrong when I said there were two lions here. In fact, there's not even a lion anymore. I became a King dragon. So fear me. We are no longer equals, Michael. The serpent students behind Michael couldn't help but clench their teeth. Fear engulfed them as the pressure from Johan was too intense. Just the thought of being beaten up by him made them hesitate. Some even took a step back and didn't dare to make another sound. Michael noticed the movement from behind him and knew that if he lost here, they would no longer look at him the same way and would probably never see him as a leader anymore. Johan saw everything and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Michael's companions and said, You guys follow this guy. Can't you see that he is nothing in front of me? So, do you want to leave, or do you want to fight? Hearing this, Michael's companions looked at each other. They only follow Michael because, first of all, he is famous at the school and also a third-step foundation building cultivator who has a lot of potential to reach greater heights. But in the next moment, their eyes widened. Don't turn my words on me, Michael said, his eyes looking seriously at the mustache man. Do you think you're the only one who advanced? Apollo, who was watching and listening to all this, couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Here comes a twist. He had been watching the scene like he was watching a movie from his previous life. But the experience and drama that he was witnessing were definitely better because it was happening in real life. Well, don't tell me. Johan appeared surprised. With a smirk on his face, Michael's body was suddenly surrounded by a blue haze, accompanied by the sound of hissing from a snake. When the Great Serpent students heard this sound, they couldn't help but shout in excitement. It's the Great Serpent technique that only those who reached chi condensation can learn. Really? Isn't that battle technique very hard to learn? One of the serpent students asked with amazement in his voice. Yes, but once learned, their battle strength will increase exponentially. Even though it's still the beginner stage, Michael's strength should be enough to compare to a fourth-step foundation building stage. But how come Michael can learn it even though he's still at third step? I was saving this for my advancement, but I don't think I can hide it now, Michael said as a light blue, translucent serpent emerged from the haze around him. It encircled his whole body, behaving like a real snake before glaring at the mustache man. Although this technique is only for chi condensation, once one has enough understanding and talent, they will be able to learn it. That's the twist I'm talking about. Apollo thought in excitement that Johan's face darkened. He wanted to humiliate the man in front of him, but reality proved him wrong. Both of them had something up their sleeves that made the situation even worse. What should we do? One of his companions asked. Shut up. Johan glared and slapped the person who asked the question, causing the man to fly through the air and land beside the beggar. Apollo appeared confused when the man landed beside him. You really are something as expected of my rival, Johan said to Michael emotionlessly. He glanced around and noticed they had already gathered quite a number of spectators. Even the manager of the Skyline Savory branch came out, a frown on his face, clearly very angry. But we should stop here. We're disrupting the appetite of other patrons. What's with the sudden change in attitude? Michael asked with a smirk on his face. Afraid? No. I'm more than eager to kill you right now, but I don't want to shed blood in this place and risk being banned from eating here, Johan explained while glancing at the manager. I see, Michael nodded. Let's settle this in the examination, and I will make sure to crush you there. Let's go. I've lost my appetite. Johan waved his hand and walked away, followed by his underlings. Michael also decided not to eat and left with his companions behind him. Wait, are you just going to leave this guy here? Apollo shouted, but no one bothered looking in his direction. What the hell? Apollo glanced at the passed-out martial student beside his feet. His face was swollen and red from the slap from that mustache. It seemed like he had just slapped a fly away from his face. Don't they have some sort of camaraderie? The beggar shook his head before he went back to cultivating. But the moment he sat down, continuous notifications appeared in front of him. You received 1 alm point. You received 1 alm point. You received 1 alm point. You received... This lasted until 12 notifications sounded. Apollo couldn't help but be confused. What's happening? He glanced at his hand, but there were no coins that had unknowingly appeared. Then his eyes landed on the man sleeping next to him. Bronze coins had fallen out of his pocket, amounting to 12 bronze coins. That guy is an angel, the beggar thought, his eyes almost tearing up. That Apollo's view about that guy named Johan changed. He started to wonder when they're going to come back and send another good soul to do another good deed. Apollo smiled as he started to imagine dozens of passed-out men beside his feet with their coins falling from their pockets. He would be rich in alm points by then. But is this only the 9% luck? Apollo felt that it was too little. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. His luck had only increased by 9%, not to a shocking point of 20% and above. If he had that increase in luck, he would really question the system. With a sigh, he noticed that the people lining up in front of the Skyline Savory branch had quieted down. Although there was still noise, compared to before, it was quieter. He also noticed the man standing beside the door, looking in his direction with a frown on his face. That man had a visibly bald patch on his head, thick eyebrows, and a low, flat nose. But the way he stood there, he emitted a certain kind of vibe that Apollo could certainly understand. From his attire, he seemed to be rich, and from the way the patrons looked at him with respect. Apollo concluded that the manager of the restaurant in front of him was right outside, looking in his direction. What? Don't tell me this guy also wanted to get rid of me to maintain their image. Huh. Do you think I'll be scared with that stare of yours? Apollo smirked, but just to make sure. He picked up the coins on the table and stood up while whistling a tune. Apollo walked into the distance before he hid behind a building where he could see the manager. Only when the manager went inside the restaurant did Apollo come back a few feet away from his beggar spot to cultivate and gain alms at the same time. SHD, I have to raise my strength as soon as possible. Apollo muttered and didn't bother the man sleeping beside him. Following the methods and the simple breathing technique, he guided the chi around him to strengthen his body. Soon, he entered the blank space with only him and his partner, the chi. A groaning sound emerged, and a young man about 17 or 18 years old woke up with dizziness, his vision blurry for a second before he realized it was already night. While still in a daze, a stinging pain attacked his face, causing him to grit his teeth. He reached out his hand, touched his face, and found it swollen and numb. Arg, SHD, I have to get back, the man muttered and did his best to stand. Hey, someone said. Making him turn to the sound, he saw a kid wearing a dark gray robe with black hair and black eyes that looked at him innocently. See, can you spare me some coins, mister? The man glanced at the boy from head to toe, and a frown appeared on his face. FCK off, you f***ing beggar. FCK you too. Apollo cursed back. FCK you more, the martial student shouted while walking away. FCK you whatever the FCK your name is. Apollo raised a hand and flipped the middle finger. Although the man couldn't understand what it meant, he copied the beggar and did the same thing. FCK you, beggar. If I wasn't in a hurry and injured, I would have beaten the SHD out of you. Come here and do it, Apollo shouted. And FCK your mom. That comment caused a martial student to stop and glare at the beggar. What did you say? Don't you ever bring up my mom. Okay, I won't, Apollo shouted. The man stared at the beggar for a while before he shook his head and hurriedly walked away. He had to cultivate to prepare for the advancement examination and couldn't waste this night, as this was the only time of the day when he could cultivate in peace. However, a few steps away, that beggar shouted again. FCK your mom, your father, your sister, and everyone in your family, you cheap SS motherfucker. Apollo's voice reverberated in the street, and the other people walking couldn't help but turn in the beggar's direction. The man's swollen face became redder, and veins threatened to erupt on his forehead. He turned around angrily, but the beggar was already at the end of the street with a middle finger up in the air. Arg! The man wanted to shout, but the pain on his face caused him to grunt. Instead, 10 minutes later, Apollo came back beside Philly's restaurant, a smile on his face and a bun in his hand. So that's what they feel when they beg but don't get what they want, Apollo muttered before taking a bite from his bread. That was actually the first time he had begged someone to give him coins since he got the system. Actually, that was the first time he had begged someone his entire 2 lives. IT felt awful to be rejected, especially when he also got cursed. Can't he just reject me nicely? Shaking his head. He sat down and finished his food. Sigh. That item ended 2 hours ago, and I only got 12 on points. Apollo expected to get more after getting the coins that fell from that man's pocket as he still had the time. However, no more surprising events had happened. That's when he noticed a scroll on the side where that martial student had slept. What is this? Apollo picked it up, curiosity in his eyes, that he opened it and read the contents. Official invitation for the advancement examination. Prove your cultivation and strength. Every student must participate in order to fully assess the martial school and its martial students. Those who rank at the top will receive the following prizes. Top 1. Advanced Cultivation Bead, a private cultivation abode in the inner sector of your martial school. The resources are provided by the officials. A chance to choose a cultivation technique from Clown's cultivation library, a one-on-one meeting with Mayor Clown. Top 2. Advanced Cultivation Bead, a chance to choose a cultivation technique from Clown's cultivation library, a one-on-one meeting with Mayor Clown. Top 3. Advanced Cultivation Bead, a chance to choose a cultivation technique from Clown's cultivation library. Top 4 and 5. Advanced Cultivation Bead. This invitation must be kept by your side at all times. Once lost, you won't be able to participate in the advancement examination. Apollo shook his head at the unfortunate soul who left it here, probably that cheap man who wouldn't spare a coin for him. The beggar shamelessly forgot that he had stolen that man's money. But what am I going to do with this? Apollo muttered. After finishing his bread, he was about to throw the scroll inside under his roof when an idea came to mind. What if, inside Philly's restaurant, in the kitchen, 2 women and 1 man glanced at the almost transparent liquid in the glass jar? There were at least 5 coconuts on the side, severed in half with their contents gone. Do we succeed? Gail asked. Timur glanced at their boss, Philly, who now had the journal in her hand and kept glancing back and forth from it to the glass jar. Miss Philly, do we succeed? Timur asked, sweat dripping down his forehead. They had been cooking these coconuts for a few hours now and had started from scratch a few times until they managed to make the whitish transparent liquid inside the glass jar. I think so, Philly answered, hesitation in her voice. You think so? Hearing the answer caused Timur to sigh. The journal said that there are 2 types of oil that can be used from coconuts. Unrefined and refined. It is recommended that we go for refined coconut oil as it's better for high-temperature cooking. And that's what we did, Philly explained. It's just that. How are we going to use it for cooking? The journal didn't say anything. Gail and Timur couldn't help but be speechless. We have been cooking this thing without knowing its use. And there's a lot of process involved. They had to filter and heat, then do it again and again. Timur's chi was on the verge of depletion. If they repeated the process one more time, he would definitely pass out. Can I take a look at that? Timur asked for the journal. Philly was about to decline. But looking at the current situation, she had to trust in the journal and her chef. Okay. She handed the notebook to Timur, and he started reading it right away. Thank you, miss. Timur was also curious about the contents inside the journal, as his boss was overprotective of it. What is the content that makes Miss Philly like this? With this in mind, he started reading, and soon his eyes widened. Just like Philly's when she first read it, he couldn't believe that something like this existed. Whoever wrote this, although Timur is not sure if everything is true, just reading it is enough to make him believe everything. So, did you find how to use it? Philly asked, worry evident in her eyes. The question woke Timur. He looked up and shook his head before he went back to reading again. Not yet. Oh, okay, Philly said and waited. After a while, Timur sighed, amazement in his voice. Whoever wrote this is a genius or a fool. However, I did find the use of this so-called oil. Hearing this, Philly's eyes lit up. What is it? Although I'm not sure how it's going to enhance our food, this oil has to be used before we put the meat in a pan or a bowl, Timur explained. Is that so? Where did you find it? Philly asked, confused. She didn't recall anything about it in the journal. Timur opened the journal and went to the page with the methods and ingredients for fried chicken. He pointed at the methods section and said, Here, it says to put the oil first before putting the marinated chicken. Philly went closer and sure enough, there was the method based on that. They can use this oil before the other ingredients. Should we try it? Sure, Timur nodded. Let me just get the scavenger. Wait, don't use that, Philly said. Why don't we use a normal chicken? We're just going to waste that scavenger if this oil can enhance our dish. It makes sense, Mississippi, let's do that, Timur nodded. Gail, find us some chicken. The more the merrier, Philly ordered the spectacled woman, and Gail nodded her head before she went out. Can you tell me who wrote that journal? Timur asked, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. Well, Philly hesitated. She couldn't just admit that the journal had been written by a beggar, right? Let's just say that if he is lying, I will kill him. If he is not. Timur glanced at the journal, then at the glass jar filled with the refined coconut oil. I will bow my head to him and treat him as the guest of honor of Kleinford, Philly said, her eyes filled with determination. Timur couldn't believe his ears. That's the highest honor a member from a respectable family can offer to someone outside their family. But if everything in the journal is true, then it makes sense that Philly would do this. She loves business more than anyone in Kleinford, and this journal has the potential to help them compete against giant restaurants like Skyline. Savory. Soon, Gail came back with 9 to 10 chickens in her hands. She put them on the table and stepped back to watch everything. Timur, Philly said, and the chef nodded, understanding what she meant. Timur went to the table and started killing the chickens. Their cries echoed, but in no time, they were lifeless on the table. They were going to use one chicken first to see the effects of the oil. Timur held the chicken in one hand, then used a she to create a fire out of thin air, burning the feathers into ashes until the chicken's skin was exposed. He's a second-step foundation building cultivator with a specialized ignition technique for cooking that was provided by Philly's family, the Kleinford. This allows him to store chi and mobilize the chi around him to create a fire. However, he can only use this for cooking as it doesn't have enough firepower for fighting. After this step, he started cleaning the chicken, especially the organs inside its body. 2 to 3 minutes later, a freshly cleaned and cut chicken was laid on the table. What part do you want to use? Timur asked his boss. Use the leg, Philly said, because I like that part. Okay. Timur nodded and took the leg of the chicken, putting it aside. Then he took out a flat pan and put it on top of the grill grate where there were already coals and wood underneath. I'm just going to copy what I understood from the journal that IT said we need to heat the pan first before adding the oil. Philly nodded, recalling this part in cooking fried chicken. Though they were only testing out the effects of the oil, so they would only cook the chicken leg without doing anything else. Raising his hand, Timur ignited the coals and went under the grill grate. He waited for about 30 to 40 seconds before taking the jar and pouring the oil into the pan. Because they only had this amount of oil, he didn't use all of it, just about a fourth. Philly waited with bated breath, while Gail watched with curiosity in her eyes. Soon, they heard the sizzling sound of oil. Hearing this, Timur picked up the chicken leg and placed it in the oil. The sound of sizzling grew louder, causing Philly to become uneasy. Now we wait, Timur said, feeling the same nervousness. Smoke rose to the ceiling, seemingly trying to find its way out. Then it saw its hope, moving towards the chimney where it was swallowed whole. The sound of sizzling echoed, and the trio, Gail, Philly, and the chef Timur, watched the pan with refined coconut oil and the chicken leg on top. Timur sniffed and his eyes widened. There's no burnt smell. He sniffed again and gulped unknowingly that he observed the meat closely and noticed juices seeping out from the part where it was currently cooking. The pale chicken leg also became a bit red. Compared to when he normally cooks, there's no liquid of this sort, and the meat doesn't become rosy like this one. Timur had already tried this method of cooking his dishes, but he hadn't achieved this kind of effect. He glanced at Philly and noticed she was already drooling. Even he was having a hard time resisting such food. However, he had to hold on. He waited for a few more seconds, and when one side of the leg became fully red, he decided to turn it over so the top part would also be cooked. The trio couldn't help but observe the side of the leg where it was in contact with the oil in the pan. The cooked leg was golden brown in color after some of the heat dissipated. Philly sniffed, and the smell caused her to close her eyes and savor it. Why is there liquid coming out? What is that? Gail asked, looking at the sizzling liquid seeping out from the chicken leg. I haven't seen anything like that. Timur took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm not sure, but if I'm going to guess, that's probably the essence of the meat. The essence? Philly asked, while Gail tilted her head to the side. Well, that's the most logical reason I can think of why that is happening right now. That IT could probably be because of the oil too, but we will still have to taste it to see if the meat was really enhanced, Timur explained while glancing at them. Oh, Philly raised an eyebrow. But the smell is really different from when we cook it without oil. Yeah, it is more tantalizing, and also the meat became golden brown in color. Just looking at it makes me want to devour it as soon as possible, Timur said with a bitter smile. Philly and Gail remained silent, though they felt the same way as the chicken part was almost cooked. Philly, a somewhat perfectionist, noticed that some parts were lighter than others. Timur, can you cook the areas where it's lighter? I just want it to be even in color. That's easy, miss, Timur said with a smile. He raised his hand, and with a snap, the fire under the grill grate moved erratically before behaving like tentacles. Legs made of fire emerged and touched the lighter areas of the chicken leg. As the tantalizing smell intensified, Philly's mouth started watering. Is it cooked yet? Timur didn't answer immediately. He continued to observe the chicken for a moment before waving his hand, causing the fire to diminish instantly, as if it had never been there. However, the heat from the charcoal indicated the fire's previous existence. It's done, Timur said as the sizzling sound from the oil decreased. He retrieved a spatula and plate, then placed the chicken leg on the plate. Smoke rose from the chicken, followed by its mouth-watering aroma. We should taste it to see the difference when cooking with oil. I will taste it first, Philly said firmly. However, Gail, who was beside her, shook her head. No. Lemmy, Mississippi, we still don't know if the reaction from the oil makes the chicken toxic, that my body is resistant to common to intermediate poisons and toxins, that I should be able to handle it if anything goes wrong, Gail said with determination in her voice. Hearing this, Philly looked at her before glancing at the golden brown chicken, leg. In the end, she sighed and stepped aside. That makes sense, go for it. Thank you, miss. Gail bowed, but the moment her head lowered, her saliva dripped to the ground. Fortunately, no one noticed it, and she also stepped on it, making sure to get rid of the evidence. Timur handed her a knife and fork. Taste it first and savor it as much as you can. If you feel anything unusual, tell us immediately. Okay, Gail nodded and took the utensils. Looking at the chicken meat, which she never thought could have such an appearance, her mouth started watering and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She brought down the knife and started cutting a piece of the chicken leg. As soon as the meat was severed, juices flowed out, making the scene even more tantalizing and luscious than before. Gail gulped as the meat was right in front of her eyes. She opened her mouth and took a bite. She started chewing. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Tell us what you feel, Philly said anxiously. Gail couldn't finish her words as she began to chew again. Only after she swallowed did she continue. It's very delicious. She was about to take another piece of the chicken when Philly held her hand. Wait a minute. Seeing the serious expression on her boss's face, Gail was awoken from her state. Her face turned red with shame. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Philly shook her head. Tell me specifically what it tastes like and if it's toxic. Okay, Gail nodded. First of all, it's not toxic. As for the taste, it's better than what we're serving. Timur interrupted the woman with glasses. There was already a fork in his hand with a piece of chicken on it and a visible bite taken out of the meat. The skin's crispiness is just right, so right that each bite makes the skin crackle. Compared to when I normally cook it, the meat inside became tender and juicy. Yeah, that's the word for it. With each bite, the flavor bursts in your mouth. After saying those words, Timur wiped the meat juices from the side of his mouth. That's amazing, Philly said, her eyes glancing at the chicken leg with expectation. She grabbed a fork and took a piece of the meat. In one bite, she devoured her share. Her eyes widened, and after she swallowed, she licked her lips clean. You're right, there's even a hint of coconut. Although it isn't as flavorful as the best monster meat we have, in terms of taste and texture, it's definitely on the way there. Soon, the only thing left of the chicken leg was its bone. The trio looked at the plate with longing in their eyes. To think that we only used one ingredient, and this normal chicken became this, Timur muttered. Why don't we use the scavenger? Philly smiled when she heard this. Sure. The scavenger is a bird-type monster with a beak that could pierce a boulder and legs that could outrun a second-step foundation building cultivator. They're one of the most common monsters used for cooking. They greatly resemble a chicken, and like them, scavengers can't fly. The sun rose from the horizon, providing warmth and comfort to the streets of Clown City. People began to wake up and start their usual routines. Some began setting up their stalls so they could sell as soon as possible. Big Chub arrived at a spot and began putting all the bread on the table that he had baked before the sun even rose. A hard-working and friendly vendor on this street. Many people greeted him, to which he responded with a simple smile and hello. Hello, Big Chub, how was your night? Haha. As usual, still heavy. Huh. After he finished setting up his stall, he sat down on a chair and began the most boring part of his job, waiting for customers to arrive. Big Chub yawned, his double chin wobbling from the sides of his mouth. Tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. He noticed someone walking in his direction. Ditto. As soon as I set up my stall? Good. He put on the best smile he could muster when a young man appeared in front of him. Good morning, what would you like? The young man was wearing a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on his chest. Seeing this, Big Chub concluded that the young man was from the Great Serpent Cultivation School. But isn't it too early for them to be out? Although there was doubt in his heart, he continued to smile. However, the next moment, his smile became stiff. The young man threw a gold coin towards him, which fell to the ground. As the sound of the coin rolling echoed, the young man asked. A young boy, probably around 7 to 8 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, wearing a dirty brown robe. Have you seen him? Big Chub was quiet for a moment before he bowed his head in apology. Well, sir, I don't think I've seen such a kid in this area. my apologies. Although he said these words with calm, his heart was actually palpitating and his eyes were shaking. His mind automatically thought about the beggar, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions right away. When he looked up, he saw the young man observing him with cold eyes at SHD. Did he find out I'm lying? He suddenly remembered that the young man was from that serpent school, so he's probably a cultivator. The frown appeared on Ark's face. He looked down at the fatso and said, "Pick it up." Ah. Big Chub appeared confused. Pick up what? The gold coin. Pick it up, Ark explained, his eyes turning cold and his voice condescending. Big Chub felt indignant, but he still showed a smile and went to pick up the coin. Yeah, that's it. You were more fitting when on your knees, you pig, an annoying voice sounded from behind the vendor. When he turned around, Big Chub saw the table filled with bread that he had made with his own hands flying towards him. With a crashing sound, wood and bread were thrown into the air, followed by a grunting sound. That gold is enough to cover the cost, Ark said before he walked away. The commotion caused the other people and vendors to look in the direction of the crash. Only when the young man put down his leg and walked away did some of them run to Big Chub's stall. Big Chub emerged from the pile of wood and bread, coughing heavily. Are you okay? One of the vendors in the street asked worriedly. I'm okay. Big Chub waved his hand. Don't mind me, guys, haha, just a small altercation. Those DMN cultivators, they only know how to bully the weak, someone said aloud. However, a hand quickly covered his mouth. Shoo, don't say something like that. What if they can't hear us? This caused them to talk quietly while sharing their experiences of being bullied by cultivators. Big Chub sighed and glanced at the gold coin in his hand. IT, isn't it, you right? He couldn't help but think about the beggar. That young man's description almost resembled the beggar who always bought bread from him. But the beggar wore a dark gray robe, not brown, and his eyes were black, not blue. Suddenly, he recalled the first time he saw that kid, and his eyes widened. Don't tell me he's really a kid from a wealthy family? Big Chub started imagining things as speculations kept appearing in his mind. In the end, he thought of the most likely reason. That kid is from a wealthy family, and his butler has come to find him. But that young man doesn't seem to be a good person, while that kid is very nice. What if that young man is evil and is chasing after the beggar? This thought caused his breathing to become heavy and his eyes to widen. The more Big Chub thought about it, the more it made sense. Big Chub, are you okay? Why are you so pale and blank? Someone asked out of concern. He probably hit his head. Kid, I'll save you. Big Chub suddenly shouted and started running in the direction where the young man had gone. Wait, don't tell me. The other vendors couldn't help but be surprised. Is he going to fight that young man? Go Big Chub, you can do it. After someone shouted, the others followed suit. We believe in you. Go beat that guy's SS. Big Chub, I will forever remember you. We will light an incense for you. The scene was so touching that even the passers-by, who didn't know what was happening, also began to cheer. However, in the next moment, everyone's faces became stiff as Big Chub had only run 2 or 3 meters away from them. When he put both hands on his knees, buckets of sweat falling from his body. Even his pants had fallen quite a bit, showcasing the deep trench that he'd been hiding. The onlookers stifled their laughter and tried to avoid their gazes. Big Chub tried to stand up again. But after just taking a couple more steps, he fell to his knees. I can't go on anymore. Apollo opened his eyes from his deep cultivation. His body felt energized. Even though he hadn't slept at all, he had been cultivating all night under the makeshift roof he made, and only woke up when he heard the sound of people entering the Skyline Savory branched. IT wouldn't be long before a long line formed in front of them. But he couldn't help but sigh. The success of others was not looking good for him. But the moment he opened up his status screen out of habit, his eyes widened at what he saw. Before he chuckled, already at the Second Step Foundation building. That's good. Hey system, can you at least give me a sign every time my cultivation goes up? Apollo asked the system. No, the system answered coldly. Well, all right. It's not like it's that big of a deal. Apollo shrugged before he stood up. His body made a loud, cracking sound, causing the beggar to smile in relief. Seeing that people were already getting their breakfast, Apollo decided to reward himself with lots of bread. Big Chub, here I come. But before that, Apollo used the cleaning bead, and the chi from it washed over him. His clothes became presentable, and his hair shiny along with his teeth. This is better. Whistling a tune from his previous life, he came out of his beggar spot and walked towards the bread vendor. However, after taking a couple of steps, a shadow was cast over him. Seeing that someone was blocking him, Apollo couldn't help but frown and raise his head at a young man wearing a black and white uniform with a serpent insignia on his chest, with black hair and eyes, looked fiercely at the beggar. Apollo took a step back from this menacing look. What's wrong with this guy? Apollo thought, seeing that the young man was just looking at him without moving an inch. He shook his head and tried to walk past him. However, the moment he took a step, the young man stood in front of him. Apollo stepped to the side, but the young man still blocked him. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The young man didn't answer, making the beggar kid frustrated. Yes, "Oh, you're just blocking me." "Huh." Apollo smirked and stepped to the right. The young man stood in front of him, and the beggar stepped to the left, with the young man following him. Apollo kept doing this. He would take a step forward, and the young man would block him until they looked like they were dancing. Some onlookers looked at them strangely. Why are they dancing in the middle of the street? But Apollo took this chance. When his back was in the direction of Big Chubbs, with the young man blocking him in front, he immediately turned around and ran. "Ha, I got you," Apollo shouted with a laugh. His small feet took him a couple of steps before someone grabbed the back of his clothes and lifted him up. His body was forcefully turned around, and Apollo saw the young man's face. Apollo smiled forcefully. "Hello. Who are you?" Ark asked. The boy in his hand had black hair and black eyes. However, he felt a certain familiarity, as if he had seen this young boy before. "Me? Apollo was about to say his name when he realized something strange. This man's voice. "I've heard it somewhere. I'm just your friendly neighborhood beggar." "Oh, a beggar?" Ark tilted his head to the side. He looked Apollo up and down, but the boy's clothes were too clean for him to be a beggar. But the boy's face and height. "No, that Leone kid is much thinner than this one and 2 inches shorter, not am I wrong. But just to be sure, I should take him back and question him. You will be coming with me." Apollo was surprised. "No way. You don't have a say in this, kid," Ark said with a smirk on his face. "You are wrong. I have plenty of say in this." Apollo shouted, contemplating whether he should use his strength to get out of this situation. His body was still adapting to the new strength upon reaching the second step foundation building, and he didn't want to end up killing this young man. Apollo had already concluded that this young man was a cultivator based on his uniform. He just didn't know what the man's cultivation level was. What if he is just a half-step cultivator? Apollo would be deemed a murderer if he ended up killing this young man. Ark didn't answer and just started dragging the beggar. Apollo couldn't help but frown. Whatever, he raised his hand and decided to punch the young man when a hand reached out and held the young man's hand that was holding Apollo. Seeing the soft, pale hand, Apollo glanced to the side and saw a woman with spectacles wearing simple clothing, a white polo shirt and black slacks. He immediately recognized this woman. She was the one always beside Philly, the owner of the restaurant next to his beggar spot. What was her name again? "Oh, right, Gale." "Ark, let go," Gale said, her voice cold and serious, her eyes deadly. "Oh, who do we have here? The maid from Kleinford, right?" Ark glanced at Gale with a mocking smile on his face. "Let go," Gale repeated, her voice becoming lower. "Ha ha ha." Ark laughed aloud, tightening his grip on the beggar. Suddenly, his laugh stopped, and he stared coldly at Gale. "What if I don't want to?" Then, Gale put strength into her hand, forcefully removing Ark's hand from the beggar's clothes. Apollo fell on his bottom with a thud, but just sat there, his eyes widening for a bit before lighting up. He looked up and saw the young man smirk in cold eyes. Feeling the immense strength coming from the spectacled woman, Ark also used his strength. However, he only managed to push Gale's hand a few inches away before he started losing strength. "Okay, you win." Ark pulled back his hand abruptly and started massaging it. Seeing this, Gale nodded. Then she helped Apollo stand on his feet. "Thanks," Apollo said, his eyes never leaving the young man named Ark. "Is he your brother?" Ark asked, confusion evident on his face. "None of your business," Gale said. Although she's always shy around her boss, she is cold to others, especially if she doesn't like them. Just like this man, Ark. "It could be or it could be not," Ark said, glancing at the kid. "Hey you, consider yourself lucky, at least for now. I'm not into someone who's older than me, especially if we're the same gender," Apollo said, a mocking smile on his face. "I know I'm handsome, but hunt someone else. Not a kid like me." Hearing this caused Gale to look at Ark with a strange and disgusted expression. Even some passers-by glanced at Ark with the same look. "You," Ark pointed a finger at the beggar, his face red with anger. "When did that become my intention? This kid, you are good." Feeling the intense gazes from around him, Ark harumphed and started walking away. He realized that the kid was good with words, and if he tried to say something more, the kid would turn around on him. It was better to walk away and get revenge later. Besides, from how Gale behaved, the two were not related. Furthermore, if the kid was a beggar, even if he didn't get revenge, someone else would, and that someone would be formidable. Seeing that Ark had left, Gale shook her head with a sigh. She glanced at the beggar and couldn't help but think that this kid was very cunning. "What's his name?" Apollo asked. "Ark, a cultivator at the fourth step stage of foundation building. That he is quite strong," Gale said, her tone indicating that she did not underestimate the young man. Got a fourth step? Hearing that word almost caused Apollo to choke. Are you okay? Gale asked worriedly. Why, yeah. Apollo took a deep breath to calm his heart. Whoa. Fortunately, I didn't try to do anything funny besides what I said. But if he is strong, how come you managed to force his hand away from me? Well, we can say that I have the advantage in strength, Gale explained while scratching her cheek. Oh, I see. Then that means this woman is also at the four-step foundation building stage that, she went easy on me when she subdued me that night. Apollo glanced at the fair-looking woman beside him. She looks like she doesn't work out, but behind that fair skin is a strength that he couldn't even imagine. By the way, how's the journal? Did you guys manage to create something out of it? Apollo asked, curious. Yes, Gale answered and bowed her head. Thank you for that. We now stand a chance to get back on our feet. Well, if you guys don't bother me anymore for staying beside your restaurant, then that's good. Apollo waved his hand while glancing inside the Philly restaurant. The restaurant was almost deserted, with only a few diners eating. Do you want to go inside? Miss Philly will be happy to see you, Gale offered. If this kid could help them personally, then their progress would surely increase. However, Miss Philly said that she didn't want to bother the kid yet, as he looked like he didn't want to be bothered either. But now that the beggar was in front of her, Gale didn't want to miss the chance. Nah, if there's some progress with the journal, then it means you guys can copy everything inside. Apollo shook his head. I should get going. See ya. Wait, Gale shouted, but Apollo had already run off into the distance. She couldn't help but sigh. I didn't even get to say sorry. You are alive. Big Chub's eyes widened when he saw Apollo standing in front of him without any bruises on his body. Haha, I knew nothing would happen to you. What happened here? Apollo asked, looking around at the destroyed stall with broken pieces of wood and bread on the ground. Have you met that young man from the Great Serpent Cultivation School? Big Chub asked while placing the wood to the side. Yes, I've met that DCK, Apollo nodded. He was the one who caused this, Big Chub said, frustration evident in his voice. If I wasn't holding myself back, I would have beat the SHD out of him. Apollo didn't believe the vendor's last words, but deep inside, his anger towards that man arc increased. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, haha, but that man gave me 1 gold coin that's more than enough to buy a new table and replace all the bread here, Big Chub said with a laugh. At least he knows he has to pay for collateral damage, Apollo said with a nod. Did he say something? Big Chub stood up and stared at the beggar. Yes. What is it? Apollo asked. He asked me if I saw a kid, black hair and blue eyes, with brown robes around 7 to 8 years old. Big Chub explained, staring at the beggar intently. Oh, hearing this made Apollo raise an eyebrow. Then a knowing smile appeared on his face. Found you. Is that all he asked? Yeah, Big Chub nodded. He looked around before he lowered his body and whispered, Hey kid, tell me the truth. It's you, right? I can't tell you that. Apollo shook his head. He couldn't help but think about the threat, that young man, and the cultivator who destroyed this original body's family. You will only hurt yourself. Haha. Big Chub laughed, his belly shaking along with him. I knew it. Don't you worry, kid. I will protect you. Well, good luck if you can, Apollo said with a smile. Let me help you with that. I wouldn't refuse. This is part of your problem, Big Chub said, slapping the kid's back, causing him to look at him. Haha, I'm just kidding. The two cleaned up the stall, and soon enough, it became more presentable. I know you were here to buy some of my bread. Big Chub took 2 pieces of bread from the side. Here, you can take this, it's clean. Apollo took the bread and took a bite out of it. Thanks, I should get going now. All right, just be careful. Big Chub nodded. You too. The moon's brilliance cast upon the streets, and the nightlife began in Clown City. Apollo opened his eyes, a sigh escaping his mouth. That's him, I'm sure of it. He brought up his mission and saw that he only had around 2.5 weeks left before the deadline. Lightning tribulation. That's going to be another death, the beggar thought with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he thought about his plan. This morning, that young man came and was definitely looking for him. Thinking about it, it's very strange. That guy left him in an alley even though he was tasked to send the Leone heir to a specific place, probably the rendezvous point, and left with the money. But why is he looking for him now? Apollo suspected that something was at play here that he didn't know of. The mansion was destroyed by an unknown man. Then he was left by Ark, but now he's looking for him. Apollo muttered and realized something. A third party, perhaps. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. But he didn't jump to conclusions, yet he just kept this doubt in his heart and decided to focus on another thing. Gale said that guy is at the 4th step of the foundation building stage, 2 stages above mine, Apollo muttered. If I want to defeat that guy, I have to be on the same cultivation stage, but killing him. A frown appeared on his face. Killing the hooded man who threw him in the alley is a prerequisite to complete the mission. He has to be stronger than Ark in order to do that. And Ark seems to be a smart person. Being smart and strong, he will be a tough opponent. If I calculate my pace, it's going to take at most a week before I reach the fourth step, and the remaining time. I should use that to kill him. Apollo's eyes turned cold. Even in his past, he had many bloods on his hands, competitors who try to do funny things to him first. He is a very easygoing person, but that doesn't mean he is soft-hearted. He won't let others bully him, and if they did, he would seek revenge, petty or not. But how? This thought caused him to ruffle his own hair. Suddenly, two men wearing uniforms with crossed swords and shield insignia on their chests walked past in front of him. I didn't know they had such rules. Yeah, right? We have to protect our invitation, or else we won't be able to participate in the advancement examination. And if it's stolen, it could be used by others even if they're not enrolled. That's the first time I've heard that rule. Well, they said it's been that way for many years. Those who didn't manage to participate in the advancement without any proper excuse were expelled, and those who got the invitation and passed the advancement became official students. That's what some of our seniors did to enter the school. As they walked away, their voices became lower. Apollo couldn't help but be surprised. Did I buy the wish me luck item? Just as he was thinking about how to kill Ark, these two martial students walked in front of him and shared such crucial information at the right time. Coincidence? Or is the god in this world so generous that they will help him solve this problem? Wait, is she the god? Apollo suddenly recalled that faceless woman. Shaking his head, he glanced at the corner and saw the rolled-up invitation scroll. So they have these kinds of rules. Apollo took hold of the invitation. The guy who lost this is such a fool. Why would he carry such a precious item around with him? Anyway, with this, I can now participate in the advancement examination, and Ark will definitely be there. Apollo smiled before it vanished as quickly as it had come, as another problem occurred to him. His identity, if he goes like this, it's equivalent to exposing that he is the Leone heir, which is the last thing he wants to do. The beggar began to think of a solution in the dark night. This is really amazing. The meat doesn't stick to the pan, and the smell is more intense than before, Temur said with amazement in his voice. Yeah, Philly nodded, salivating at the sight of cooked meat from a monster called bronze-reinforced cow. It's done, Temur said, taking the meat out of the pan and placing it on a plate. Just like before, they held their forks and started taking pieces of meat. Gail, who was quietly standing on the side, closed her eyes to savor the moment. I'm never going to get tired of this, Philly said after a while. Me too, Gail commented from the side. I wish Mr. Beggar had agreed to my request. Philly turned to her in surprise. Why you met up with him? Didn't I tell you that we shouldn't bother him? It's just a coincidence that I happened to see him being dragged by Ark, so I had to step in, Gail explained with a wave of her hand. Oh, Ark. Philly raised an eyebrow. That guy dared to disrespect my honorable guest. But I managed to handle it. Wait, I mean Mr. Beggar did. Gail recounted the story, and Philly couldn't help but laugh. He deserves it, Philly said with a chuckle. Then she remembered something. What is the request you're talking about? Oh, I asked if he wanted to come here, but he declined, saying we can recreate the recipes in the journal. Gail said, disappointment still evident in her voice. That's unfortunate, Philly sighed. He doesn't want to be bothered. Gail nodded and glanced at the plate, but the meat was already gone. She noticed that Temur was smacking his lips in satisfaction, causing her to pout. What are you guys talking about? I was busy studying the taste, Temur said shamelessly. Nothing. Anyway, let's focus on what we have to do. Now that we've proven that this oil can be used on any meat, we could start implementing it in our dishes, Philly said, one of her hands under her chin. Miss Philly, isn't it too soon? Temur asked worriedly. I know, but at least we should show them that we are fighting back. Besides, I hope that with this improvement in our dish, some customers will come back, Philly explained. Then what about the other recipes? The so-called spices, the fried chicken, and the spaghetti? Temur asked. We will continue our research with that, Philly said. And we will start with the fried chicken starting tomorrow. The journal says that this recipe basically only needs 2 or 3 ingredients to cook, excluding the chicken itself. There's still a lot of ingredients that we don't have, especially for the spices. Then she turned to Gail. That is your job from now on. Find all the ingredients in the journal. 2 days later, when Apollo woke up from his cultivation, the sun's rays assaulted his eyes, and voices entered his ears, incoherent, and he could only understand small words. He reached out with the back of his hand to scratch his eyes. The glaring sunlight returned to normal, but the voices still remained. He took a deep breath and focused only on himself, but a few seconds later, the murmur disappeared. Bringing up his status screen, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Name, Apollo Leone. Race, human. Alm points, 28 spirit cultivation. None. Physique cultivation, second step foundation building. Attributes, none. He was still at the second step, but his senses had already advanced along with his strength. However, his cultivation remained the same. Still, this gave him an idea that this night or tomorrow morning he would reach the third step foundation building stage. Apollo had also received an additional 6 alm points over the past 2 days, which is not a lot, but it's better than nothing. Raising his hand, he clenched it and punched the air till he heard the air explode under his fist, causing winds to appear around him. Such a simple punch could already produce this much force. Just imagine Gale's strength if she didn't hold back. Just that thought caused Apollo to shudder in fear. He stood up and decided to buy something to eat. As he walked out of his beggar spot and into the streets, he couldn't help but glance inside Philly's restaurant. Oh, there are more customers than before. Although it couldn't be compared to the time when there was no Skyline Savory branch in front of their restaurant, this is still great progress. His eyes then landed on the menu situated beside their door. So they managed to create the oil. That's good, Apollo muttered with a smile on his face. The menu was entirely different from before. There were extra words to each dish with meat on them. Two-headed goat meat cooked with oil, scavenger cooked with oil, bronze reinforced cow cooked with oil, and more. Oil is essential. This is a great start. Apollo turned around and walked to meet up with Big Chub. That vendor also knows a lot of gossip, and Apollo has learned a lot from him regarding the city. After talking with him, I should get back to cultivating. Philly glanced at the diners eating merrily below. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of new customers. This is a great sign. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and she turned to the sound. She saw Gale walking towards her with excitement in her eyes. Did he do it? Philly asked expectantly. Yes, Gale answered. Let's go see it. The two of them walked down the stairs and went into the kitchen. When the door opened, a strong smell caused them to be dazed. Philly's eyes landed on the plate. Golden, brown-coated chicken legs lay on it. The rocky texture and the exposed white meat invited them to take a big bite. But she held herself back, though she couldn't help but sniff again, and the smell caused her to stand in front of the plate. I've managed to recreate it, Temur said, a proud smile on his face. Although we still don't have black pepper and paprika, I think this is still considered fried chicken. So only flour, salt, eggs, and oil? Philly asked. Yes, Temur nodded his head. I haven't tasted it yet, but looking at its appearance, I know it won't disappoint us. Philly nodded and reached out her hand. She picked up one piece of the fried chicken and held it in front of her. The texture in her hand was very rough and crispy at the same time. When she applied pressure to it, a crackling sound echoed, and she noticed that the rough texture had lifted, exposing some of the white meat. Temur couldn't wait any longer, so he took his own piece and started eating it. A crunching sound reverberated in the room, causing Philly and Gale to glance in his direction. That sound, that crunchiness, just hearing that made the two of them gulp. Without dilly-dallying any longer, Philly took a bite of the fried chicken in her hand. That crunchiness echoed again, followed by the juices, exploding in her mouth. Her eyes widened, though her mouth didn't stop its movement. First, the texture was rough, but as she swallowed and took another bite, the softness and tenderness of the meat filled her mouth. Philly closed her eyes to savor the taste, especially as the crispiness and tenderness mingled with each other. Seeing the two of them enjoying the food so much, Gale didn't wait another second to take her own piece of fried chicken. Soon, the three of them finished the food on the plate. If this goes on, I will double in size, Temur said with a chuckle. The two women laughed. After calming themselves down, Philly sighed. We're only using normal chicken, and the taste is already so great. Yup, we could even sell this now. Even with just normal chicken, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a popular dish soon. Temur said with a clenched fist. He's the chef of the Kleinford family and now works under Miss Philly Kleinford, of course. He wanted the best for them. Yeah, we could even defeat that restaurant in front with just this. Philly nodded in agreement. But what I want is for my restaurant to be the best, so that even Skyline Savory won't stand a chance. Hearing the determination in her voice, Gale and Temur looked at her in surprise before they smiled. Then let's use the scavenger next, Temur said. When are we going to sell this? We wait until people know that our dish is new compared to before. After we have enough hype, we will proceed to sell this. We move one step at a time, take the beast down by its legs before we hit its head, Philly said, a smirk on her face. Ha ha, I like that. Temur laughed while Gale chuckled. Then Philly turned to Gale. How's your progress? I found some, but there's only a few of them. If we want to use them as ingredients, we will need to have our own garden to cultivate the spices ourselves, Gale explained. I see. Well, it makes sense. Most of the ingredients in the journal are unknown to most of us, let alone others, Philly said with a nod. "I'll go take the scavenger out," Timur said. He soon returned with a 2-meter-tall black chicken with a razor-sharp beak and claws. Using his skilled hands, he started peeling off the feathers while also using his fire technique to easily pluck them out. The two women watched with amazement at how easily Timur dismantled this giant bird. Soon, a freshly cleaned and cut scavenger lay on the table. "Should I go to test my strength?" Apollo muttered while glancing at his cultivation stage, which had reached the third-step foundation building stage. After meeting up with Big Chub, he immediately went back to cultivate the simple breathing technique, which took him a few hours before he advanced to the 3RD step. Apollo stood up, and his body made a cracking sound. "This feels really good." With his body stronger than before, he felt like he was not in control, so he wanted to get used to it again. Apollo believed that if he kept getting stronger without his mind getting used to it first, it would only give him a hard time as time went on. "I have to go back to that place," Apollo muttered, his face turning serious. There were still a lot of people in the streets, even though the moon was already high in the sky. Considering the time, it was around 8 p.m. The night was still young for them to go home. As he stepped onto the street, his eyes habitually glanced at the restaurant beside his beggar spot. A few more customers had returned to the restaurant, but compared to the Skyline Savory in front of them, they were still miles apart. Especially since the Skyline Savory branch's building was a lot bigger and wider. That IT was probably one of the reasons they chose to buy this building. Then, as his eyes landed on the Skyline Savory branch, he couldn't help but tilt his head as a man with a bald patch on his head was looking directly in his direction. He wore a simple brown medieval-looking suit, and if Apollo had to guess the man's age, it was probably around his 40s. They looked at each other for a while before the man turned around because the server from the restaurant talked to him. Then, they went to who knows where. "Did I just get ogled by a middle-aged man?" Apollo muttered, a shiver running down his spine when he realized that his handsome look also attracted the same gender. "SHD, better get moving now before I dazzle another one." Apollo hurriedly went to his destination. "I am back, and this time I will kill as many as I can," Apollo thought with great determination in his eyes. He stood in front of the forest where he had first tested his strength. Using his simple movement technique, he climbed up a tree, intending to land on its trunk. However, because of his new strength, he miscalculated and landed on the ground instead. Fortunately, his body reacted quickly, and he landed on his feet. Whoa, that was close. Apollo wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Again, this time, he carefully used his strength and landed on the tree trunk. Being up in the tree felt safer, especially when he was going to hunt that black wolf with 2 tails that he had a close call with before. With this in mind, he started jumping from tree to tree. The simple movement technique allowed him to easily adapt to his body, and after a while, his somewhat stiff movements became fluid due to his new strength. As he passed by the broken tree that he had used as a target, he stopped and decided to jump down. Landing beside the tree, he touched its surface. Then he looked around for something bigger and probably tougher too. His eyes lit up when he saw another red, maple-looking tree in the distance. "I should test my strength on this first." This tree was bigger and wider than the previous one he had broken. Standing in front of it, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, a glint passed by. With a strong bang, the tree shook, causing its leaves to fall like snow. Apollo pulled his hand, which was stuck inside the tree, causing chips of wood to fall to the ground. He raised his hand and looked at it before glancing at the hole he had made. Well, time to break another tree. With this thought, he continued to punch the tree until it finally snapped. When the tree fell, it caused a dust cloud to emerge. Seeing this satisfied the beggar. Suddenly, the sound of howling reverberated. That's it. Apollo's eyes lit up. Another perfect sparring partner had finally shown its presence. But that was not the end, as another howl echoed. When Apollo thought that was all there was to it, another one came. "3 black wolves? Can I do it?" Apollo couldn't help but frown. "I can do it. I'll just escape like before if things go awry." Determination returned to his eyes, prompting him to jump back into the trees and find the nearest wolves he could. He still bore hatred toward them for trying to gang up on him. That had scared the living SHD out of him. But now, he was going to hunt them. Well, hopefully I can kill them quickly before the others arrive. Following the sound of their howls, Apollo ventured through the treetops like a monkey. It didn't take long for him to reach his destination, where the howls grew louder. Hidden by the leaves, he didn't immediately confront the black wolves. Instead, he observed them first. However, what he saw changed his plan. Someone is fighting them. Apollo squinted his eyes. The 3 wolves were together, surrounding a person. They attacked simultaneously, but the person wielded a great sword that caused the wolves to tumble to the ground with every strike. "Oh, he's strong." Apollo was surprised. "A cultivator? Then he heard the person shout in pain as one of the wolves managed to land a blow with its tail on his chest, causing him to jump back to gain some distance. Hearing the shout surprised the beggar. Oh, it's not a he but a she. With this thought, he jumped to another tree to get a closer look at the person fighting the three wolves that a student from that serpent school. Apollo thought with a frown. All the students in this school always like to get themselves in trouble. He jumped to another tree to get a clearer view of the woman. She had brown hair that reached her shoulders and almond-shaped brown eyes. In her hand was a dark silver broadsword that seemed out of place with her 5'7" figure. Her other hand was bleeding, but the black wolf had only hit her chest. She was already injured before she fought these wolves. They were probably drawn by the scent of her blood, the beggar thought. This is bad, Apollo muttered, seeing the woman being overwhelmed by the three black wolves. Her strength was slowly diminishing, and it wouldn't be long before the wolves took advantage of her weakness and killed her. Help or not? Apollo was having a hard time deciding. He glanced at his number of alm points before sighing. Hopefully, I don't have to use my alm points. With his thought in mind, he jumped down from the tree and ran toward the ongoing battle. The woman was sent backward, tumbling to the ground a couple of times before she hit a tree. She vomited a mouthful of blood from the impact. Cough! SHD, these darn dusk fong arg. The woman couldn't help but curse. The pain from her wounds made her grunt. But seeing the black wolves closing in on her, she gritted her teeth and stood up, using her broadsword for support. If I'm going to die here, then I'm going to drag you with me. As if they understood her words, the wolves howled at the sky before lunging at her. With a banging sound, the tree snapped in two from their attacks, causing it to fall to the ground. They howled again when they saw that their attack had worked, but as they sniffed the air, their heightened senses caught another scent. As the dust clouds lessened, they immediately growled and bared their teeth at the newcomer, supporting their prey. They are pissed, Apollo muttered with a bitter smile before turning to the woman, who was struggling to stand. Hey, are you okay? Because the beggar was smaller compared to the martial student, the woman only had to look to her side to see her savior. Why, yes, thank you. No need for that, Apollo said, his eyes turning back to the black wolves. Can you still fight? I'll try, the woman said through gritted teeth. She glanced at the monsters in front of her, and determination returned to her eyes. She took a step forward, dragging her broadsword on the ground. With her other hand injured, she couldn't fully wield her weapon. I don't know why you saved me even after seeing these monsters, but I will buy you some time. You must be a cultivator, so run as fast as you can to the city. Hearing the determination in her voice made Apollo reconsider his choices. This woman's resolve can make me cry. Isn't it rude to turn down her offer? Apollo nodded. If you say so. However, the moment he turned around, a bitter smile appeared on his face. But you know what? I'll fight with you. Hearing this caused the woman to look at him with wide eyes before a dazzling smile appeared on her face. Thank you. I'm Belle, by the way, and you? Just a beggar. Yup, I'm just a beggar, Apollo repeated, his eyes looking ahead with nervousness. Beggar? Belle was confused. Shaking her head, she decided to put the matter aside and focus on the present. We don't have much time. They're already preparing to attack. I'll handle the two while you handle the last. No, Apollo interrupted her. You handle the three, I'll handle the two. What do you mean? Wait, don't tell me. Belle grunted in pain from her wounds, but held on. Where? I'm looking at them right now, Apollo whispered. Okay, change of plans. We'll go with your idea, Belle said through gritted teeth. Point 5 Duskfong Shadow Tails. What happened to this forest? There's no going back now, Apollo thought while making sure he kept tabs on the two black wolves in front of him. Their tails whipped the air, causing it to make an explosive sound. They are stalling. Let's go on the count of 3, Belle shouted, and using her remaining strength, she held her broadsword in front of her with only her right hand. 1, 2. Belle bent her knees, ready to dash at the 3 monsters in front of her. Although she was injured, it didn't mean she couldn't fight anymore, but on the contrary. With another person beside her who was also a cultivator, she regained some of her strength, especially since there was a possibility that both of them could die in this fight. If she were alone, she wouldn't even think about getting out of here alive. Belle wasn't able to finish her shout as she felt that the man beside her had already dashed towards his opponents. This action caused the 3 dusk fangs in front of her to jump at her. Why did you do that? She slashed with her sword horizontally, sending one of the wolves to the side before she jumped to dodge another wolf. But the last wolf immediately came running towards her. Belle anticipated this, so she dashed towards it and thrust with her sword. However, because of her injury, her movement was slower than usual, allowing the wolf to barely dodge it. Fortunately, she still managed to injure one of its legs. The first one to attack has the advantage, Apollo shouted in answer to her question. Behind you, Hearing this, Belle attacked behind her out of instinct. The cry of pain sounded from behind her. Then she noticed that a wolf had already jumped to her side, its mouth wide open, threatening to bite her head off. Eat this. Belle raised the sword in front of her head, blocking the attack. Sparks appeared from the impact as the black wolf's teeth bit her broadsword. Tail on your left, he shouted again, and trusting him even though they had just met, she decided to abandon her sword so she could jump back in time. The Duskfang's tail hit her previous spot, causing the ground to crack. That's close, Belle muttered in fear. But her fear turned into amazement when she realized what had just happened. That guy is watching out for her even though he's fighting two black wolves? She glanced at the beggar and saw him fighting the Duskfang Shadowtails with just his bare hands. The monsters couldn't even take advantage. Just who is he? Apollo glanced his left, a tail sweeping fast at his head that if this attack landed, he would surely suffer a great injury. He could either be dead or out cold, but it would still be the same. As the moment he became unconscious, the other wolf would definitely bite him to death. In his current situation, he couldn't continue to observe what was happening on Belle's side. Using his senses to the best of his abilities, the world seemed to slow down, his mind focusing on the other wolf. It seemed that the other wolf was waiting for the tail to land. That would give him enough time. With this in mind, Apollo ran to the wolf on his left, dodging the tail with a twist of his body before sending a punch to the Duskfang's face. The wolf tried to send another tail, but the beggar was one step faster, and when the punch connected, the Duskfang shadow tail crashed to the ground, creating a long trench. Apollo couldn't get excited seeing the wolf injured because of his new strength, as the other Duskfang was already behind him, threatening to bite his head off. However, the beggar had already expected this, and with a light jump and a twist of his body, he sent a kick towards the monster with a banging sound. Another long trench was created, followed by a howl of pain from the wolf. Seeing this, his eyes lightened up, but it wasn't yet time to enjoy this. His attention went back to Belle, and he saw her struggling to fight off the two Duskfangs. He glanced to the side and saw a headless wolf. She's strong. Even with her injured body, she could still kill such monsters. Furthermore, she was holding her own against the two wolves. Why are you just watching behind you? Belle shouted when she saw Apollo just standing still. This woke the beggar, and he realized that the two wolves he was fighting were already on their feet and running towards him. I figured you guys were still alive, Apollo muttered, a smile forming on his face as confidence rose within him. Now that he knew he stood a chance, even with two Duskfangs ganging up on him, he could finally enjoy the fight and also understand his new strength along with his fighting skills. The Duskfangs in front of him were covered in their own blood, but they still maintained their speed. Apollo also dashed towards them, and when he was just a meter away from the nearest wolf, he jumped into the air and did a somersault before he landed on the farthest wolf. This caught them off guard, but the wolf still managed to react in time, sending one of their tails at him. Expecting this, Apollo squinted his eyes to time the attack and, with a clutch of his hand, held the tail. Before the wolf could use its other tail, the beggar pulled strongly before sending a punch. Blood tainted his robe and hand after his fist landed on the wolf's jaw. The Duskfang in front of him started crying in pain, taking this chance. Apollo held the two tails and threw the wolf at the other monster charging towards him. They both crashed into each other, and because of the speed, they heavily injured themselves. Strike, Apollo shouted. Suddenly, he heard a shout and turned to see Belle rolling on the ground. SHD, I forgot about her. He immediately ran towards her, avoiding the Duskfang Shadowtail she was fighting. Still, one of them managed to land a hit on his back, causing him to grunt in pain. Hey, you okay? Apollo asked through gritted teeth. He didn't dare turn his back on the enemies, as they would definitely attack. Once he did, he stared at them angrily, and they stared back but didn't pounce on them yet. And no, Belle shook her head slowly. She tried to stand up but coughed a mouthful of blood. In the end, she just sat there, her chest continuously flowing with red. She couldn't even hold her sword, let alone stand up. Run now. I'll buy you time. Go to Hellflick family. In her current state, talking was hard, but her eyes remained clear and determined. What do you mean? You can't buy me time. It's too expensive, Apollo said. Then what? Belle glanced at the man's face. Wait a man. He's just a kid. Only now did she realize that she's fighting these Duskfangs with a kid. Surprised and shocked, she became more determined for him to run. You're just a kid. Go back. Me a kid? Apollo chuckled. Stay there and watch that I'll kill them. Wait. Arg, Belle grunted. Let me borrow this for a while, Apollo whispered, picking up her dark silver broadsword. Using both hands, he lifted it up and pointed it towards the Duskfangs. He noticed that there were now 4 of them in front of him. The two injured ones he fought, and the two that Bell was fighting against point 4 against 1. I'm crazy, Apollo thought bitterly. It seems I still have to spend my own points. That he brought up his system store and started searching for items that could help him in this situation. Teleportation crystal. Teleports the user to any place, any plane, any dimension. One-time use item. All points cost 200,000 misplace. Turns the user into mist, allowing one to pass through almost anything. But beware, winds will cause the user to be off track. One-time use item. All points cost 1,000. Apollo continued to look for an item that could help them escape. But they were too expensive, and what he wanted was just a cheap item. All he had to do was kill these 4 monsters. Although he was confident in dealing with 1 or 2, fighting against 4 was out of the question, especially since 2 of them were still uninjured. And the last 2 Duskfangs were driven with fury to the point that they would definitely fight him even at the cost of their lives. His eyes then landed on the sword he was holding. System, show me the cheapest technique for swords, Apollo ordered. And the interface in front of him started sorting itself out until only 1 item remained. Simple sword technique. Learn the fundamentals of sword technique. Once the user practices this technique to completion, learning higher tier techniques will be easy. All points cost 25.shd 25. This will only leave me with 2 Alm points. If he bought this, his hard-earned alms would be gone. He glanced at Belle and saw her looking at him with worry in her eyes. In the end, he sighed and bought the technique. Suddenly, information that he had no prior knowledge of started entering his mind. The methods and processes from the simple sword technique were stored inside his brain.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.